Long before he ever became a goblin, Akira Yagami was an ordinary office worker buried beneath another exhausting day at S Systems. When his senior Takahashi offers to help, Yagami stubbornly insists he can finish the remaining work himself. Takahashi warns Yagami not to repeat his old mistakes, reminding him that younger employees sometimes need to rely on their seniors. Yagami accepts the advice, thanks him, and promises to keep working carefully. As Takahashi starts to leave, he notices Yagami's phone vibrating non-stop. Yagami makes the reason clear. The messages are about his girlfriend's birthday and their dating anniversary, both of which happen to fall on the same day. Realizing Yagami's girlfriend should not be left waiting on such an important night, Takahashi orders him to stop working and go. Yagami protests that the remaining task is almost finished, but his senior refuses to listen. Yagami gratefully accepts the help, closes his work, and heads out. As he leaves, he realizes Takahashi has even arranged a taxi, proving just how much his senior has been looking out for him. Outside, Yagami runs into Takahashi and the woman accompanying him. She notices how strangely Takahashi is acting, while Yagami thanks them and prepares to hurry toward his waiting girlfriend. Yagami tries to refuse the gift Takahashi's girlfriend offers him, but she insists it is meant for his special evening. Since they are headed in the same direction, the couple decides to walk him part of the way. As the three continue through the city, Takahashi keeps fussing over Yagami while his girlfriend laughs at how he never stops talking about work. Yagami quietly realizes how close and comfortable the couple truly are. The peaceful walk ends in an instant when Yagami spots a child stepping into the road. A truck barrels toward them, and he throws himself forward without hesitation, shoving the child out of its path. A violent impact swallows everything in darkness. When Yagami's awareness returns, Takahashi and the others are staring down at him in horror while a crowd gathers around the scene. Takahashi begs Yagami to stay conscious as they wait for the ambulance, but help is still far away. Yagami hears that the child escaped with only minor injuries, yet he can already feel his own life slipping away. Facing death at only 29, Yagami bitterly remembers that the average person in Japan lives into their 80s. He regrets leaving so much unfinished and wishes he could have spent far more of his life helping Takahashi. As Yagami's consciousness fades, an unknown force searches for a skill capable of granting his final wish. A brilliant light envelops him, and his soul is pulled away from the world where he died. Yagami awakens beneath an unfamiliar tree, stunned to discover that he is somehow alive. His body feels wrong, his hand is tiny, and even the sky above him seems completely different. A group of small, green-skinned creatures gathers around the confused newcomer. They call him one of their own and question where he came from, leaving Yagami bewildered by their strange appearance and speech. When Yagami finally examines himself, he sees pointed ears, sharp teeth, green skin, and a childlike body. The reflection is unmistakable. He has become a goblin. The impossible truth settles in. Yagami died beneath a truck and was reincarnated in another world. Even more strangely, he seems to have been reborn directly among a goblin community. 1 month later, Yagami has adapted enough to introduce his new life. Surrounded by goblins and already older than many of them, he realizes this society follows rules completely unlike those of humans. Yagami learns that female goblins can give birth almost constantly, making the species extremely prolific. Their weakness is a terrifyingly short lifespan. Most goblins live no longer than 7 days, while even ordinary rabbits outlast them. Every goblin is born with one unique skill, and that skill normally passes to another newborn when its owner dies. Yagami's own ability is called octogenarian, a power that may let him live for roughly 80 years. Because octogenarian keeps him alive through generation after generation, Yagami has inherited and learned an enormous number of useful goblin skills. However, only his original longevity skill can be passed on after his eventual death. While exploring the vast forest around the settlement, Yagami reflects on how earlier goblins mapped the safe routes and dangerous areas. Their accumulated knowledge lets the village survive despite every generation disappearing so quickly. Yagami snacks on wild fruit, while noting how quickly his small body becomes hungry again. Goblins need little sleep and constantly gather food, but his unusual lifespan means he must endure those instincts far longer than anyone before him. Another goblin instinct proves even harder to ignore: the species' relentless drive to reproduce. Yagami's longevity makes him incredibly popular with the females, yet he remains mentally human and desperately tries to resist their attention. Deep inside the forest, Akira discovers a badly wounded man collapsed beneath the trees. Although the stranger radiates terrifying power, he is bleeding heavily and appears to be only moments from death. The injured stranger is surprised that a goblin would approach him, but Akira immediately uses heal. He draws on one of the hundreds of abilities accumulated from earlier goblins, determined to save the man's life. Akira recognizes the stranger as an archfiend, a legendary monster said to have fought a hero and lost. Despite the danger, Akira refuses to run, believing the dying man no longer intends to attack him. The archfiend explains that he returned to this quiet place because he wanted to die where his journey began. He tells Akira not to waste his effort, insisting that his wounds are beyond ordinary healing. Akira tries a stronger restoration skill, but even that cannot repair the archfiend's fatal injuries. The dying man realizes this is no ordinary goblin and becomes curious about the child who possesses so many abilities. When Akira admits he currently holds 277 skills because of octogenarian, the archfiend bursts into astonished laughter. He calls Akira an extraordinary vessel, someone capable of carrying powers no normal monster could contain. The archfiend reveals that certain skills can be transferred across species and offers Akira one of his own. Rather than let his power disappear, he wants the goblin to inherit it and carry his existence forward. Akira finally understands the archfiend's true wish. Human, goblin, or demon, everyone fears vanishing without leaving proof that they once lived, and the dying man wants his power to become that proof. Akira agrees to accept the inheritance. The archfiend places a hand toward him, and a violent surge of energy floods into the goblin's tiny body as the transfer begins. The inherited ability is Survival of the Fittest, a skill that turns the natural hierarchy of monsters into absolute law. Any monster Akira defeats must recognize his superiority and obey him. Before fading away, the archfiend asks whether Akira understands why he once held that title. Now, stripped of name and glory, he entrusts everything to the goblin and challenges him to master the power without being consumed by it. Akira accepts the burden as the archfiend's remaining light dissolves into the forest. That encounter becomes the turning point that gives one unusually long-lived goblin the authority to reshape the world around him. The world continues moving after the archfiend's death. Far away, people connected to his final battle struggle with the consequences of his disappearance. Unaware that his defining skill now survives inside a goblin, Akira returns to village life carrying the archfiend's legacy. He still does not fully understand why he was chosen, but he resolves to keep living and discover what the inherited power can become. Akira had once been an overworked Japanese office worker. After dying to save a child, he awakened as a goblin with an extraordinary lifespan, and his second life soon collides with the human world. While gathering food near the settlement, Akira notices the villagers suddenly clustering together in panic. Their frightened reactions tell him that something serious has happened at the edge of the forest. Akira finds a goblin lying dead and learns that a human hunter killed him. Furious villagers immediately demand revenge, but Akira stops them from rushing into a fight they do not understand. The surviving hunters discuss the killing, as if the goblin were no different from ordinary prey. Their carelessness reveals how little humans value goblin lives. Just as the settlement begins preparing for retaliation, a scout races back with terrifying news. A large human force is advancing through the forest. The alarm spreads instantly, and the goblins realize the hunters were only the beginning of a much larger threat. Akira thinks about why humans dismiss goblins as weak. The species survives through rapid reproduction and careful resource sharing, but none of that matters if armed soldiers decide the entire village should be erased. The scout estimates roughly 50 armed humans are approaching. Rather than let panic take over, Akira tells everyone to remain calm while he works out what the soldiers want and how the village can survive. The human detachment finally rides into view, led by a fully armored female knight. Akira steps forward alone, placing his small body between the cavalry and the frightened goblins behind him. The commander mocks the lovely goblins and declares that they will learn the price of defying humans. Without attempting negotiation, she orders her soldiers to slaughter the entire settlement. A knight swings down at Akira, expecting an effortless kill. Akira invokes Iron Body, hardening himself like metal, and catches the blade with his bare body, stunning both the attacker and the watching soldiers. Akira immediately counterattacks with Stone Blast, sending countless rocks crashing into the advancing soldiers. The knights are shocked that one goblin can wield several abilities, while Akira orders the villagers to remain behind him. The commander rallies her troops for another charge. Akira cycles through the many skills inherited from past goblins, testing which abilities can stop the humans without turning the forest into a massacre. When the dust finally settles, the entire detachment lies defeated across the clearing. Akira stands exhausted but unharmed, having overwhelmed dozens of trained soldiers without allowing them to destroy the village. The commander cannot accept that a single goblin defeated her unit and still expects another attack. Instead, Akira calmly approaches and explains that he never wanted to kill them. He wanted a chance to speak. Survival of the fittest takes effect, forcing the defeated commander to recognize Akira's authority. She lowers her weapon and accepts responsibility for the soldiers' actions, surprising everyone who expected the battle to continue. Akira questions why the detachment intended to raise the settlement and asks whether she understands the power binding them. The commander admits she does not know the skill, only that she can no longer treat his orders lightly. Akira declares that goblins must be allowed to judge crimes committed against goblins. Since the soldiers attacked the entire village, he proposes a punishment based on the life and customs of the people they tried to kill. He assigns the defeated troops 7 days of guard duty, which sounds minor to a human, but equals an entire ordinary goblin lifetime. The commander grasps the meaning and accepts that the sentence is far harsher than it first appears. Akira and the commander study one another in tense silence. The knight realizes the goblin is neither reckless nor cruel, while Akira sees that she may be capable of honoring an agreement once she gives her word. One officer tries to demand another attack, but survival of the fittest prevents the soldiers from defying Akira. Because he defeated every member of the unit, his command now carries absolute authority over them. The troops reluctantly acknowledge Akira as Lord Goblin and agree to the punishment. What began as an extermination mission has ended with the human force standing guard over the very settlement it meant to erase. Intrigued by the goblin who defeated and spared her entire unit, the commander asks Akira whether he has a name. He realizes he has never needed one in goblin society, opening the first truly personal exchange between them. The commander finally introduces herself as Karen, a public order inspector. Akira gives her the name from his former life, and the two formally acknowledge one another before Karen orders her unit to withdraw. The goblins celebrate Akira as the hero who saved the settlement and talked the humans down. Their gratitude quickly becomes a vote of confidence, and the village begins treating him as its new mayor. After the excitement settles, Karen returns and confirms that Akira is now properly dressed for his new position. She has something serious to discuss, but first she studies the ceremonial outfit the villagers forced on him. Akira stands awkwardly in the mayoral robe and asks why he has to look so formal. The outfit may look ridiculous on him, but it makes his new authority impossible to ignore, even while he still feels like the same confused goblin underneath it. According to Akira, the villagers made him mayor after he negotiated with the soldiers. Karen admits the result is probably fair, but Akira notices that her expression suggests a much larger problem is coming. Karen warns that her superiors will not accept what happened so easily. Akira recognizes the familiar pattern of stubborn bosses and rigid workplaces, realizing that even another world cannot escape bureaucracy. Karen asks Akira to accompany her and persuade the higher authorities directly. Since other goblin settlements could be endangered if the issue is mishandled, Akira reluctantly agrees to enter human territory with her. The moment Akira enters the nearby city, every passerby turns to stare. His tiny goblin body attracts fear, curiosity, and disbelief, making it clear that peaceful contact between the two species is almost unheard of. Karen lets Akira ride with her through the crowded streets, but he becomes painfully aware of the attention following them. Even with a human officer beside him, the citizens cannot stop watching the goblin in their midst. Karen tells Akira to endure the stares, because many townspeople have been taught to fear goblins as dangerous monsters. He answers nervously, realizing that one wrong move could confirm every prejudice they already hold. Karen explains that individual goblins can be gentle and even endearing, which is why some humans find their youthful appearance charming. Akira understands the appeal, but their 7-day lifespans make such affection painfully brief. Karen finally brings Akira to an enormous noble estate. After surviving the hostile streets, he stares in amazement at the mansion where he must now negotiate the future of his entire village. Inside the estate, Akira is overwhelmed by the glittering halls and realizes he has entered a genuine noble mansion. A servant offers to guide him while Karen prepares for the meeting with her superior. Akira is shown an absurdly luxurious bathroom filled with polished fixtures and decorations. The facilities impress him, but they also make the gap between human wealth and goblin village life painfully obvious. Wandering outside, Akira notices an elderly gardener carefully pruning a huge tree. Curious, he asks whether the man maintains it every day, and the gardener immediately recognizes that his visitor is an unusually articulate goblin. The gardener asks whether Akira was dragged to the estate by force. According to Akira, he came voluntarily to take responsibility and prevent an entire village from being punished for one individual's actions. The old man probes Akira's motives, Mentioning recent violence between humans and goblins, Akira insists that he is not there to pillage or threaten anyone. He only wants both sides to speak honestly. Akira argues that humans and goblins alike make mistakes, and that a whole community should not be destroyed for one failure. The gardener listens closely as Akira explains that justice should prevent repeated harm, not erase innocent lives. The gardener suddenly asks whether Akira visited the mansion's bathroom. Akira praises its practicality, then realizes the man's teasing question may have sounded insulting and hurriedly calls out for the count. Karen arrives announcing that she has brought the goblin, only to find Akira arguing with the gardener. She is horrified because the supposed servant is actually the master of the estate, and Akira has just mocked him to his face. The elderly man reveals himself as Count Orleans, uncle to the reigning emperor and one of the most influential nobles in the country. Akira can only stare in disbelief at the gardener he treated so casually. Karen scolds Akira for his harsh words and drags him toward the formal meeting. Count Orleans laughs instead of taking offense, clearly amused by the goblin's honesty and lack of noble etiquette. Akira is then introduced to a gathering of wealthy women who openly adore goblins. Their delighted reactions make him uncomfortable, but the Count seems pleased to show that not every human views his species with hatred. Count Orleans explains that the group has a particular fascination with goblins, partly because of the species' intense reproductive instincts. Akira realizes he has walked into an unexpectedly strange form of human-goblin appreciation. The gathering's conversation turns shamelessly suggestive, as the guests joke about goblins' reproductive habits. Akira endures the teasing while Count Orleans encourages everyone to speak freely around their unusual visitor. The Count relaxes with wine and explains that understanding goblins requires more than official reports. He invites Akira to describe village life directly, treating him less like a prisoner and more like an honored guest. Count Orleans pulls out cards and proposes a game, using gambling as an informal way to judge Akira's temperament. Akira is startled by the sudden change, but the Count insists that honest play reveals a person's character. During the game, Karen states that Akira wants humans and goblins to live together peacefully. The Count listens while the room's playful mood slowly gives way to a serious discussion about coexistence. Akira studies the Count's reactions and realizes the old noble is testing more than his luck. Each wager becomes another opportunity for Orleans to see whether the goblin is reckless, greedy, or capable of restraint. The private discussion gradually turns into a lively party, with the guests crowding around Akira and the Count. Despite the chaos, Akira senses that the noble has begun taking his proposal seriously. Count Orleans notes that ordinary goblins live only 7 days, so their decisions are made under a completely different sense of time. Akira's long lifespan gives him the rare ability to think beyond a single generation. Impressed by Akira's convictions, Orleans embraces him and calls him a true brother-in-arms. He allows Akira to use his personal name, Simon, signaling that the Count now considers him more than a political curiosity. After leaving the estate, Akira walks through town beside his new allies. Citizens whisper and stare at the goblin treated with such respect. He keeps moving, aware that changing public opinion will take time. A sudden commotion erupts when a frightened horse and carriage race out of control through the street. People scatter in panic as the runaway vehicle barrels toward anyone unable to escape. Akira sees a child frozen directly in the carriage's path. The sight triggers a flash of his own death beneath a truck, and he shouts a warning before throwing himself forward once again. This time, Akira has the power to survive. He invokes Iron Body and raises a defensive barrier, stopping the charging carriage before it can crush the child or the people nearby. Akira's barrier erupts from the street and absorbs the carriage's full momentum. The horse rears violently, but the stone wall holds, preventing the runaway vehicle from reaching the child. With the danger stopped, Akira checks whether the child is hurt. The boy stares at him in wonder while surrounding citizens slowly realize that a goblin has just saved a human life. The child's family rushes over and offers their shaken thanks. As they carry the boy away, the crowd whispers about Akira's long ears and the powerful magic he used so effortlessly. A stern official receives a report about the incident and the unusually long-lived goblin responsible. He concludes that such a creature could eventually become an even greater threat to humanity than the fallen archfiend. Akira is left aching after stopping the carriage, only for an arrogant young noble to complain about the damage. Instead of gratitude, the goblin is confronted with the entitlement of someone more concerned about property than the rescued child. The noble Sullivan Jr. angrily demands compensation and treats Akira like a criminal. Akira refuses to be intimidated, while an older gentleman nearby begins paying close attention to the argument. The older man is identified as a former imperial chancellor who retired to the region. He recognizes the carriage and immediately understands that its influential owner may be trying to avoid responsibility. Sullivan Jr. insults the former chancellor and demands that he control the upstart, Goblin. The elder calmly explains that the carriage's passenger is connected to the highest levels of government, making the situation far more serious than Sullivan realizes. Sullivan continues ranting about goblins and tries to leave with a shallow apology. The former chancellor refuses to let him escape without answering for the reckless carriage and the lives it endangered. When the carriage is opened, everyone discovers that nobody is actually inside. The empty vehicle exposes the entire incident as deliberate mischief, and the old chancellor turns a cold stare on the men responsible. The confrontation spills into the street as Sullivan's followers protest and the elder orders them to stand down. Akira tries to calm both sides, but the former chancellor makes it clear that noble status will not excuse the crime. Count Simon publicly places Akira's village under his protection, declaring that anyone who attacks the goblins will answer to him. Akira gratefully accepts the shield of human law, though Karen warns that she will continue watching him closely. At the settlement, Akira announces that Count Simon has placed the village under human protection. The goblins celebrate their mayor's return and immediately swarm him with requests, questions, and even marriage proposals. Karen remains stationed near the village and warns everyone that humans must not be harmed. She orders the goblins to report any suspicious activity directly to her, making clear that protection comes with strict conditions. To create a proper defense force, Akira asks which villagers have combat-oriented skills. Nearly everyone volunteers at once, forcing him to think beyond simple strength and establish rules for who should fight. Karen introduces herself as an inspector and promises that her blade will not threaten the goblins as long as they do not harm humans. Her intimidating delivery frightens the villagers, even though she means to reassure them. Karen apologizes for her severity and explains that she will serve as Akira's bodyguard and messenger. Akira worries that a 7-day lifespan makes stable leadership almost impossible without a new system. Akira begins assigning inherited names and roles, starting with a goblin suited for stealth and calling him Hattori Hanzo. The chosen goblin proudly accepts, understanding that the name will belong to the position rather than one short life. Akira explains that when a named goblin dies, a qualified successor will inherit the same title, duties, and accumulated knowledge. The villagers enthusiastically accept the plan, and he begins organizing specialized teams such as warriors and merchants. Karen realizes the naming system can preserve responsibility across generations, allowing goblins to conduct long-term business with humans. She is astonished that Akira has devised such an effective answer to the species' brief lifespan. Soon afterward, the newly appointed Hanzo calls Akira into the forest to inspect something important. The ninja team has captured a suspicious human and proudly waits for the mayor's judgment. Although the system has existed for only 2 weeks, names and roles are already passing smoothly between generations. Hanzo explains that his team followed Akira's rules, shadowed the intruder, and restrained him instead of killing him. The bound man squirms and insists that he has a woman waiting for him and a child on the way. Akira recognizes the familiar death flag in his desperate speech and decides that killing him would solve nothing. He releases the captive, telling him to return to his partner and focus on building a family. He then orders the goblins to hand the matter over to Karen, proving that the village will use law rather than revenge. Karen admits that she overheard Akira and Hanzo discussing the captured human. Rather than condemning him, she says Akira reminds her of the rare people who willingly shoulder responsibility for everyone around them. Akira asks what she means, and Karen explains that his naming system has already survived several goblin generations. She points to Hanzo as proof that a stable identity can preserve duty even when the individual changes. Akira observes the current Hanzo, sleeping after exhausting himself with training. The goblin carries several offensive abilities, and Akira begins wondering whether skills can be guided, instead of appearing through pure chance. Hanzo demonstrates techniques inherited through his line, including cutting, burning, and other attacks. Akira notes that goblin skills usually transfer only at death, leaving little time for anyone to develop them deliberately. Akira compares the process with human learning, where acquired talents usually build on existing strengths. Goblins have never organized reproduction and training that way, but certain family lines already show higher chances of related abilities. He realizes the village can create true skill lineages by matching names, roles, training, and compatible inherited powers. The system would let each new goblin improve on the work of earlier generations instead of starting over. Akira declares that goblins still possess enormous potential despite living only 7 days. Karen sees that his goal is no longer simple survival. He wants the entire species to grow beyond the limits humans assume are permanent. Akira and Karen agree to keep dangerous goblins under close observation rather than suppressing all development. He promises that Octogenarian and his leadership will prevent internal conflict. While she continues monitoring threats to humans, a fleeing figure crashes through the undergrowth while pursuers close in. Someone shouts not to let her escape, turning the quiet woods into another desperate chase. A horned girl activates skill search and detects the unique power survival of the fittest. The result confirms that the Archfiend's ability is nearby, and she follows its trail deeper into the forest. Believing her former master has survived, the girl rushes forward with overwhelming hope. She dreams of living peacefully beside the Archfiend again, unaware that the power she senses now belongs to Akira. Back at the village, Akira finishes planning the next stage of development and organizes goblins with crafting abilities. Workers immediately begin producing furniture and tools, giving the settlement another permanent trade. Akira drafts a written set of village laws that humans can understand and recognize. Karen is surprised because goblins never needed formal rules, but Akira knows legal protection requires claims that can be clearly defended. He diagrams how intent, military ability, and self-defense overlap, building a logical standard for judging violence. Karen helps refine the wording so humans cannot dismiss every goblin action as mindless aggression. Akira even labels himself as a potential threat in the report, proving that the system will not excuse him automatically. Karen realizes he understands exactly how dangerous his powers appear from the human side. Before they can finish, alarmed goblins race through the village. A mysterious horned girl has entered the settlement, and her presence immediately sends the normally energetic residents fleeing into terror. The intruder attacks with a cloning ability, dismissing one goblin's resistance as pathetic. Her overwhelming strength scatters the defenders before they can organize a proper response. After pinning a goblin beneath her power, the horned girl demands information. She refuses to leave until someone tells her what she wants to know about the presence she sensed in the forest. Akira arrives with Karen and stops the confrontation, demanding to know who the intruder is and why she attacked his people. When she asks his identity, he calmly introduces himself as the village mayor. The girl declares that the Archfiend is somewhere nearby and orders Akira to reveal his location. Seeing an intelligent goblin beside a human knight, she suspects Akira may have served her missing master. Karen insists that everyone knows the Archfiend died, but the girl refuses to accept it. She activates skill search and scans Akira directly, determined to prove that the power she followed is real. The search reveals survival of the fittest inside Akira. The horned girl freezes in disbelief and demands to know why a goblin possesses the unique skill that once belonged to her Archfiend. Overcome by rage and confusion, the girl assumes Akira stole the Archfiend's power. Karen prepares to defend him while Akira realizes that explaining the dying Archfiend's final choice will not be easy. The girl's certainty collapses as she studies Akira and the inherited skill more carefully. She cannot understand why her master's power responds from within a goblin, leaving the confrontation hanging on Akira's answer. The horned girl concludes that Akira murdered the Archfiend and stole his power. Her grief turns instantly into fury, and she prepares to punish the goblin she believes betrayed her master. She launches herself at Akira with terrifying speed. Akira pleads for her to stop and listen, but the attack crashes through the village before he can explain anything. The girl summons binding chains and refuses to hear a word from a goblin weakling. Akira is caught in her power while Karen searches for an opening to end the fight without killing her. When brute force alone cannot free him, Akira uses a defensive skill to reject the attack and throw the horned girl backward. The sudden reversal shocks her and momentarily breaks the chains. She charges again with even greater strength, convinced resistance proves Akira's guilt. Akira continues blocking instead of retaliating, determined to make her listen rather than deepen her hatred. Akira begs her to hear the truth, but she demands to know why she should trust the villain who murdered the Archfiend and stole his skill. Her rage leaves no room for any other explanation. Akira asks whether the Archfiend she knew truly sounded like someone who would fall for a goblin's dirty trick. She praises her master as the cruelest and strongest demon alive, yet the question forces her to hesitate. Akira repeats the challenge. Could that Archfiend really have been defeated so easily by him? Karen recognizes that Akira is dismantling the girl's own story, and the furious certainty on her face begins to crack. The girl finally asks why Akira possesses the skill if he did not steal it. Akira lays out the situation plainly. The dying archfiend willingly transferred the power as compensation for his failed healing. Akira repeats the archfiend's final words, describing how the nameless demon entrusted survival of the fittest to a nameless goblin. The familiar voice and phrasing convince the girl that he truly witnessed her master's death. The truth overwhelms her. She collapses in tears and cries out for the archfiend, finally accepting that the master she followed is gone, and that his power survives only through Akira. News of the long-lived goblin reaches powerful human authorities, along with the report that he now carries the archfiend's skill. A grim official concludes that the gods themselves must be turning against humanity. At Count Simon's estate, the old noble quietly studies a chessboard while considering the new political situation. The long-lived goblin and the inherited archfiend's skill have introduced pieces no one knows how to control. A maid asks what troubles him, and Simon explains the basic rules of chess. He imagines how completely the game would change if a player could capture an opponent's pieces and then use them as his own. Simon concludes that survival of the fittest operates in much the same way, turning defeated enemies into obedient assets. The realization makes Akira's potential far more dangerous and far more valuable than ordinary military strength. Chloe remains in the goblin village wearing the torn cloak from her journey. Akira notices her ragged appearance and introduces her to Echigoya, the settlement's leading clothing specialist. Echigoya proudly introduces himself as a merchant and craftsman, while the horned girl finally gives her name as Chloe. Akira asks him to create something suitable for their new guest. The moment Akira requests new clothes, the tailoring goblins swarm Chloe with measuring tapes and fabric. Before she can object, they lift her away and begin treating her like their next major project. Chloe panics as the goblins tug at her cloak and take measurements from every angle. Their enthusiasm overwhelms her, but she eventually gives in and lets the village's tailors complete their work. Karen arrives and is immediately dragged into the fitting as well. She tells Akira to wait patiently while the goblins disappear into a hut with both women, leaving him outside with nothing to do. The doors finally open to reveal Chloe and Karen in beautifully tailored new outfits. Akira stares in amazement at how dramatically the goblin craftsman transformed the two women. Chloe blushes and asks why Akira dressed her so elegantly when she had been comfortable in rags. He explains that the village can provide many styles, while also complimenting Karen's new appearance. Echigoya demonstrates the range of crafting skills behind the clothing, including sewing, leatherwork, and unusual magical techniques. Karen is impressed by the sophistication hidden inside the seemingly primitive settlement. Inspired by the results, Chloe excitedly demands even more outfits and poses. Karen finally stops the endless fashion show, though the goblin craftsmen are already imagining countless new designs. Akira reassures Karen that his praise was sincere. Karen admits the new fabric is remarkably comfortable, while the goblin craftsmen proudly explain that their original designs came from skills developed within the village. Karen suddenly asks whether Akira intends to become the next archfiend. Her blunt question catches him completely off guard, and he quickly denies having any such ambition. Akira explains that inheriting the archfiend's power does not mean he must follow the same path. He intends to use the skill in his own way, rather than repeat the choices that led its former owner to ruin. Akira visits an elderly goblin approaching the end of his brief life. The goblin peacefully reports that he fathered 6 children, and thanks the mayor, leaving Akira relieved that the old man can die, surrounded by the village he helped build. Instead of sinking into grief, the goblins turn the death into a lively wake filled with songs and dancing. Watching them celebrate another completed life, Akira is reminded how differently this short-lived race faces death. Chloe studies the village with fascination and explains that she has observed nearly 300 distinct skills. Even among goblins, repeated abilities are common. Yet the settlement's rapid generations have produced an astonishing variety. Chloe continues cataloging the goblins' abilities, noting several copies of useful skills such as heal. Because so many generations are born in quick succession, even ordinary talents can be assigned to increasingly specialized roles. Now wearing a dress made by the goblin tailors, Chloe shyly greets Akira. The craftsmen wait anxiously for feedback on their first attempt at this new kind of outfit, hardly believing how far their work has progressed. Akira innocently compliments Chloe's outfit, but his wording immediately strikes a nerve. Chloe bristles, declares that flattery will get him nowhere, and responds with an intensity that leaves him confused. Chloe insists that she saw no harm in exchanging some of her rocks for the dress. When the subject turns to lifespan, Akira explains that his octogenarian skill lets him live for roughly 80 years instead of a goblin's usual 7 days. The conversation shifts to the village's magical abilities. Chloe reasons that constant births and deaths keep new skills appearing, but Akira's octogenarian remains exceptionally rare, possibly a unique ability like survival of the fittest. She formally explains what a unique skill is, an ability that only one being in the entire world can possess at a time. She then reveals that she carries two of them herself, skill search and farsight. Chloe demonstrates farsight, the second unique skill she possesses. By focusing her vision, she can observe places several kilometers away as clearly as if they were directly in front of her. With farsight active, Chloe peers toward the village and casually watches the goblins enjoying themselves from a great distance. Her effortless demonstration leaves Akira impressed by the skill's range. Something unexpected happens while Chloe is using farsight. Her body reacts strangely and Akira is suddenly surrounded by shimmering light, leaving both of them confused by the abrupt change. The overlapping power transforms Chloe's farsight into a stronger ability called Horizon Sight. She tests the evolved vision at once, while Akira realizes that his own copied version of the skill has disappeared. Horizon Sight lets Chloe see a distant town with far greater clarity than before. As she marvels at the improvement, Akira begins to suspect that his copied farce merged it with hers and forced the skill to evolve. Akira reaches an exciting conclusion. Duplicate abilities can be combined rather than wasted. If two identical skills fuse into a superior form, the village may be able to create entirely new powers from talents it already possesses. Akira gathers Chloe and several goblins beside a large bonfire to test his theory. Everyone watches closely as he prepares an experiment involving two copies of the same ability. Hanzo is chosen for the trial because he carries the clone skill. At Akira's request, the young goblin activates it and produces an identical copy of himself. Akira combines two copies of clone, and the ability evolves into Shadow Clone. Hanzo immediately creates several solid-looking doubles, proving that the fusion successfully produced a stronger skill. The new Shadow Clones can speak, move and follow orders independently, making them far more useful than a single temporary duplicate. Chloe watches as the three Hanzos argue and celebrate like separate people. Because every clone appears completely real, even their companions cannot identify the original Hanzo. The goblins turn the confusion into a party, while Akira recognizes how valuable Shadow Clone could become in battle. Chloe complains that the goblins started celebrating before the experiment was even finished. When one boldly asks her for another match, she calls him impudent and promises to make him cry again. The Hanzos charge Chloe together, while the entire village cheers them on. Chloe cuts through the coordinated attack with ease, though Akira warns her not to be too rough with the newly created clones. After the demonstration, Akira discusses how abilities can improve and evolve. The others realize his discovery was not a coincidence, and that repeated skills may become valuable resources rather than redundant talents. Akira lays out the rule behind skill fusion. He and the target must possess matching abilities, which can then combine into a more advanced version. Shadow Clone is the first clear proof that the process works. The group questions whether this method is limited to goblins. Since survival of the fittest already worked on Chloe and other monsters, Akira believes skill sharing and evolution may be possible across different races. Akira searches his system for a way to transfer abilities and immediately receives a promising result. Surrounded by the village he has transformed, he feels that this strange world may be exactly what he once wished for. A memory from Akira's former life returns as his coworkers watch him play a strategy game during a break. He calmly studies the board, explaining that victory comes from reading an opponent and choosing the right moment to act. Akira compares shogi with chess, focusing on one crucial difference. Captured pieces in shogi can be placed back onto the board under the captor's command. That rule mirrors the way he can turn former enemies into allies. Akira considers how many unknown skills may exist beyond the village. Sharing power with other races could greatly expand his options, but it could also create dangerous enemies. Just as armed humans suddenly approach, a hostile group enters the forest and openly insults the goblins as vermin. Their imposing leader orders her companions to stand aside, clearly expecting to crush the village's defenders herself. Hanzo steps forward to protect the settlement while Akira and Chloe observe. Chloe offers to eliminate the intruders immediately, but Akira tells her to hold back and watch how his goblins handle the threat. Hanzo tries to stop the confrontation with words, yet the human fighter ignores him and attacks. Even after being struck, the young goblin keeps his composure and prepares to defend himself. The humans are enraged that a monster dares resist them, but Akira refuses to be intimidated. He faces the group directly and demands to know what they came to the village for. The intruders reveal that their true target is Chloe, whom they identify as one of the ogres who once served in the Archfiend's army. Akira immediately questions why that history gives them the right to take her. The group's leader insists that Chloe is dangerous to humanity and orders Akira to hand her over. Akira refuses, pointing out that the village has legally recognized autonomy, while Chloe struggles to contain her anger. Akira asks whether the intruders received permission from the count who protects the village. When their leader admits he does not care about local authority, Akira orders them to leave or face arrest for trespassing. The human fighter laughs at Akira's formal warning and mocks the goblins. Her confidence fades when Karen arrives and confirms that she heard the entire exchange. Karen's presence proves that the village is under legitimate protection, but the intruders still refuse to retreat. Akira praises Hanzo for enduring the insults and maintaining control until backup arrived. With negotiations exhausted, Akira finally gives Hanzo permission to stop holding back. The young goblin answers eagerly and launches himself at the human leader. The swordsman easily blocks Hanzo's first charge and ridicules him for restraining himself. Hanzo responds with a signal, revealing that the direct attack was only the opening move. He invokes Shadow Clone and surrounds the enemy with several identical bodies. The human leader recognizes the trick, but still treats the goblin's new technique as little more than a circus act. The clones rush in from multiple directions, then vanish before the swordsman can land a decisive hit. While his attention follows the decoys, the real Hanzo slips into position for an ambush. Hanzo strikes from the blind side and sends the much larger fighter crashing to the ground. Delighted to finally show what he can do, the goblin celebrates his clean victory. The village erupts in cheers for Hanzo, though Karen warns Akira that defeating armed humans may create a complicated political problem. Akira realizes the confrontation cannot simply end with the celebration. He examines the defeated intruders and admits he initially underestimated the issue. According to Karen, these four are not random travelers but people with an established reputation, making their defeat by a single goblin especially significant. Karen warns that the four captured warriors have a strong reputation among humans. News that a single goblin defeated them could provoke fear and hostility far beyond this one confrontation. The group considers how outsiders will interpret Hanzo's victory. Even if the intruders were troublesome, the village's strength has already surpassed ordinary expectations. And no one knows how powerful the goblins may eventually become. Akira refuses to hide what his people can do. Pretending to be weak would only invite more attacks, and he understands that the village cannot spend its future merely reacting to every new enemy. Instead of relying only on force, Akira proposes appealing to human emotions. If people meet goblins as individuals who care for friends and family, fear may slowly give way to sympathy and understanding. Akira's plan begins in a nearby human city. Several goblins enter dressed like ordinary travelers, quietly observing the crowded streets while trying not to attract hostile attention. Chloe accompanies the disguised group in a carriage, visibly uncomfortable with the attention and the unfamiliar surroundings. Akira watches from nearby as the delicate operation moves deeper into town. The city residents notice the small goblins and react with curiosity rather than immediate violence. Chloe privately wonders whether the unusual procession makes her look like some kind of goblin princess. The night before, Akira asked the tailors for 2 kinds of clothing, outfits that could hide goblin features, and a special costume for Chloe. His mysterious request leaves Chloe embarrassed and suspicious of his intentions. Chloe reluctantly accepts the elaborate outfit because it conceals her horns. As the party travels through town, onlookers find the goblins surprisingly cute, suggesting that Akira's attempt to soften their image may be working. The peaceful procession is suddenly interrupted when a stone strikes near the carriage. A hostile group accuses the goblins of using humans as hostages and threatens to drive the supposed monsters out of the city. Chloe prepares to retaliate, but Akira urgently orders her not to attack even though the humans struck first. One aggressor hurls another projectile while shouting for the beasts to leave. Before the attack can land, Chloe shields the riders and keeps the horse under control. The watching humans are stunned to see the feared monster protect a goblin instead of lashing out at the crowd. Chloe follows Akira's order and responds to the hostility with frightened tears instead of violence. The crowd immediately turns against the attackers, defending the seemingly gentle girl and condemning those who tried to hurt her. As the group leaves town, residents warmly wave goodbye to the goblins. Hanzo reveals that he quietly helped spread favorable rumors, while Akira admits the staged encounter changed public opinion more effectively than expected. Count Simon receives a formal demand concerning the dangerous goblins, the long-lived mayor and the archfiend's inherited skill. Realizing the political pressure is escalating, he orders preparations for their arrival. Akira, Chloe, and their companions reach Simon's enormous estate. Chloe mistakes the grand residence for a human king's castle, and Akira explains that it belongs to the powerful count who protects their village. Simon welcomes the visitors and apologizes for the rushed circumstances. Akira lays out the situation plainly. The other goblins were sent ahead, while Chloe studies the eccentric nobleman she has heard so much about. Akira asks Simon to guarantee that Chloe will not be harmed by humans. Simon accepts his trusted ally's word that she is not a threat, especially since the recent adventurers attacked her first. While walking through the estate gardens, Chloe uses horizon sight and notices unusual objects attached to the legs of distant birds. Simon praises her sharp eyes and identifies the birds as trained messengers. Chloe's enhanced vision lets her track one bird across the sky as Simon calls it back. Akira watches with interest, realizing the estate has developed a fast method of long-distance communication. Simon explains how carrier pigeons are released in pairs to deliver messages, with a second bird serving as confirmation. Wealthy nobles even use them for private letters. Though Simon is proudest of their practical speed, the Count proposes turning the pigeon's flight into a trial competition. Akira agrees, and two birds are placed in separate cages as both sides prepare for the wager. The stakes quickly become outrageous, with a skilled goblin tailor discussed as part of the prize. Simon's female companions excitedly imagine ordering elaborate outfits, while Chloe silently judges the entire conversation. He replaces the frivolous wager with a serious promise. He will use his influence to stop humans from pursuing Chloe again. Akira recognizes that the nobleman's attitude has changed and accepts the new terms. Akira selects one of the nearly identical carrier pigeons and releases it for the Count's race. Unable to distinguish the birds by appearance, he can only trust his choice as it disappears over the gardens. Chloe follows the pigeon with horizon sight and notices a mark hidden beneath its wing. Simon explains that the bird was prepared to recognize its destination before release, revealing the trick behind the contest. Akira realizes too late that the Count manipulated the race and protests his loss. Chloe is equally annoyed, while Simon cheerfully treats the entire wager as another lesson in strategy. Inside the mansion, Simon calmly finishes writing at his desk before answering a summons. His playful demeanor fades as he prepares to discuss the serious political matter waiting beyond the door. Karen receives a sealed order from the highest human authorities concerning the danger posed by goblins and the Archfiend's inherited power. The document confirms that opposition to Akira's village is becoming official. Simon presents Karen with a secured box and explains that the earlier wager tested Akira's judgment under pressure. The Count has been preparing for enemies who will use far more dangerous methods than dishonest games. The Count names the threat a Goblin Slayer weapon designed as the ultimate answer to a skilled goblin. Karen realizes the recent conflict may have been bait intended to justify deploying something far deadlier. Inside the box lies an ornate short sword, built specifically for killing goblins. Simon warns that it may be necessary if events spiral out of control, and Karen accepts the gravity of the situation. A weapon created to kill goblins takes center stage as the new conflict begins. Its very name, Goblin Slayer, reveals that Akira's people now face an enemy engineered for their destruction. Humans have long forged enchanted slayer weapons to counter powerful non-human species. These blades contain specialized magic that makes them devastating against the particular race named by each weapon. Demon Slayer, Dragon Slayer, and Goblin Slayer are three known examples. Although humans possess short lifespans and limited individual strength, their ability to invent such weapons makes them uniquely dangerous. Near the village, a human warrior behaves as though every goblin is a monster that must be destroyed. Akira orders the intruder to leave, but the woman swears she will kill him before he can harm any humans. Akira fuses several minor fire abilities into a stronger skill called Dark Blaze. Black flames coil around his hand, turning a collection of simple goblin spells into something genuinely terrifying. Akira hurls Dark Blaze toward the target, and the unnatural fire races across the forest floor. The captive humans can only stare as the black flames close in around them. Standing before the roaring fire, Akira ominously declares that it will burn until neither flesh, blood nor bone remains. His expression makes the threat sound terrifyingly sincere. The prisoners panic, but Akira reveals that he was exaggerating and has no intention of burning anyone to death. Even while holding back, the attack leaves them shaken enough to understand his warning. Akira uses his authority to impose a clear command. The warriors must never launch another unprovoked attack on goblins. Their leader immediately submits and promises that the group will obey. Karen watches Akira surrounded by black fire and is disturbed by how closely he resembles the Archfiend in that moment. The transformed prisoner's obedience only strengthens the unsettling comparison. The warrior had been prepared to die for his comrades, yet survival of the fittest changed his resolve almost instantly. Akira begins to fear that his power may be warping hearts and spreading the archfiend's influence through him. Chloe notices Akira's silence and asks what is wrong. According to he, fused abilities may pass to later generations, citing a new skill he inherited from a goblin who died recently. Akira imagines a future in which every generation inherits stronger abilities under his leadership. With humans already preparing Goblin Slayer weapons as a last resort, the village's rapid growth becomes both its protection and its greatest danger. After deciding to return home, Akira and Karen prepare to separate from the others. Karen quietly resolves that the time to address something important is now, then follows him back toward the village. Akira enters one of the village houses and calls for Karen, but receives no immediate answer. He continues inside, unaware of the awkward situation waiting beyond the doorway. Akira unexpectedly finds Karen undressed and freezes in embarrassment. Karen meets his gaze without speaking, creating a tense silence that leaves him unsure how to react. Still stunned, Akira demands to know what Karen is doing. Karen hesitates, wrapped only in a small cloth, and struggles to explain why she approached him in such an intimate state. Akira panics and loses his balance, allowing Karen to pin him down before he can escape. The sudden closeness leaves him terrified that the situation is about to become far more complicated. Karen blushes deeply and guides Akira's hand toward her body, but neither of them can speak clearly. The moment ends in confused silence rather than the explanation Akira desperately wants. Later, Karen appears dressed again and acts as though nothing unusual happened. Akira asks why she cornered him, while nearby goblins mischievously suggest that the two were becoming intimate. Akira awkwardly explains that ordinary goblins are not normally attracted to humans and apologizes for misunderstanding her. He believes he has escaped the embarrassment, but Karen remains strangely quiet. Akira privately curses the powerful instincts of his goblin body and refuses to imagine what might have happened if he had lost control. The memory leaves him shaken even after Karen walks away. Karen returns to strenuous training in the forest, breathing heavily as she pushes her body. When the goblins ask what is wrong, she avoids answering and focuses on the mysterious threat around them. A goblin offers to have Akira make her new clothes, but Karen insists that damaged clothing is not the real problem. She senses that the recent attacks and strange encounters are exposing weaknesses they still do not understand. Karen steps deeper into the forest and tells the others to let her handle the danger. A hidden attacker strikes without warning, forcing Akira and the goblins to rush after her. They find only Karen's discarded cloth and signs of sudden movement. One goblin seems to vanish from view, and Akira realizes the opponent may be using speed or concealment beyond their current ability to track. Akira answers with Dark Blaze, but the target slips away before the fire can connect. The near miss proves that raw power is useless when the village cannot detect or follow the enemy's movements. The group retreats toward the village while searching the darkness for pursuit. Akira senses a strange dragon-like aura still lingering in the forest, and suspects that an assassin may be watching them. A flash erupts in the forest, and Karen is cut down before Akira can reach her. He rushes to her side, horrified by the wounds and by the speed of the unseen attacker. Akira kneels over the fallen Karen and begs her to answer, but a cloaked assassin appears behind him. The figure presses a blade close and coldly declares that Akira is already dead. The assassin slashes Akira with the specialized weapon, drawing blood despite his defenses. Akira survives the first strike, shocking both himself and the hidden killer. The attack lands on what appears to be Akira, but the body breaks apart as a shadow clone. Hanging safely above the assassin, he reveals Hanzo's inherited trick and challenges the enemy to try again. The cloaked enemy counters with Rock Grave, crushing the clone beneath a massive stone pillar. During the attack, an ornate short sword falls into view, and Akira recognizes the weapon's terrifying purpose. Akira identifies the blade as Goblin Slayer, and suddenly feels the fear of death closing around him. Karen regains consciousness nearby, confirming that they survived but are facing an enemy specifically equipped to kill him. Back at the village, Karen recovers with a warm drink and apologizes for failing to create a reliable defense against the assassin. Akira assures her that survival matters more than blame. He examines Goblin Slayer, and learns that merely touching its edge could kill an ordinary goblin instantly. The weapon seems to inflict overwhelming pressure through enchantment, making it far more dangerous than a normal blade. Akira admires how carefully Simon anticipated the threat, but Karen explains that the Count's political opponent is just as calculating. Direct assassination is nearly impossible against someone protected by powerful supporters and institutions. Karen outlines the enemy leader's influence and the many rumors surrounding his schemes. Realizing a direct attack would only strengthen the opposition, Akira decides they need a more indirect approach. At Simon's mansion, the Count hears that the assassination attempt failed. He calmly admits that even the Goblin Slayer weapon was part of a larger plan, while Karen questions what his true objective has been. Akira abruptly enters and loudly challenges the supposed hero to take his life, startling everyone in the room. Simon asks him to calm down and explain why he has chosen such a dramatic roundabout confrontation. Simon asks Akira how he plans to stop humans from surrounding and destroying the village. To answer, the Count begins recounting the brutal history that shaped the goblin race. About 50 years earlier, humans wiped out nearly every goblin in the world. Akira immediately wonders how the few remaining creatures could possibly have survived such overwhelming extermination. The last goblin evolved a skill perfectly suited to its crisis. With no partner left anywhere, it gained immortality and a form of asexual reproduction that allowed the species to begin again. That survivor produced new goblins without a mate, and each generation continued carrying the traits needed to endure. The entire modern race traces back to that single desperate evolutionary response. Because the founder could access countless goblin abilities, later generations inherited an enormous reservoir of skills. Human persecution had pushed the species to the edge, only for evolution to make it harder to eliminate. Akira finally understands Simon's warning. Attacking goblins can force them to adapt into something far more dangerous. He decides not to hide the village's growth, but to make enemies fear what their own aggression might create. Simon initially thinks Akira has misunderstood, but Akira explains that failure is not the same as an ending. Every setback can produce another adaptation, giving the village a new path toward survival. The Count bursts into laughter when he realizes Akira's strategy. Rather than beg humans for mercy, Akira intends to make them believe that threatening him is more dangerous than leaving the village alone. Akira summarizes the plan with confidence. The village will present itself as a valuable ally and an unbearable threat at the same time. That balance should discourage anyone from attempting another extermination campaign. Akira agrees that becoming an asset is preferable to living as a feared enemy. Simon supports the approach, though his companions remain wary of how much influence the Goblin Mayor may eventually gain. During a later discussion, Karen asks why Simon has invited them and why his household is so fascinated by goblins. The Count's strange collection and enthusiastic followers make his motives difficult to read. Akira asks whether humans in positions of power also seek immortality. Simon confirms that many nobles would sacrifice almost anything to extend their lives, giving Akira another powerful bargaining tool. Akira reminds them that nobles who already possess wealth and authority eventually fear only death itself. Simon agrees that a power capable of extending life would give the village enormous influence over human rulers. Akira asks for one of Simon's carrier birds and gently removes it from its cage. The others watch in confusion as he apologizes to the animal before beginning a dangerous demonstration. The bird is struck with Ice Needle, and Akira immediately follows with Great Heal. The fused healing skill restores the creature from a wound that should have killed it. To everyone's astonishment, the bird rises and flies through the room as though nothing happened. Akira confirms that Great Heal can repair fatal damage even when the heart has already stopped. Simon marvels at a skill capable of reversing almost any injury, though Akira admits it still cannot truly resurrect the dead. But Akira apologizes for using it as a test subject. The Count laughs at the incredible bargaining power Akira now holds. Anyone on good terms with the village could gain access to healing beyond anything available in human medicine. Simon imagines nobles and royalty fighting for the chance to receive such treatment. Akira allows him to spread the idea, then announces that he has one more ability to demonstrate. He combines a harmless goblin fear skill with another compatible ability and transfers the result to the bird. The small creature immediately takes flight, proving that skills can be granted beyond the goblin race. Karen quietly apologizes to Akira before he leaves the mansion. Simon admits he never expected her to become emotionally invested in the Goblin Mayor, but Karen says something more important is guiding her decision. Simon argues that Akira is essentially human in thought despite his body, yet his powers rival those of the Archfiend. Such a combination should be feared, but Karen continues to believe he can choose a different path. The Count tells Karen to trust the human soul he believes still exists inside Akira. Karen answers with a gentle smile, accepting that faith even though the future remains uncertain. Several days later, word of Akira's value begins spreading through noble circles. Simon is exercising in the garden when Akira arrives in formal armor, ready to let his growing reputation speak for itself. A striking young noble appears in the garden and calmly approaches Akira. Before anyone can react, he catches the small goblin with effortless speed and asks whether this is the mayor everyone has been discussing. Simon introduces the visitor as Albert South Windsor, the Empire's third prince. Akira is stunned to find royalty standing before him, while Albert speaks with polished confidence. Albert is revealed as the man credited with driving the Archfiend to defeat. The title immediately puts Akira on guard, because the prince may understand the inherited power better than anyone alive. The prince's charm is almost unnaturally persuasive, and Akira suspects a skill is influencing the conversation. Albert casually names his ability 8 times the charm, confirming that he is far more than a decorative royal. Akira wonders whether Albert's skill can negate survival of the fittest by overcoming it repeatedly. The prince refuses to explain and simply invites Akira to start the conversation again. When Akira presses for details about how Albert defeated the Archfiend, the prince smiles and calls it a trade secret. His playful answer hides the true limits of his power. Akira reasons that if Albert truly possessed an overwhelming counter, he would have killed the Archfiend, instead of merely forcing a retreat. The prince admits that Akira has seen through part of the story. Albert praises Akira's sharp mind and says it will save them time. Rather than deny the deception, he seems pleased that the Goblin mayor can recognize political performance. The prince explains that he came because Simon requested the meeting and because his granduncle has a discerning eye for unusual people. Simon complains about the implication, while Albert remains amused. The group moves indoors for a formal tea. Beneath the elegant surroundings, Akira knows he is now negotiating directly with the imperial family. Albert drinks with perfect royal manners, as Simon explains their complicated family relationship. The prince is the emperor's son, while Simon is the eccentric uncle, whose influence still reaches the throne. He insists he is loyal to his nephew despite Albert's troublesome reputation. Akira hears rumors that the prince is a shameless womanizer, though Albert becomes even more enthusiastic when the subject turns to goblins. Albert asks about the village's rapidly growing food production and the skilled goblins responsible for it. Akira realizes the prince did not come merely to confirm rumors, but to negotiate for services the empire needs. The prince proposes using goblin labor and supplies to support a wider food policy. By raising production and improving public welfare, the crown could gain political support, while the village receives protection and legitimacy. Akira sees the appeal, yet Albert's plan would also make humans increasingly dependent on goblin expertise. The prince smiles and treats that dependence as an advantage rather than a danger. Albert asks how Akira would approach a game against the Archfiend. According to he, victory comes from placing the right pieces on the board and changing the odds before the opponent realizes a contest has begun. Simon questions whether the prince truly intends to use a goblin in imperial politics. Albert replies that every opponent needs a useful piece, and Akira may be exactly the unconventional tool he requires. Albert finally states his shocking proposal. They should make Akira the next Archfiend. Simon stares in disbelief as the prince presents the idea with complete seriousness. After the meeting, Akira returns to the forest and thinks carefully about Prince Albert. The royal may become an enemy someday, so Akira wants to understand the skill that supposedly brought the former Archfiend down. Chloe finds Akira experimenting among the trees and asks what he is doing. According to he, Albert's mysterious ability may work through a trap or repeated conditions, and he is trying to reproduce its effect. Chloe suddenly senses a familiar presence nearby. Though neither of them can see anyone, the feeling reminds her of someone from the Archfiend's past, putting both of them on alert. Akira sketches a face on the ground to test Chloe's memory. She is briefly distracted by his unexpected artistic talent, then studies the drawing for any connection to the presence she felt. A shadowy figure appears in Chloe's thoughts as Albert's name is raised again. She cannot clearly remember the old relationship, but Akira realizes her reaction may reveal whether the prince has ties to the former Archfiend. Chloe suddenly notices movement deeper in the forest and whirls around. Convinced that someone is watching them, she warns Akira that the hidden presence is finally here. Akira and Chloe discover several humans attacking 3 weakened figures in the forest. When the assailants refuse to stop, one of them is violently thrown aside and the confrontation erupts. Chloe furiously condemns the humans, but Akira notices the situation is more complicated. The attackers claim they came to save someone, while their use of hostages makes their story difficult to trust. One man lunges for Akira and runs straight into Darkblaze. Black fire detonates through the trees, leaving no doubt that the small goblin is anything but an easy target. a larger fighter steps forward and tries to end the chaos by force. Akira emerges from the smoke surrounded by dark fire, looking far more monstrous than the humans expected. The intruders recognize Akira as the Goblin Lord they have heard about. He ignores their fear and studies the three injured strangers, suspecting the humans attacked them for a specific reason. Akira surrounds the group with shadow clones and demands an explanation. When the men refuse to answer, he orders his doubles to restrain them and end the pointless shouting. Chloe excitedly praises Akira's performance, but he focuses on the unconscious victims. She insists she never intended to kill anyone and wonders why the humans targeted these three in the first place. Chloe kneels beside the wounded figures and suddenly recognizes them. One weakly moves, confirming that the three are still alive and that their identities matter deeply to her. The injured women are Irene, Dike, and Eunomia, former comrades from the Archfiend's ranks. Chloe calls them companions, while Akira realizes he has just encountered another surviving piece of that defeated army. Great Heal repairs their physical wounds, but Irene and Eunomia remain horribly emaciated. Chloe asks whether they will recover, and Akira admits that healing alone cannot reverse prolonged starvation. Chloe corrects Akira, as he struggles to remember which woman is Irene and which is Eunomia. With all three still unconscious, the group must decide how to restore their strength safely. Masamune, the village's culinary specialist, is summoned with a large selection of nourishing dishes. Akira hopes carefully prepared food can save the weakened women, while the young chef eagerly accepts the challenge. Chloe urgently drags Akira toward the recovery house and asks for help. The former Archfiend's companions are quiet inside, and their weakened condition has begun to alarm everyone. Dike has recovered enough to stand, her body restored by food and healing. She thanks Akira for saving them and immediately asks whether Irene and Eunomia can be saved as well. Dike introduces herself as the middle sister and addresses Akira as her new master. Because he inherited survival of the fittest and Chloe obeys him, she accepts him as the Archfiend's successor. Dike makes the reason clear. The three sisters did not all recover equally after the Archfiend's death. While she continued eating, Irene and Eunomia lost their purpose and slowly allowed themselves to waste away. Falling before Akira, Dike begs him to order her sisters to keep living. Akira realizes their obedience to the former Archfiend was so absolute that only another binding command may restore their will. The sisters are long-lived elves, whose attachment to their master shaped their entire existence. With the Archfiend gone, Irene and Eunomia stopped caring whether they survived, while Dike forced herself to keep feeding them. Dike recalls the Archfiend, ordering the three sisters to use their gifts and continue living. She obeyed by caring for the others, but their grief remained so deep that ordinary encouragement could not reach them. Seeing how pale and lifeless the two women remain, Dike pleads again for Akira to command them. He understands what she is asking and agrees to use survival of the fittest. The problem is that Akira must first defeat Irene and Eunomia before the skill can bind them. He orders the weakened sisters to stand, and they barely manage to rise from their beds. Akira uses Rock Grave to overwhelm the two women without killing them. The brief attack leaves them decisively defeated, satisfying the condition required for his authority to take effect. With survival of the fittest active, Akira gives Irene and Eunomia a direct order. They must live. The command reaches them where ordinary words could not, forcing their dying resolve to change. Irene and Eunomia finally accept food and begin recovering under the village's care. Chloe happily reunites with all three sisters, introducing Dike, Irene, and Eunomia as the household welcomes them. Dike overeats while recovering, leaving Akira to use Great Heal on her aching stomach. The treatment works, though the absurd problem reminds him that saving someone does not end every complication. Akira considers whether a specialized skill could help with Dike's condition, but Karen points out that she simply ate too much. The village has already restored more of Dike's strength than expected. Dike approaches Akira and gratefully asks how she can repay him for saving her sisters. He tells her not to worry about a reward, though she remains determined to be useful. Akira calls for Echigoya, the village's clothing specialist. The eager goblin arrives and asks what kind of work the mayor needs. Akira introduces Irene, Dike, and Eunomia to the tailors and requests new clothing for all three. Their old garments are ruined, and the goblins immediately treat the assignment as an exciting challenge. Dike offers to help with anything while her sisters are fitted, even volunteering to prepare Akira's bath. He sends her to enjoy the experience instead, leaving the tailors free to work. Karen returns with a request while Akira checks on the clothing project. She makes the reason clear. She has been monitoring the former Archfiend's followers and wants a measure that will protect everyone if they become dangerous. To legitimize the precaution, Akira orders a controlled massage and physical examination of the three women. Karen carefully tests their condition while Akira promises to deliver her report once the process is complete. The Goblin tailors proudly reveal dramatic new outfits for Irene and Eunomia. Akira is amazed by how completely the clothing transforms their appearance. Irene and Eunomia study each other's garments and quickly decide that they like the designs. The Goblin craftsmen celebrate another successful commission. Dyke appears in an elegant fitted dress and shyly worries that she is unworthy of such fine clothing. Akira can only stare, overwhelmed by how different she looks. Dyke asks whether Akira approves, and he panics before awkwardly denying that he expected anything so striking. She smiles at his reaction, then confirms that her sisters are resting nearby. Dyke bends down and the fragile back of her new skirt suddenly tears. Akira sees the wardrobe failure before he can look away, leaving both of them frozen in embarrassment. Dyke loses her balance and falls directly onto Akira. When he instinctively reacts, she lashes out in humiliation, and the village erupts into a chaotic misunderstanding. Akira uses air blow to create distance and asks whether Dyke is hurt. He realizes the clothing split around her waist because Echigoya's experimental design was far less durable than it appeared. Dyke shyly admits that she wore the outfit because she thought it pleased Akira. He hurriedly denies asking for anything so revealing, and blames the Goblin tailor's excessive enthusiasm. Still flustered, Akira calls for Karen and begins asking a personal question. The moment she answers, he loses his nerve and abruptly tells her to forget the entire conversation. Karen lays out the situation plainly. She was arranging permission for Simon and Prince Albert to hunt monsters near the village. Akira realizes he completely misunderstood her mention of consent and tries to hide his embarrassment. Karen later appears in a refined dark dress, and Akira immediately asks what happened to her usual clothing. Her elegant appearance is so different that he struggles to connect it with the armored knight he knows. Karen admits the dress creates a completely different impression from the last experimental outfit. She watches Akira carefully, uncertain whether he approves of the change. Akira says the clothing suits her perfectly for a noble role and makes her look like a high-born companion. Karen reveals that she chose this dress herself rather than accepting another bizarre design. Karen blushes at the sincere compliment and asks whether he truly means it. Akira offers to have more outfits made, only to discover that Echigoya has vanished from the workshop. A memory from Akira's former life reminds him how easily clothing can change someone's impression. His co-workers once taught him that a genuine compliment matters more than clever lines or exaggerated praise. The Goblins report that Ichigoya went out to collect cotton and flowers for new fabric. Akira examines the resilient raw cotton and begins considering how the material could be used for stronger clothing and village equipment. Karen struggles to cross the forest in her elegant dress, so Akira takes her hand and pulls her forward. He lays out the situation plainly. Impractical clothing makes even ordinary travel much harder. The unexpected hand-holding leaves Karen flustered and unusually quiet. Akira tries to focus on finding Echigoya, asking whether the goblin has returned from searching the surrounding fields. As they walk, Karen discusses Prince Albert's suspiciously perfect record. He sent word to the village almost immediately, and his achievements appear completely free of the failures any normal person should have. Akira suspects Albert's skill may let him rewind time or repeat events until he obtains the result he wants. If true, the prince's flawless history is not talent alone, but the product of erased mistakes. The pair finally finds Echigoya standing in a vast field of cotton beneath the moon. The goblin happily greets the mayor and Karen, unaware of the danger approaching through the plants. A creature suddenly charges across the cotton field toward Echigoya. Akira shouts a warning, but Karen reacts first and throws herself between the monster and the defenseless tailor. Karen catches the attack and violently hurls the creature away. Her dress tears under the strain, yet her strength keeps Echigoya from being crushed. After the danger passes, Karen checks that Echigoya is unharmed. The goblin thanks her while she examines the damage to the clothing that made the rescue far more difficult. Karen admits that the dress was beautiful but nearly impossible to fight in. Grateful for being saved, Echigoya promises to create something equally attractive that will not restrict her movement. The result is a new armored outfit blending Karen's knightly equipment with the tailor's decorative style. The goblins admire how naturally she wears it, while Akira asks how the redesign feels. Akira tells Karen she looks extremely pretty in the new armor. Her guarded expression softens into a bright smile as she thanks him for the honest compliment. Soon afterward, Simon, Prince Albert, and a group of human hunters approach the settlement. Akira reminds them that the goblin village lies just ahead and leads the uneasy guests forward. The human hunters enter the village expecting weak monsters and immediately challenge the goblin defenders. Their confidence rises when the first small opponents appear before them. Akira orders the goblins to fight without causing unnecessary deaths. The humans charge with weapons drawn, but the village responds with coordinated movement and carefully controlled magic. Dark blaze erupts across the battlefield while the goblins herd the hunters into prepared positions. Attacks strike from every direction, and even the veteran fighters begin to panic. Karen blocks a powerful human strike and counters with disciplined swordsmanship. The hunter relies on brute force, while she uses positioning and teamwork to break his rhythm. One enormous warrior draws back for a crushing blow, forcing Akira to activate another defensive technique. The ground and air shift around the advancing humans as the village's trap closes. A tremendous magical explosion tears through the clearing, and the blast overwhelms the hunting party and ends their organized resistance in a single spectacular strike. Smoke and debris fill the battlefield as the defeated humans cry out. The goblins remain standing beyond the blast, proving that the attack was controlled despite its frightening scale. The entire hunting party lies unconscious while the village defenders remain unharmed. Akira observes that the goblins' teamwork has grown stronger, and Karen confirms that no human suffered a fatal wound. Karen praises Akira for defeating the invaders without killing or permanently maiming them. He lays out the situation plainly. Humiliation and restraint will send a more useful message than creating martyrs. Akira treats the wounded humans while considering how to discourage future attacks. Kindness alone may be mistaken for weakness, so he decides the prisoners need a punishment they will remember. Using a tattooist skill, Akira marks the defeated hunters with humiliating symbols across their faces and bodies. Karen calls the punishment brutal, because the shame may feel worse to them than death. Akira plans to release the branded survivors so their appearance will spread the warning throughout human territory. He hopes the spectacle will discourage others from invading, though Karen doubts enemies will remain quiet forever. Dike rushes toward Akira, trips and nearly falls into him again. After helping her upright, he notices how eagerly she watches the food and asks whether she is hungry. Dike reveals that she has been learning to cook from Masamune because she loves good meals. Her stomach growls before she can finish speaking, making her answer obvious. Eunomiya secretly watches from behind a tree and glares at Akira's closeness with Dike. The youngest sister is clearly suspicious of what he intends to do with her family. Eunomiya suddenly rushes out and declares that she will not simply hand over her sister Dike. Akira and Karen stare in confusion as the child turns an ordinary conversation into a dramatic confrontation. When Akira asks what she means, Eunomiya refuses to explain and runs away. The village resumes preparing food while Akira wonders what misunderstanding has taken hold of her. Dike proudly presents a warm meat and potato stew she developed with Masamune's guidance. The fragrant dish draws everyone closer as Akira prepares to taste her first serious attempt at cooking. Akira recognizes the meal as something similar to nikujaga and is surprised that Dike independently recreated it. She makes the reason clear. Masamune helped refine the ingredients, but the recipe is largely her own. Akira tastes the stew and enthusiastically praises its flavor. He jokingly says Dike will make a fine wife someday, unaware that the casual compliment will cause immediate chaos. Chloe and the sisters react in shock to the word wife, while Eunomiya screams for Dike. The young elf clearly interprets Akira's praise as a marriage proposal. Eunomiya grabs Dike and drags her away for a private discussion about romance and loyalty. Karen watches the scene and notes that the elves' emotional attachments are far more intense than Akira expected. Karen evaluates the stew and calls Akira a culinary master for recognizing its potential. They discuss minor additions to improve the broth, though Akira insists Dike's original dish is already worth celebrating. The village turns the successful meal into another cheerful feast. Goblins, elves, and humans gather around the cooking fire, proving once again that almost any event can become a community party. Karen is delighted by Masamune's stew, especially how the meat and spices blend into a flavor unlike anything she has tasted before. Akira notes that the village can also preserve food for future journeys and emergencies, making the new recipes useful far beyond tonight's feast. Akira lays out the situation plainly. Trade benefits both sides. The goblins sell clothing and receive meat and other necessities in return, allowing the village to survive through cooperation rather than isolation. Karen calls him remarkably capable at both cooking and commerce, though Akira jokingly suspects she is flattering him. One of the sisters races through the forest while the other struggles to keep up. When asked why she has been acting so gloomy, The energetic girl refuses to explain and simply urges her sister to look at what she has found. The trees open onto a breathtaking field of flowers, their petals drifting through the air like snow. The sight stops the older sister in her tracks, and her tense expression softens with quiet wonder. Knowing how much her sister loves flowers, Mia reveals that she brought her here, especially to cheer her up. Grateful and touched, the older girl suggests picking some blossoms to decorate their room, then shyly wonders whether Master Akira might like flowers as well. The tender mood collapses into a noisy sisterly quarrel. One girl calls the other an idiot for immediately thinking about Akira, and tells her to pick flowers with him herself. Just as Akira happens to arrive and finds the two bickering in the meadow, the sisters turn flower picking into a childish competition, each refusing to admit defeat. Akira watches the commotion with Karen, amused that their fierce rivalry is really proof of how deeply they care for one another. After returning to the village, the sisters relax in the communal bath. Mia offers to scrub her sister's back, then proudly announces that she is finished and that it is finally her turn to be washed. Mia apologizes for worrying her sister and admits that trouble simply seems to find her. Her sister gently replies that being energetic suits Mia far better than looking gloomy, easing the tension between them. As they soak together, Mia marvels that the Goblin settlement even has a proper bath, something normally found only in wealthier villages. Her sister explains that Akira was the one who arranged everything, reminding her that this is no ordinary Goblin community. The bathhouse is maintained by the Uyuya line, whose inherited architectural and maintenance skills keep the facility running smoothly. Hearing how carefully Akira assigns every family a useful role, Mia grows even more impressed by the village he has built. Later, Eunomia wanders into the woods and encounters Hanzo's patrol team. They warn that the forest is dangerous to explore alone and ask why she is there, while the other sisters hurry after her from behind. Eunomia complains that the patrol is filled with inexperienced juniors and sees no value in fighting weak opponents. Remembering the Archfiend's lesson that power must continually be tested, she decides to search the forest for someone truly strong. When a goblin casually mentions that one of the Archfiend's former subordinates is somewhere deeper in the woods, Eunomia bolts away before anyone can stop her. The patrol realizes too late that she has taken the vague rumor as an invitation to fight. A furious adventurer suddenly emerges and declares that a goblin once defeated and drove him from the forest. Humiliated and obsessed with revenge, he raises his weapon against the patrol and demands that they die. Eunomia jumps between the adventurer and the goblins, blocking his strike with a wind shield. The man mocks the small group as weaklings, while the patrol can only stare as she willingly takes responsibility for the confrontation. The adventurer's hatred reflects the prejudice many goblins have endured from reckless humans entering their territory. The moment he challenges them, Akira's survival of the fittest activates through the goblins' shared authority, placing the defeated intruder under their command. The goblin patrol orders the man never to enter these woods again. Unable to resist the command, he lowers his weapon, agrees to leave, and walks away in humiliation while Eunomia watches the skill's absolute control with growing curiosity. Hanzo soon discovers Eunomia hiding behind a tree and tells her it is safe to come out. Although she has scraped herself during the commotion, she stubbornly insists that nothing is wrong and tries to act unaffected. Eunomia abruptly asks why Hanzo has not used the Archfiend's power on her as well. Hanzo is startled by the question, but explains that the patrol still has duties to finish and offers to take her back to the village first. Trying to understand the skill, Eunomia compares herself with Akira and wonders whether someone as stubborn and energetic as she is could ever be subdued. She then brightens, declares that she is perfectly healthy and rebellious, and challenges Hanzo to prove it. Hanzo answers that Eunomia is strongest when she is full of life and refuses to crush that spirit. His gentle praise hits her harder than any command, leaving her flustered and tearful as she loudly denies being moved. Back at the village, daily work continues as usual. Dyke notices an unusual trait on one of the goblins and carefully confirms that the girl possesses a stinger, immediately becoming interested in how that ability might develop. With the goblin's permission, Dyke uses skill evolution to strengthen the unusual trait. Energy surges through the girl's body, and the sudden transformation shocks everyone watching the experiment. The evolved goblin feels a strange sensation spreading through her body, and Dyke encourages her to try Akira's new gift. When she opens her mouth, a clear and beautiful singing voice emerges, leaving Dyke visibly moved. The transformation grants the goblin the rare ability Diva. As her voice rings through the village, Akira, Karen, Eunomia, and the surrounding goblins fall silent in astonishment at the unexpected talent. The new diva sings with such warmth that even the hardened warriors are drawn into the performance. What began as a simple skill experiment quickly becomes a moment of shared wonder for everyone present. The goblins excitedly begin building a stage for future performances, while Eunomia demands to know what caused the change. According to Dike, skill evolution can awaken or strengthen a person's hidden potential, just as Akira's power can distribute useful abilities among his people. Eunomia immediately tries singing as well, but her loud and unrefined voice sends everyone recoiling. Rather than insult her, the others suggest proper training and remind her that even a powerful skill still requires practice. The group reassures Eunomia that she is fine as she is, though they jokingly consider giving her a formal lesson. Seeing her sisters and the goblins welcome her without hesitation, Eunomia finally begins to feel that she truly belongs in Akira's strange new family. Inside one of the village homes, Akira checks on Irene, the eldest sister, who has remained bedridden for some time. Although she looks exhausted, her condition has improved enough for her to sit up and speak with him. Akira makes the reason clear. Dike has been handling many responsibilities in Irene's absence, while the other sisters have continued their dangerous work. Because Irene's body is partly spiritual in nature, however, even the village healers are unsure how best to treat her. Eren calmly tells Akira that he saved her life and that she owes him an enormous debt. Her composed gratitude makes the nearby goblins nervous, especially after one mistakenly expected her quiet voice to signal anger. One grateful goblin suddenly throws herself into Irene's arms. Irene accepts the embrace with amused confidence and playfully boasts about the comforts of her mature body, turning the solemn visit into an embarrassing comedy. Irene mentions distant lands in the east, where people are rumored to possess unusually long lives. She allows Akira to examine her condition and encourages him to use whatever magic or skill might help, while the flustered goblin assistants misunderstand the intimate-looking treatment. Another sister arrives just in time to witness the awkward scene and freezes in disbelief. Irene continues teasing everyone without concern, while the goblins panic and insist that the situation is not what it looks like. Irene continues teasing Akira, claiming he has made an enemy of her and must now take responsibility for leading her onward. When she beckons him closer, the embarrassed goblin realizes that her gratitude is becoming dangerously playful. Dike suddenly storms into the room and finds Irene leaning close to Akira. Misreading the scene at once, she demands that her sister stop tormenting him, while Irene calmly asks where Eunomia has gone. Once the others have left, Irene's teasing expression softens. Beneath the moonlight, she quietly thanks Akira with genuine warmth for saving her life and giving her sisters a place where they can continue living. After recovering enough to dress and walk outside, Irene speaks with one of the goblins about joining village life. The goblin assures her that nobody will force her to work before she is ready, calling such patience part of Akira's unusually kind culture. The group begins searching for Eunomia, but Irene already knows the younger girl's usual hiding place. She reveals that her unique pheromone skill lets her release scents with different effects, making it easy to follow or influence those around her. Irene demonstrates that pheromone can induce sensations ranging from pain to pleasure. Akira is stunned by how versatile and dangerous the rare ability could be, while the goblins react with a mixture of fascination and alarm. Karen arrives with urgent news. Prince Albert has requested an audience with Akira. She warns him to remain alert around every visitor, especially because Chloe and the Archfiend's former followers could easily become political targets. Prince Albert is said to be far more imposing in person than he appeared during their brief encounter at the market. He wishes to meet Akira properly, and Irene's presence raises further questions about how the former Archfiend's faction might relate to the throne. Before setting out, Karen instructs Irene not to wander and to remain close to Akira at all times. The party then follows a forest path toward the meeting place, with Hanzo quietly watching the surrounding trees. Prince Albert greets Akira warmly from horseback and appears even more striking than before. Irene immediately notices his charisma, while the prince asks whether Akira will personally guide him through the remarkable goblin settlement. Irene observes that Akira has already won the loyalty and affection of an extraordinary number of people. When the prince raises the topic of conquest, she notes that survival of the fittest gives Akira influence unlike anything held by an ordinary village chief. Prince Albert then presents a startling proposal. Akira should found a kingdom of his own. By uniting the goblin village with surrounding lands under a recognized government, Akira could protect his people through sovereignty, rather than relying only on private agreements. Akira reminds them that the settlement already functions much like a kingdom, but Prince Albert insists that formal recognition would be different. Iraine quietly releases her pheromone and asks the prince what he is truly thinking, forcing the conversation beyond polite diplomacy. Under Iraine's influence, Albert admits that a recognized kingdom could protect equality, safety, and external security. He also reveals a deeper ambition. He wants Akira to grow into an archfiend-like ruler in his own right, with this new nation serving as the foundation. Akira is stunned to hear himself described as a future archfiend. Iraine makes the reason clear. A goblin leader willing to negotiate is far preferable to an uncontrollable monster, making Akira a uniquely valuable bridge between humans and demons. She presses Albert to describe his real feelings about a goblin kingdom, but the prince notices that his thoughts are being manipulated and forces himself to restart the exchange. His composure returns, though the interruption proves just how dangerous Iraine's scent can be. When asked again without evasions, Albert answers that he is genuinely interested in Akira's decision and will respect whatever choice he makes. Akira, however, has already noticed Iraine's subtle use of power and realizes the prince's honesty was not entirely voluntary. Iraine freely admits that she used a pheromone that compels its target to speak truthfully. She insists that she meant no harm and only wanted to keep the prince honest, though the ability consumes enough energy that she cannot maintain it casually. Chloe later asks whether Iraine has ever used the same power on Albert before. Iraine denies it, yet Albert's ability to sense and resist her influence confirms that he is far more dangerous and perceptive than his charming appearance suggests. Before Akira can consider the kingdom proposal any further, a goblin races in shouting for the mayor. Echigoya has been attacked by a human in town and has returned gravely injured, instantly turning the political discussion into an emergency. Akira reacts without hesitation, sprinting toward the village as Karen and the others call after him. The peaceful diplomatic visit ends abruptly as fear for Echigoya overwhelms every other concern. The messenger repeats that Ichigoya was assaulted in town and may not survive. Akira pushes himself even faster across the open ground, desperate to reach the wounded goblin before it is too late. Echigoya lies badly injured while the other goblins struggle to treat him with the limited tools available. Akira kneels beside him, praises him for making it home, and promises that he will be all right. He immediately casts Great Heal, flooding Ichigoya's battered body with restorative magic. As the wounds begin closing, Karen arrives on horseback and sees that Akira has already taken control of the crisis. Karen immediately demands an explanation from Akira and the goblins responsible for the situation. Akira starts to answer, then decides that Echigoya's condition matters more, and quietly tells her that it is nothing for the moment. Karen orders the others to carry Echigoya home, warning that even after Great Heal, he still needs rest and proper meals. Akira then notices two unfamiliar human officials approaching and asks who they are. The visitors introduce themselves as the town's head clerk, Mr. Taylor, and his assistant Charlie. They explain that Echigoya's merchant protection skill activated when an adventurer attacked him without warning, allowing him to escape and return to the village. Mr. Taylor reports that the attacker bears the humiliating tattoo declaring that a goblin defeated him, making his identity easy to confirm. The officials promise to investigate the incident and arrest the culprit, but Akira is not satisfied with a simple apology. That evening, Akira visits a grand manor to speak directly with the authority responsible for relations with the town. A maid leads him into a formal sitting room, where an elderly noble waits over tea. The noble asks how goblin commerce has been progressing, and Akira answers that Echigoya is recovering and should soon resume making baskets. The man expresses relief, mentioning that he heard the goblin was injured during an attack connected to his own territory. Although the attacker has committed a clear crime, the noble admits that the man's current location is still uncertain. Akira bluntly asks whether sending a monster into the city to attack goblins would also count as a crime, forcing the conversation toward the larger issue of discrimination. He fixes the noble with a hard stare and asks directly whether he arranged the attack. The accusation catches the man off guard, and the atmosphere in the room turns instantly hostile. The noble insists that Akira must simply believe him, but Akira remains unmoved. He reminds them that if the man had truly planned the assault, it would probably have been carried out far more efficiently, a remark that is both reassurance and warning. Akira says he will leave the immediate investigation to the town, provided the guilty party is punished and the innocent are protected. Before leaving, he asks what scheme the noble is really preparing, but the man continues to claim that there is none. Akira declares that Ichigoya and the other goblin merchants will not return to town until goblins are guaranteed basic safety and equal rights. The noble accepts the demand as reasonable, recognizing that trade cannot continue under constant threat. After Akira leaves, the noble admits that the goblin mayor is far more frightening than reports suggested. Akira did not lash out blindly. Instead, he calmly severed the town's access to valuable goblin trade, proving that his restraint is more dangerous than open rage. With the goblin merchants refusing to return, the town's supply of clothing begins disappearing, and prices climb sharply. A servant reports that Akira has also contacted reputable local traders, leaving the corrupt merchants increasingly isolated. The noble realizes that Akira is dismantling his position with remarkable calm. Like a tiny ant carving a tunnel through a mountain, the goblin mayor is steadily undermining the town's economy without ever declaring open war. At a fashionable clothing shop, wealthy customers complain that Echigoya has not delivered any new garments. They had been eagerly waiting for his latest work, but the shelves now hold nothing comparable to the goblin tailor's designs. Rumors spread that Echigoya was attacked by adventurers, and the women are horrified that armed thugs would target a harmless craftsman. Their anger quickly turns toward the authorities who allowed the assault to happen. One determined customer decides she will finally buy the dress she has been saving for. She enters the shop with high expectations, unaware that the disappearance of goblin goods has already made every remaining piece far more valuable. The shopkeeper reveals an exquisite gown made by Echigoya himself. Unable to find anything similar and captivated by the craftsmanship, the customer immediately declares that she will take it regardless of the price. The merchant names an outrageous price for the rare dress, explaining that Echigoya's work is now nearly impossible to obtain. Though shocked, the woman still struggles to let the unique garment go, proving how strongly the goblin brand has captured the market. Another elegantly dressed woman directs her friend to the same shop, proudly wearing one of the newest Echigoya designs. According to she, the garment came directly from the goblin's line, drawing even more attention to the missing craftsman. An informed customer asks whether the latest dress contains the special feature she has heard about. The merchant smiles knowingly and invites her into a private room to demonstrate what makes the garment extraordinary. Under proper lighting, the dress transforms into a dazzling display of delicate patterns and shimmering fabric. The customer is left speechless by a design unlike anything ordinary human tailors can produce. The merchant calls the material moonlight thread, an Ichigoya invention that glows softly in darkness while resembling normal cloth during the day. Impressed by the elegant evening effect, the woman orders the piece sent directly to her manor. Across town, other shops begin running out of Echigoya clothing and cannot replace the lost supply. Merchants admit that no human craftsman can fulfill the same volume or quality, so the attack on one goblin is now damaging the entire city's fashion economy. Karen observes that public attitudes toward goblins are finally beginning to change. Akira lays out the situation plainly. When the law failed to protect his people, he used trade, alliances, and carefully chosen pressure points to create a different path toward justice. Akira insists that his campaign was not simple revenge. He admits that he underestimated the emotions and grudges surrounding the conflict, and accepts responsibility for allowing Echigoya to be hurt in the first place. To prevent another attack, Akira begins registering merchants, screening dangerous visitors, and building a protected distribution network for goblin goods. Karen is impressed that he can strengthen security without completely cutting the village off from human society. The village celebrates the return of safer trade, but Akira reveals that he also used survival of the fittest on selected offenders to influence public behavior. By targeting the Bloom's most responsible for hatred, he quietly pushed the town toward accepting goblins. Watching the goblins laugh together, Akira wonders whether this subtle control is the true power of an archfiend. The thought leaves him uneasy, because protecting his people is beginning to blur into deciding how others are allowed to think. An angry noblewoman confronts a wealthy bearded man in his manor. She announces that she has a serious complaint, and his exhausted expression suggests he already knows the disruption in goblin trade has reached his own household. The noblewoman accuses him of allowing a man under his authority to attack little Echigoya. He argues that the culprit was merely an adventurer, and not one of his personal servants, but she refuses to accept the distinction. When the man carelessly refers to goblins as monsters, the noblewoman explodes. She reminds him that innocent goblins were harmed and warns that unless Echigoya's fashions return, the city's elite women will make his life miserable. After delivering her threat, the noblewoman storms out of the manor. Left behind with his household watching, the bearded man realizes that the disappearance of goblin merchandise has created a political problem he can no longer ignore. Akira later enters the city using the skill Unseen, which renders him invisible to the surrounding crowd. Standing near a busy fountain, he quietly listens to ordinary citizens and studies how public opinion has changed since the attack. A young girl tosses a coin into the fountain and makes a sincere wish. Hidden nearby, Akira hears her request and uses his abilities to nudge events in her favor, turning the local superstition into a secret form of assistance. The townspeople believe that dropping a coin into the fountain grants wishes, unaware that an invisible goblin has been helping whenever the requests are reasonable. Akira carefully limits his aid to what the donated coins can support, while a hopeful young couple steps forward next. Akira reflects on how a single inspired idea can transform an entire business, recalling the story of a brilliant restaurateur whose unusual dish drew endless customers. In the same way, goblin inventions have become valuable enough to reshape the human market around them. At the fountain, another wish is fulfilled exactly as Akira intended. The grateful townspeople become convinced that the site possesses mysterious power, confirming that his experiment with survival of the fittest and carefully guided rumors has succeeded. At the village, the goblins celebrate with food, music, and dancing. Karen finds Akira arriving late and asks whether he spent the entire day in town, noticing how exhausted he looks after managing the new system. A large group of human visitors soon arrives, attracted by rumors of rare goblin goods and the unusual village culture. Karen asks Akira whether he is ready for the sudden attention, while he realizes that improved relations have created an entirely new kind of problem. Akira asks Chloe what she thinks of the growing human presence. Karen remembers how cold and vengeful Chloe appeared when she first arrived, but admits that the girl standing before them now seems completely different. Karen says that a person's face mirrors the state of the soul. Living among gentle, innocent goblins has softened Chloe's anger, and when Akira looks closely, he realizes that she now smiles without forcing herself. Karen gathers the villagers and announces that Akira has finished work for the day. The goblins immediately surround their mayor with invitations to dance, drink, and celebrate. While the exhausted Akira can barely keep up with their enthusiasm, Karen makes the reason clear. Seeing the village happy is the reason Akira has begun smiling more often as well. Her observation catches him off guard, but he accepts it with quiet gratitude and finally relaxes into the celebration. The next day, Akira meets a young human girl at the edge of the forest and hands her an item she's been waiting for. She thanks him warmly and heads home alone, showing how naturally some townspeople now interact with the goblin mayor. As Akira watches her leave, Karen suddenly appears and demands to know who the girl is. Startled by Karen's intensity, he quickly explains that she is merely a child from town and that their meeting was harmless. The girl returns carrying a heavy bag of stones, leaving Karen confused by the strange errand. Akira says he asked her to bring them as part of a controlled test involving survival of the fittest, then reassures Karen that he did not place her in danger. He admits that until now he has relied only on simple, dependable commands because using the skill on people frightens him. By testing its limits through harmless tasks, he hopes to learn exactly how far an order can guide someone without taking away their will. Akira identifies two major limits of survival of the fittest. His test subject has been repeating a simple task for 4 days, showing that a valid command can persist, but only when the target is capable of understanding and performing it. Impossible orders do not work. Commands such as growing wings, flying, or transforming into an animal are ignored when the target lacks the ability, proving that the skill cannot create powers from nothing or override reality itself. Karen realizes that, used maliciously, the skill could let Akira control an entire kingdom from the shadows. Akira answers that he would never do such a thing, and Karen warns him not to lose sight of that conviction as his power grows. He thanks Karen for always being honest with him. He promises that his strength will be used to protect friends and help people live happier lives, not to dominate them simply because he can. Karen accepts the promise with a firm fist bump and tells the mayor to keep himself together. In the city, a shaken official finally apologizes, confirming that Akira's pressure campaign is forcing real change. Akira meets Simon and asks whether the older man has returned from a battlefield, judging by his exhausted appearance. After joking that Karen already scolded him back into shape, Akira says he has a proposal concerning the future of the village and city. Akira suggests creating a shared territory between the Goblin village and Simon's city. Goblins could spend their earnings in human markets, while laws and services would protect both communities and prevent inequality from taking root overnight. Simon laughs at the bold proposal and jokes that his humble brother might become a king. Still, he recognizes that direct investment, written laws, and mutual protection could strengthen the region while quietly advancing Prince Albert's broader plans. Akira counters with a simple fact. Tariffs on Echigoya's products currently restrict trade. A shared territory could remove those barriers, lower prices, and allow both goblin craftsmen and human merchants to prosper without unnecessary competition. Simon agrees that Akira should expand his territory, though he warns that establishing and supporting a new domain will be difficult. Akira admits he may have spoken too boldly, but Simon's willingness to discuss it leaves the plan alive. Far away, a massive winged creature tears across the sky before losing control. It crashes through the forest canopy and slams into the ground near a stream, leaving a deep trail of destruction behind it. A mounted messenger reports that the dark sky dragon has vanished from sight, and most likely fell somewhere inside goblin territory. The royal party immediately orders a search along the border before the wounded beast can cause further disaster. Prince Albert's unique skill, 8 times the charm, is powerful enough to reverse a disastrous outcome and has even helped defeat an archfiend. However, the prince admits that the ability carries several severe drawbacks. First, Albert has only 8 attempts available after activating the skill. Second, each attempt must occur within a strict time limit. Once roughly half an hour passes, he can no longer rewind the event. The third weakness is its limited scope. Albert cannot reverse consequences outside the area affected by the original activation, which means the fleeing Darkside dragon has escaped beyond the reach of his power. He summons Saxon and orders him to monitor the Duke of Fiends and the Spirit Princess more closely than ever. If either noble moves toward the dragon or goblin territory, Saxon must report immediately so the prince can respond. Albert privately worries that the 3 powerful nobles are gathering far sooner than expected. He fears that the crisis may force Akira toward the role of Archfiend before the goblin mayor is ready to bear such a position. Akira meets 2 human adventurers sent to assist with the search. The bearded man introduces his companion Kainos, a warrior known as the Timeless Blade, whose reputation immediately catches Akira's attention. Akira uses Search Eye to inspect the newcomers and is confused when one result shows no ordinary skills at all. The absence is unusual enough to make him wonder whether the adventurer is hiding an ability or possesses a power the skill cannot classify. Kainos, however, is revealed to possess the rare ability Weapon Master. Realizing how valuable he could be in dangerous terrain, Akira asks whether the swordsman is willing to act as a bodyguard during the expedition. The bearded adventurer explains that Kainos is among the most capable people registered with their guild. Akira questions why such skilled men would accept work for a goblin village, suspecting there must be a personal reason behind their cooperation. The answer connects back to Echigoya. His clothing brand has become famous in town, especially among women, and Kainos' family has personally benefited from the goblin tailor's craftsmanship, despite the warrior's intimidating reputation. Akira apologizes for judging the men too quickly, and admits that his suspicions were unfair. The bearded adventurer accepts the apology, though he jokes that even experienced tacticians can be surprisingly reckless when emotions are involved. Kainos remains quiet, but his thoughts reveal concern for the humans and goblins drawn into the dragon crisis. Akira decides to send Echigoya into town with protection as a trial, while the group prepares to enter the forest together. The goblin scouts return from the forest claiming they found nothing, even after searching the deepest paths. Akira trusts their honesty, but notices that their reports leave one remote area insufficiently examined. Following signs of disturbed earth, Akira discovers a trail of blood and broken plants. A young goblin points out that someone is hurt, and the search party follows the marks toward the stream. They find a small dragon lying unconscious among the stones. Although the creature looks almost like a sleeping puppy, its body is badly injured, and Akira immediately begins treating it with great heal. Search Eye identifies the baby dragon's unique ability as World Shaker. The extraordinary result confirms that this harmless-looking creature possesses power far beyond an ordinary monster. Akira is amazed that such a young dragon already holds a unique skill. He continues healing it, though the enormous body and powerful life force make the recovery much slower than treating a goblin or human. The dragon's breathing stabilizes, and Akira expects it to wake soon. The surrounding goblins nervously ask whether their mayor is safe, while he assures them that the creature should no longer be in immediate danger. Seeing the younger goblins worried about him, Akira reassures them that everything is fine. He suggests asking Masamune to prepare food for the dragon, and wonders whether the village may have just gained a remarkable new friend. A small goblin with the skill brute force casually lifts the heavy dragon and carries it toward the village. Akira is stunned by the display, but the child insists that the enormous creature is surprisingly easy to handle. After the others leave, Akira remains by the stream and senses someone watching from the undergrowth. He calls out calmly, making it clear that he already knows the hidden observer is there. A masked swordsman steps from the trees and refuses to identify himself. Akira suspects a connection to the attack on Echigoya, but the stranger draws his blade and threatens to force answers from the Goblin Mayor instead. The swordsman attacks and creates a water clone to confuse his target. Akira avoids the strike and quickly recognizes the trick, refusing to be distracted by the duplicate body. When the attacker is injured during the clash, Akira unexpectedly casts heal, rather than finishing him. Terrified and confused, the masked man begs not to be killed while Akira waits for him to explain who sent him. Survival of the fittest activates, forcing the masked swordsman to answer. He reveals that he is a soldier in royal service, sent on Prince Albert's top-secret order to locate the missing dark sky dragon. Akira asks why the prince is so interested in the small injured dragon. Even the accompanying adventurer is confused because the harmless creature they found does not resemble the terrifying dark sky dragon described in royal reports. Because the defeated soldier must answer honestly, Akira learns enough to confirm the mission, but chooses not to expose him. He orders the man to report that the dragon was never found, and warns him to keep their encounter secret from Albert. Akira returns to the village, where the goblins rush out to greet him, and stare at the enormous dark creature being carried behind the group. Their initial fear quickly turns into curiosity when they realize the dragon is unconscious rather than hostile. According to Akira, they found the dragon injured in the forest. The goblins immediately treat its rescue as a reason for celebration, welcoming the creature and wishing it a speedy recovery. Akira watches the festivities with mixed feelings. Even a young dragon could become the spark for a major conflict, but he refuses to punish the innocent creature for dangers it has not caused and tells everyone to enjoy the party. One exhausted goblin falls asleep beside the recovering dragon after working and celebrating all day. Akira gently lets him rest, reflecting that a peaceful life should include ordinary moments of fatigue, comfort, and safety. He casts heal repeatedly on the dragon, wondering how many more spells its massive vitality will require. At last, the creature stirs, rises into the air for a moment, and lands in front of him fully awake. The dragon suddenly bites at the glowing magic around Akira and appears to swallow the skill itself. Akira freezes in disbelief as the small creature chews contentedly, as though it has just eaten an ordinary snack. Akira recalls that the dragon was previously found after consuming a skill, suggesting this is not the first time. When it opens one sharp eye, the surrounding goblins become convinced that their mayor has been personally chosen by the mysterious beast. The dragon thanks Akira and speaks fluently, shocking everyone. It makes the reason clear. It can completely absorb the skills it eats, though to the dragon the precious magic is simply another satisfying meal. The goblins crowd around the dragon, delighted by its smooth scales and surprisingly gentle body. Akira returns from checking the area and notices that, despite eating magic, the creature does not appear to have changed size or temperament. Chloe enthusiastically introduces Akira to a crate of bird eggs and suggests having Masamune cook sukiyaki. The recipe was originally invented by the goblin chef, but the village has begun adapting it with new ingredients and methods. Unable to find Masamune, Chloe lifts Akira and carries him through the village while searching. Instead, they encounter the small dragon, which recognizes Chloe and addresses her with surprising familiarity as Lord Darksky. The dragon reveals that it knows Chloe and is connected to Fiendy, one of the former Archfiend's followers. Chloe is stunned that the creature recognizes her, while Akira realizes the dragon's history may reach far beyond its childish appearance. The creature introduces itself as Izzy, the Dark Sky Dragon, and confirms that it possesses the unique skill World Shaker. Its confident manner makes one fact perfectly clear. Izzy is no ordinary monster. When Chloe asks why Izzy came to the village, the dragon answers bluntly that it was hungry. It suddenly clings to her and tries to bite, forcing Chloe to struggle as she tells the overexcited creature to stop chewing on her. Izzy's body rapidly expands into the enormous form of a true dragon. The transformation towers over the village, and the goblins stare in awe as the small pet-like creature reveals its full size. In its massive form, Izzy bares its fangs and warns everyone not to treat it lightly. Akira refuses to panic, invokes Shadow Clone, and spreads multiple bodies around the dragon before it can attack. He chains the attack into Dark Blaze, covering himself in ominous flames, and declaring that the intimidation has gone far enough. Terrified by the display, Izzy immediately shrinks back down and apologizes to the crying goblin children. The goblins comfort Izzy and tell everyone not to fight. The dragon claims that Chloe is the strongest goblin it has ever met, but Akira is confused by the statement and wonders what kind of encounter could have created that impression. Izzy lays out the situation plainly. its strength is still returning and that the real problem is hunger. Although a dragon can survive for a very long time without food, the sensation becomes unbearable once its appetite finally returns. Akira offers Izzy food, and the dragon happily eats from his hand before thanking him. Once satisfied, Izzy abruptly asks whether Akira intends to become the next archfiend, catching him completely off guard. Izzy calmly repeats the question. Does Akira want to become the archfiend? The goblin mayor stares back in silence, realizing the dragon knows something about the role that no one else has explained. Akira asks why Izzy would choose him as a possible archfiend. The dragon explains that Prince Albert has been searching for the missing giant dragon, then proudly claims that among dragons, Izzy is important enough to influence who receives the title. Izzy compares the archfiend system to ancient empires where powerful lords selected the next ruler, rather than relying on simple inheritance. In the same way, the archfiend is chosen through the approval of several supreme beings. When Akira asks how the selection works, Izzy says the majority rules among the trio responsible for choosing the next archfiend. The dragon appears to favor Akira already, leaving him confused about why he has attracted such attention. Izzy says Akira possesses an extraordinary number of skills, and mentions hearing rumors of a long-lived goblin with countless abilities. Akira insists that this does not make him an ordinary candidate for archfiend, but the dragon considers those very traits exceptional. Izzy affectionately licks the nearby goblins, and admits it has never been particularly selective about what it eats. Akira firmly says he does not intend to become the archfiend, at least not now, while Izzy remains more interested in the delicious skills around him. Akira offers Izzy some spare abilities, as long as the dragon promises not to harm anyone. The goblins begin preparing a feast to welcome their new guest, but Izzy's sudden excitement makes everyone brace for another burst of chaos. Masamune arrives to help with the feast, and Izzy immediately recognizes the goblin as an extraordinary cook. When asked whether her food could satisfy creatures from any world, Masamune quietly says she is fine, though Akira notices that something feels wrong. He has witnessed goblin deaths countless times, yet his instincts tell him this situation is different. Izzy studies Masamune and calls her a prodigy, suggesting that her unusual talent may be connected to the strain placed on her short goblin life. According to Izzy, goblins blessed with enormous talent can sometimes live even shorter lives than normal. Akira barely has time to process the warning before Masamune suddenly collapses in front of everyone. Akira rushes to Masamune and casts Great Heal, but the spell finds no wound or disease to repair. Realizing that even his strongest healing magic may be powerless against natural old age, he grips her hand in helpless fear. Masamune regains enough strength to tell Akira that she has created a new dish. Rather than allow the village to sink into panic, she asks everyone to enjoy the food together, turning the frightening moment into another shared meal. The goblins gather around the kitchen and carefully follow Masamune's instructions, filling and folding small dumplings by hand. Her latest invention is revealed as gyoza, another recipe destined to become part of the village's growing culinary legacy. Karen returns to the village carrying what she found during her hunt. She lays out the situation plainly. She brought it because goblins traditionally gather together for moments like this, then quietly asks whether she understood their custom correctly. The goblins praise Masamune's work, and Akira reminds everyone that his name will survive through the things he created. He also tells them to remember every goblin who helped build the village, while Karen admits that the celebration was partly her idea. A huge spread is prepared for Masamune's wake, turning the farewell into a lively village feast. As everyone gathers around the food, one small goblin suddenly raises a hand and produces a glowing sphere, drawing the attention of the adults nearby. A young goblin eagerly asks to see the mysterious power up close, but the older goblin beside him refuses and tells him to stay back. Before anyone can stop it, the light intensifies, and Karen stares in shock as the strange energy bursts across the gathering. The light reveals a unique skill carrying Masamune's name. In an instant, the power wraps around the young goblin, and a familiar figure appears. Overcome with emotion, the girl throws her arms around Masamune as the others call out to him in disbelief. The villagers can only stare as Masamune stands before them again, seemingly restored by the skill that bears his name. Karen is stunned by the impossible sight, while the goblin lying nearby slowly reaches out, as though confirming that this truly happened. The crowd surrounds the returned Masamune, but he looks more confused than anyone. When asked what happened, he admits that he does not understand it either. A child simply tells the adults to look, forcing everyone to confront the change directly. A violent surge of energy erupts around Masamune, and the girl clings to him while shouting his name. The transformation shocks everyone, leaving the village wondering what kind of power has awakened inside one of their own. The aftermath leaves Masamune standing in the middle of the gathering, with the villagers watching from every side. As the commotion settles, the horned girl looks at him uneasily and realizes that the strange new form may somehow be connected to her. She asks the goblin woman whether this is really Masamune. After a hesitant confirmation, she studies him more closely and admits that something about him has changed. The others remain gathered nearby, waiting for her to explain what she has sensed. Using skill search, she identifies the power as the unique skill Masamune. The name offers no immediate explanation, so she tells everyone that the safest way to understand it is to test what the skill can actually do. Masamune reaches toward the feast and asks permission to try the new ability. The moment his hand moves, the dishes are altered with astonishing speed and precision. Even he is surprised, while the others marvel at food that now looks perfectly prepared. The transformed Masamune joins the celebration, and the village quickly returns to its cheerful mood. While everyone laughs around the feast, the others begin questioning how a goblin who should have died could appear again in a new form. Chloe examines the young goblin and concludes that her life will continue far longer than normal. The little creature casually accepts the news, but the scale of the change shocks everyone. Her new lifespan may be dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary goblin. The explanation grows even stranger. Goblins normally mature and reproduce almost immediately, yet this one may now live for several weeks instead of only days. The goblin reacts with disbelief, while Chloe bluntly reminds her that this is completely outside the norm. She falls silent as a troubling realization forms. She has watched Akira's village overcome one impossible crisis after another, and she now suspects that the goblins have been absorbing far more from their surroundings than anyone noticed. According to she, goblins are creatures of pure potential. Their greatest strength is not a single fixed ability, but an instinctive capacity to change whenever their environment demands it, allowing each generation to adapt faster than the last. Chloe then points directly at Akira. Everything around the goblins keeps changing, but he alone remains a constant presence across their brief generations. That makes him the unchanging center around which the entire village's evolution is beginning to form. For the first time, the goblins have someone who survives long enough to guide generation after generation. Chloe realizes that Akira is no longer merely their mayor. His continued existence is becoming the foundation that shapes what the tribe will become. Each goblin is like condensed potential waiting to be directed. As Chloe studies Akira, she quietly wonders what ultimate form this endlessly adapting race will reach when every generation continues learning beneath the same master. In town, Akira is summoned by a composed elven woman. She addresses him formally as mayor and apologizes for calling him in, but her calm smile makes it clear that she has a serious matter she wants to discuss privately. The meeting immediately becomes awkward when the woman pulls Akira close and casually invades his personal space. He panics at the compromising position, but she treats the situation as completely harmless and continues speaking without the slightest embarrassment. She finally lets him sit down and asks for a moment of his time. Akira struggles to regain his composure, while the woman explains that her question concerns how the goblins are being managed and what will happen when their unusual growth continues. The woman promises to answer Akira's questions in return. She says there are 2 reasons for bringing him here, beginning with Chloe, whose strong opinions and growing attachment to the village have already started influencing the situation. The elven woman moves to her second reason and fixes Akira with an unsettling smile. She suggests that he has become far more important than he realizes, then hints at a certain man whose influence reaches beyond the village and into the empire itself. She begins explaining the forces surrounding the recent dragon incident. The Dark Sky Lord is not an isolated monster, but one member of a greater triad of powerful beings, each tied to a different demonic domain and capable of upsetting the balance of the region. The woman connects the danger to the Duke of Orleans and the political struggle around his succession. She admits that some of the details are only rumor, yet the possibility of noble factions using the dragon crisis for their own advantage cannot be ignored. Akira listens as she compares the situation to stories from his former world, where frightening rumors often grew around disasters people could not explain. When she mentions a dragon involved in the old conflict, he sharply asks whether she has actually seen it herself. She claims that a human once learned how to defeat the archfiend, though she presents it as little more than a surviving legend. Before Akira can press further, someone rushes into the settlement at night and calls urgently for the mayor. Akira finds the village busy with training and preparations. The goblins want to become stronger rather than depend entirely on him, and he orders everyone to keep improving, while also making sure the children and weaker villagers are not pushed beyond their limits. A young goblin wanders away from the group, prompting Karen to stop him and ask whether something is wrong. The boy hesitates under her worried gaze, while several villagers watch from nearby to see what has been troubling him. The child finally admits that nothing terrible happened. He simply enjoys spending time with his favorite mayor and everyone in the village. His innocent answer catches Akira off guard and reminds him how deeply the goblins have come to trust him. The boy proudly adds that the goblins have become strong too. Akira watches him leave with a smile, but the praise quickly turns into doubt as he wonders whether his presence is also responsible for the strange direction their evolution has taken. Looking over the thriving settlement, Akira begins blaming himself for the goblins' failure to develop longer lifespans. He fears that by protecting them from every danger, he may have prevented the pressure that would normally force their bodies to evolve. Chloe rejects that conclusion. She counters with a simple fact. The villagers are healthy, happy, and free from the constant suffering that once defined goblin life. To her, the community Akira created is not a failure but something extraordinary. Chloe tells Akira that he is already a better ruler than many she has known. Even so, he cannot stop wondering what kind of environment would encourage longer lives, and whether deliberately creating such pressure would betray everything he built. Chloe watches the village from above with a thoughtful expression, while a dark-haired visitor studies the settlement from the forest. The peaceful scene makes him uneasy, suggesting that Akira's rapidly growing community has begun attracting attention from outsiders. Akira turns his concern into action by expanding the village's food stores. Goblins enthusiastically fill barrel after barrel, and he praises their work as the stockpile grows large enough to support the community through future shortages. The preservation project begins with everyone gathering fruit and other ingredients. An elven woman joins the work while caring for a baby, and Akira encourages the group to get started before the harvested food spoils. The work area fills with trays, jars, spices, and prepared ingredients. Akira assigns the next stage to Hokusai, who confidently steps forward as the goblins begin sealing the food inside their newly built barrels. Team Hokusai reveals its specialty, preserving food through fermentation. The goblins carefully combine selected ingredients, seal the barrels, and use their skills to control the process instead of leaving everything to chance. The finished barrels are inspected one by one. When no harmful reactions appear, Akira is impressed by the results and invites the villagers to taste the first batch, turning the experiment into another excited gathering. Karen arrives and asks what Akira is planning. He introduces a special fruit meant to improve the preserved food, but her sharp questioning makes it clear that she wants to know the real purpose behind producing so much of it. Akira makes the reason clear. Humans discovered many preserved foods by accident over countless generations, from wine and cheese to pickled vegetables and fermented grains. He hopes the goblins can recreate that process far faster with their unusual skills. Akira admits that he cannot remove every regret from the goblins' short lives. Since he has failed to solve their lifespan problem, he wants to maximize the happiness, comfort, and memorable experiences they can enjoy while they are alive. Karen understands why the difference troubles him. A human life of several decades already feels painfully short when someone dies, yet goblins mature and disappear in only days. Akira refuses to accept that suffering as something unavoidable. A newborn goblin grows visibly while Akira talks, emphasizing how quickly time passes for the tribe. He admits that improved food may not directly extend their lives, but he still believes every small experiment could reveal a path forward. The new preservation system makes life easier for the young, the elderly, and anyone unable to hunt. Karen agrees that food which improves over time has real value, then offers to assist Akira with whatever part of the project needs help. While walking near the village, Akira suddenly stops and scans the forest. Karen asks what is wrong, but he first dismisses it as nothing, before admitting that he felt a powerful presence move through the trees beyond their sight. Akira sends shadow clones into the dense roots to investigate. The scouts move silently through the forest and discover a large horned beast hiding among the tangled ground, proving that the presence he sensed was not his imagination. The goblin scouts attack before the creature can reach the village. One launches a dark cutting technique while another raises a tower of frost, and the combined skills engulf the monster in a violent explosion of ice and energy. After the fight, Akira inspects the defeated beast and realizes its aggression bordered on pure bloodlust. The goblins say such creatures are usually hostile, but Akira remains uneasy because the encounter feels different from an ordinary animal attack. A young goblin proudly brings Akira a bowl of homemade paste and asks him to taste it. She lays out the situation plainly. The idea came from their preservation experiments, and he realizes she has created something similar to miso by fermenting the ingredients. The goblin describes how she experimented with beans, salt, and thyme after seeing the preserved fish barrels. Akira is impressed that she understood the principle so quickly, and recognizes that the village has discovered another food that improves as it ages. The girl explains that Masamune's cooking skill alone was not enough. The real ingredient was time, the one resource ordinary goblins rarely possess. Her discovery gives Akira new hope that longer projects may slowly change how the tribe thinks about life. A cheerful young woman slips away while two older women notice her departure. One calls after her, but the girl continues deeper into the woods, drawn by something she has apparently encountered there before. The girl rushes through the trees in frustration, shouting at an animal that refuses to die. She cannot understand why the stubborn creature keeps returning, and her anger reveals that this strange pursuit has already continued for some time. In a quiet clearing, the girl finally finds the small winged creature she has been chasing. Instead of attacking, she approaches carefully, and the frightened animal looks up at her as the hostility between them begins to fade. The girl gently lifts the little dragon and hugs it against her chest. The creature relaxes in her arms, and the two spend time together among the flowers, turning what began as a violent encounter into an unexpected friendship. Their bond grows quickly. The dragon carries the girl through the sky and plays with her across the cliffs, but the joyful montage ends with the creature lying motionless on the ground, hinting that their time together may already be running out. The small dragon finally dies beneath the trees. The girl kneels beside its body, gathers flowers in silence, and lays them over her friend. What began as a playful bond ends with her, learning how quickly every life around her can disappear. Time moves on, and the girl forms new bonds despite the pain. She walks through the flowers with another young companion, and later shares peaceful days with a horned woman, each memory showing her determination to keep reaching out to others. That determination brings the same grief again. Standing beneath a hood at another flower-covered funeral, the girl breaks down in tears, forced to mourn yet another person whose life ended long before her own. In a field filled with blossoms, the girl reflects on how beautiful things return even after death. Her companion notices her distant mood and tries to cheer her up, but the question of why lives vanish so quickly continues weighing on her. When the others ask what is wrong, the girl abruptly turns to a goblin and demands to know how long he will live. Her desperation startles everyone, because the question is no longer curiosity. It is fear that another friend will soon be taken from her. Akira connects her grief to Masamune's transformation. If one goblin evolved through a unique skill, then perhaps an octogenarian like him could also trigger a new change. The possibility offers hope, but it also makes him question what price such evolution would require. The young woman faces Akira and declares that she wants to live longer than anyone, even longer than him. Her words carry the weight of every funeral she has endured, turning her desire for longevity into a desperate promise, never to be left behind again. Overwhelmed by emotion, she rushes toward Akira and collapses into his arms. The sudden outburst leaves him stunned, and later he watches over her with growing concern as the strength behind her declaration gives way to exhaustion. The young woman insists that her pain is not Akira's problem, but the others refuse to abandon her. As she lies surrounded by flowers, two women quietly discuss her condition and the loneliness she has been hiding behind her stubborn behavior. Akira returns to town and is immediately smothered with affection by several women. Their teasing welcome leaves him flustered, but the lively commotion cuts through the grief that followed him out of the forest. At Count Simon's residence, Akira joins a relaxed gathering around a game table. Simon tries to keep the overly affectionate women under control, while Akira is drawn into their banter and learns that the Count treats these private meetings like family occasions. The conversation turns serious when Simon questions another man about his behavior. He reminds them that this is not the man's first reckless mistake, and demands to know why he chose to meet a certain woman today, forcing the embarrassed guest to face his actions. Akira remains surrounded by laughter and teasing at Simon's private gathering. The older men joke that he has already won the affection of several remarkable women, while Akira awkwardly tries to redirect the conversation and avoid becoming the night's entertainment. The host boasts about the establishment, promising refined service and a comfortable atmosphere for every guest. Akira is offered another drink, and the gathering grows louder as the nobles settle in to enjoy themselves without the formal restraints of court. Across the room, a dark-haired noble relaxes with a woman at his side and thanks the house for its hospitality. Akira watches carefully, realizing that the man's carefree behavior hides the influence of someone whose business and political connections matter greatly. One of the women leans close to the noble and whispers while he studies Akira from across the table. The atmosphere becomes more deliberate, and Akira senses that the friendly party is also testing how he behaves among powerful strangers. The tension breaks when the noble angrily challenges a remark about goblins. Akira refuses to be intimidated, and the man slams the table while the surrounding guests watch to see whether their verbal clash will turn into a real confrontation. Akira samples the liquor and admits that it is extremely strong. The noble decides that argument will not settle anything and proposes a drinking contest instead, confident that no small goblin could possibly match him glass for glass. The man laughs at the idea of a goblin drinking him under the table and orders the strongest alcohol available. Akira calmly accepts the challenge, while the women around them step back to watch the ridiculous contest begin. The two drink side by side as the table fills with emptied glasses. The noble keeps taunting Akira and promises to watch him lose, but Akira remains perfectly composed even as more liquor is poured without pause. By the 20th drink, the noble's confidence collapses along with his body. He slumps over the table, gasping and sweating, while Akira sits upright beside him without the slightest sign of drunkenness. Akira's secret is the skill boozer, which multiplies his alcohol tolerance many times over. Looking down at his defeated opponent, he dryly remarks that the man's bark was far more impressive than his actual ability to drink. The humiliated noble lurches back up and demands that Akira retract the insult, only to become sick moments later. Akira stays calm, recognizing that this was never about alcohol but a childish contest of pride between two stubborn men. After the contest, the gathering settles and Akira receives thanks for his cooperation. The others note that the noble did not truly lose because he was weak. Akira simply possessed an ability perfectly suited to the challenge and used it without hesitation. The guests laugh off the drinking contest, but Simon uses the aftermath to describe the defeated noble more seriously. Beneath his arrogance is a man shaped by rigid ideals, limited experience, and a stubborn loyalty that may eventually cause him trouble. The dark-haired noble quietly confirms Simon's warning. Then the older man reveals the true reason Akira was invited. Someone close to the royal family intends to place Akira on the throne of the next archfiend. Akira is stunned to learn that Prince Albert helped set the plan in motion. The old noble asks him to consider how long humanity has suffered whenever an archfiend rises, making it clear that the proposal is meant as a political solution to that cycle. He recounts the old pattern. An archfiend threatens humanity. A hero appears to defeat the monster, and the victory strengthens human unity. In his view, the history of heroes and archfiends has always been connected, with each side creating the other. The nobles explain that another powerful hero is already emerging. Rather than wait for an uncontrollable archfiend to appear, they want a known and manageable figure on the throne. Someone strong enough to satisfy the world's balance without seeking humanity's destruction. Akira realizes what they are suggesting. Install him as a controlled archfiend and use the title to prevent a worse monster from claiming it. The idea sounds absurd, but the nobles insist that the throne's symbolic power can shape both human and monster politics. The archfiend is traditionally regarded as the sovereign of all monsters. If Akira accepted that position, humanity would know exactly who held the authority instead of waiting for an unknown enemy to gather the monster races under a new banner. The plan is essentially to reshuffle the political deck before a true catastrophe appears. The nobles believe Akira's restraint, his village, and his lack of ambition make him the safest possible candidate, and they reveal that the prince reached the same conclusion. Akira remains skeptical, because he has barely met Prince Albert. The nobles admit that the prince moved quickly, but say he has already embraced the idea after studying Akira's actions and the unusual peace developing around the Goblin village. Akira asks what kind of man the prince really is. The horned noble laughs and says that, whatever Albert's flaws, choosing Akira makes sense. Akira has enormous power but no desire to conquer the world, exactly the contradiction their plan requires. The discussion shifts to the prince's personality. They describe a young man who hides careful calculations beneath dramatic gestures, and who has quietly involved himself in the archfiend problem, long before Akira learned that such a plan existed. Albert believes placing Akira on the throne would ultimately serve humanity's interests. While the noble factions compete and weaken one another, a peaceful archfiend could stabilize the monster races and make life easier for ordinary people on both sides. Akira asks why Simon chose to bring such a dangerous proposal directly to him. Simon laughs and says Akira already proved that intimidation will not work, then reminds him that their previous encounters taught both sides the value of speaking honestly. Simon describes Prince Albert as remarkably capable despite his youth. The prince has made mistakes, but he learns quickly, gathers skilled people around him, and refuses to let a single failure define his future. Akira listens, still unsure where the praise is leading. Akira questions why Albert is so determined to force the archfiend role onto him. Simon makes the reason clear. The prince has watched Akira openly gather armed monsters without attacking humanity, making him the rare candidate who could hold the title without becoming an enemy. Albert's plan is to make Akira the archfiend before another monster claims the position. Simon admits that the prince's greatest weakness is his belief that every crisis can be solved if he chooses the right person and arranges the pieces perfectly. The nobles argue over how far Albert should be allowed to go. Some support the plan as practical politics, while others fear that turning Akira into a symbol for both humans and monsters will create obligations no one can control. Akira cuts through the debate with a simpler question. What would happen if he entered human society as a noble instead? The possibility changes the discussion, because legal authority might protect the goblins without requiring him to become the archfiend. The next morning, Akira leaves Simon's estate with the Count walking beside him. Their earlier tension has softened into mutual respect, and Simon remarks that Akira seems more capable every time they meet. The women at the estate crowd around Akira and urge him to visit again. He politely promises to return, while the dark-haired hostess watches from behind them and appears far more interested in him than she openly admits. Before Akira departs, the hostess personally asks him to come back and offers a final piece of advice. Her words leave him flustered, and as he heads toward the village, he reflects that he has somehow become a valued repeat guest. Back near the forest, Karen stands guard and notices that something is wrong. She scans the trees, realizes one of the expected goblins is missing, and prepares to investigate before the absence can become a larger problem. Akira returns and meets Karen, who asks whether his discussion with the Count produced anything useful. He thanks her for handling the village in his absence, then asks what she knows about how humans acquire noble status. Karen explains the structure of human nobility and how titles changed as kingdoms rose and fell. Akira begins considering whether becoming a recognized lord over the goblin forest could give the village legal protection without placing him on the archfiend's throne. Akira asks Karen for the safest way to avoid being trapped by the archfiend proposal. She admits that no dramatic shortcut comes to mind, but the discussion helps him realize that human bureaucracy may offer a more practical escape than direct refusal. Karen lays out the situation plainly. Advancement within human society normally happens one rank at a time. A sudden lucky promotion is unlikely, yet a carefully arranged title could place Akira inside the legal hierarchy and give the village protection without making him a royal-level threat. Akira remembers the terrifying image of a true archfiend and quietly admits that he has no desire to become such a major player. Prince Albert, however, wants to bring powerful factions under rules and restrictions before they can endanger the empire. Walking through the village, Akira considers whether the mere existence of an unusually powerful goblin community could accidentally create the next archfiend. He asks Karen what she thinks of his alternative plan, hoping noble status can prevent that outcome. Karen says the simplest route would be to make Akira a low-ranking baron. The title itself is manageable, but he would need land, recognized military assets, and enough visible strength for human nobles to accept his authority. Akira turns to Hanzo's team and asks whether they can serve as part of those military assets. The young goblins eagerly agree, insisting that their squads are already capable of protecting the village and supporting their mayor. Akira clarifies that he is not asking them to risk their lives merely for appearances. He only needs a force strong enough to satisfy the legal requirements. While the goblins proudly argue that helping their mayor is exactly what their training is for, the group lists the kinds of forces human nobles normally command: soldiers, mounted units, and trained beasts. When Akira wonders what could make his own force look legitimate, someone casually suggests using dragons. The idea of dragon cavalry leaves Akira speechless. Chloe lays out the situation plainly. They would not need the strongest dragon in existence. Even one of the lower-ranked creatures could provide overwhelming prestige and make the village's military power impossible to dismiss. Chloe mentions the dark sky dragon and its retainers as possible allies. Akira worries about controlling such creatures, but she points out that dragons have immense lifespans and can wait decades for a plan to mature without considering it a burden. Akira decides that accepting limited help could be a useful investment in the village's future. Chloe agrees, noting that keeping several options available is wiser than committing everything to a single political route. Before the discussion can continue, The sky twists into a massive vortex. A dragon descends through the swirling clouds, and everyone below freezes in alarm as the creature's sudden arrival turns their theoretical plan into an immediate reality. A violent vortex erupts and throws the entire situation into crisis. Karen recognizes the power behind it and fears Albert's plan has attracted forces far beyond the village, leaving Akira no easy way out of the political game. Several dragons descend together in a breathtaking display, filling the clearing with wings, claws, and overwhelming pressure. Instead of panicking, Akira stares upward in amazement as the creatures present themselves before the goblin village. The dragons behave more like disciplined partners than wild monsters. Akira asks whether they have all been trained, while the goblins excitedly compare them to enormous dogs and begin wondering who will be brave enough to climb onto one first. Two dragons lower their backs and silently offer themselves as mounts. Akira decides to test the idea immediately, and Hanzo steps forward despite the intimidating size of the creatures, determined to prove that the village can field dragon riders. Hanzo climbs onto the dragon and secures his position. The creature launches forward at once, carrying the young goblin across the clearing as the others shout encouragement and watch their first mounted trial begin. Karen is impressed that Hanzo can ride without a saddle or reins. Akira explains that he created a goblin lineage specializing in the skill mount, and the dragon's smooth response proves that the inherited training is already producing results. Akira decides that simple riding is not enough and turns the exercise into combat training. He enters the field, releases a powerful attack, and challenges Hanzo and the dragon to show whether they can fight as a coordinated unit. He drives the dragon straight into battle. The mount charges through Akira's attack while the goblin strikes from above, forcing Akira to defend himself against the speed and power of an enemy moving in 3 dimensions. The duel intensifies as Hanzo uses the dragon's mobility to keep Akira under pressure. Karen notes that Akira may actually be at a disadvantage because Hanzo has trained for this role far longer than anyone expected. Hanzo reveals another surprise by activating alchemy in the middle of the fight, and the technique erupts around Akira, and the mayor barely avoids the sudden combination of mounted combat and crafted magic. Akira regains the upper hand, but he does not end the match immediately. Karen realizes that the mayor is testing his apprentice's limits, forcing Hanzo to reveal every skill and decision he would use in a real battle. When the training ends, Akira praises Hanzo's performance. He proposes developing a true dragon cavalry unit, with formal training for riders and mounts, while Karen points out that Hanzo's experience could become the foundation for the entire force. Karen praises Hanzo for riding, as well as any trained cavalryman she knows. The goblins celebrate, but Akira notices something deeper in the bond between rider and dragon, as though the creatures are beginning to share instincts and memories with their partners. A dark-haired visitor suddenly appears in the training ground, and Akira shouts Albert's name in surprise. Albert calmly asks what he can do for him, then notes that Akira has avoided making an enemy of the dark sky dragon. Training resumes from the beginning. The dragons and goblins take their positions again, but Akira notices one creature behaving strangely and asks Izzy what is wrong. She insists that nothing is happening, though her uneasy expression suggests otherwise. Akira approaches a dragon with food and wonders whether the creatures ever bite their handlers. The beast growls as he offers the snack, and the other elders warn that dragons accustomed to battle can react violently, even during ordinary feeding. The dragon suddenly erupts with power and changes form. Flames and dark energy coil around its body as it grows more imposing, leaving Akira stunned by a transformation that was never part of the training exercise. The altered dragon rises into the air while everyone watches in disbelief. Akira turns to Izzy and demands to know what she did, realizing that the transformation began immediately after she interacted with the creature. Izzy avoids his gaze, but the dragon's new presence makes the truth impossible to ignore. Akira feels as though he is standing between two predators, unsure whether the transformed beast now sees him as an ally, prey, or something in between. Izzy finally admits that she fed the dragon a skill, just as she once shared power with Akira. He is shocked that she can transfer abilities so casually, while she innocently asks whether doing so was somehow wrong. The dragon trembles under the newly acquired power. Akira realizes that Izzy can grant skills to other beings with a single flare of energy, an ability that could instantly change the balance of every monster force around the village. Akira demands a full explanation. The others reveal that ancient dragons can sometimes consume fragments of skills, but the process is rarely attempted because uncontrolled power can distort the recipient or trigger a dangerous transformation. The dragon survives the transfer and begins adjusting to its new ability. Its body remains stable, suggesting that consuming skills may be natural for its species. Even though the scale and speed of Izzy's gift are completely unprecedented, the goblins immediately test the result by launching an attack at the dragon. Instead of merely blocking it, the creature activates its new ability and devours the incoming power, leaving Akira amazed by how quickly the skill has become usable. Akira offers the dragon another glowing skill sphere and waits to see what will happen. The creature swallows it without hesitation. But for a moment nothing changes, leaving everyone uncertain whether the power was rejected or merely dormant. The answer arrives in a violent burst of lightning. Energy races across the dragon's body as its form changes again, and Akira realizes that the creature is not simply collecting abilities. It is evolving whenever compatible skills combine. Seeing the successful transformation, the other dragons crowd forward for their turn. Akira is overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, while Hanzo suspects the first dragon has already eaten enough and should be allowed to rest before receiving anything else. The transformed dragon remains closely attached to Hanzo, showing how accustomed it has become to its rider. Akira wonders whether feeding it another skill would produce any further change, then asks if the same kind of evolution occurs among goblins. The others explain that compatible abilities can fuse into stronger versions. Lesser skills may combine into an advanced technique, and inherited goblin abilities can follow the same path when generations repeatedly refine the same talent. To test the theory, Akira creates another glowing sphere and offers it to the dragon. The creature snaps it from his hand, and everyone watches closely as the new power begins reacting with the lightning already inside its body. The fusion unleashes a colossal electrical discharge. Lightning tears through the clouds and spreads across the sky, its scale far exceeding the controlled test Akira intended, and revealing just how dangerous skill-fed dragons can become. The blast reaches the nearby settlement, sending residents scrambling for cover. A man pulls Echigoya back from danger as the dragon's shadow passes overhead, and the peaceful town is thrown into panic by the sudden attack. Dragons descend around the village while terrified residents look up from below. A frightened child calls for the mayor to save them, forcing Akira to confront the consequences of experimenting with powers he does not yet understand. During a calmer day in town, Akira walks beside a dark-haired man while a young girl thanks him for helping her. For once, ordinary conversation replaces the chaos that followed the dragons. The man gives the child new clothes and gently dismisses her gratitude. He says he enjoys helping the people living there, while the girl beams and promises that the garments will be treasured rather than taken for granted. The child innocently asks whether the man will soon have children of his own. His confident answer falters when the conversation turns toward marriage and family, leaving him embarrassed. As she continues asking questions he was not prepared to face. The dragons close in on the townspeople, forcing Canis to shield Echigoya and the child behind him. Since the creatures show no interest in conversation, he tells the others to stay back and prepares to hold the line alone. Canis draws his blade and attacks with astonishing speed. His sword cuts across the charging dragons in rapid succession, proving that the quiet man is far more dangerous than his ordinary appearance suggests. Even after the first assault, the danger is not over. Canis urges Paul to move quickly, but a shadowy enemy slips past his defense and strikes from behind, leaving the watching child horrified as the veteran fighter falls. The child tries to flee while the darkness closes around Canis. A huge mouth emerges from the brush, and the girl is knocked away in the chaos, tumbling across the ground as the monster prepares to finish its attack. Just as the creature lunges, an enormous dragon-like force erupts around the child and tears through the attacker. The seemingly helpless girl is suddenly powerful enough to frighten even the dragons surrounding her. Afterward, the girl proudly says she has become bigger and stronger. Akira examines her with search eye, but the result shows no ordinary skills at all, making the source of her transformation even more mysterious. Akira and Karen begin testing the girl's body and abilities. She complains about the strange exercises, while they try running, strength checks, and even ordinary routines to determine what triggers the dragon-like change. The experiments expand into organized village training. Akira introduces signals, flags, and coordinated movement so young goblins can respond during emergencies, turning the recent attack into a lesson for future defense. A warning suddenly activates inside Akira, alerting him to danger somewhere in the village. He recognizes the emergency signal at once and sprints toward the source before anyone else can be caught unprepared. Akira arrives to find dragons rampaging through the forest and immediately unleashes Darkblaze. As the attack tears into the creatures, he worries about Echigoya and the others who were trapped near the center of the assault. The surviving child assures Akira that she is safe but quickly points him toward Kainos. The swordsman lies motionless among the wreckage, and Akira rushes to his side while the others fear they arrive too late. He casts Great Heal and closes Kainos' wounds. The child explains that he protected her until the end, but his recovery remains unusually slow, making Akira suspect that the attack caused more than simple physical exhaustion. Kainos struggles to remain conscious while the others try to move him to safety. A fresh attack tears through the area, and the frightened child calls for Chloe as another dark creature emerges from the chaos. The villagers regroup near several dome-shaped shelters, while enemies remain scattered across the clearing. One young fighter insists that he is fine, and says they can rebuild the barriers after the battle, refusing to abandon the defense while others are still in danger. Kainos forces himself back into combat and crashes into the shadowy monster at close range. The creature's jaws snap beside him, but he continues cutting through its attacks despite the damage already slowing his movements. The enemy acknowledges Kainos as the strongest goblin it has ever faced, only to strike him down again. Nearby fighters stare in horror as the swordsman collapses, proving that courage alone may not be enough against this opponent. When the fighting finally quiets, a cloaked figure searches the battlefield and asks where Izzy has gone. A child discovers Hanzo lying on the ground and calls his name, uncertain whether the young rider is still alive. Hanzo survives and is reunited with the villagers. A horned woman thanks him for his effort, while the young goblins gather around their injured companion and celebrate the fact that he returned from the battle. The horned woman laughs proudly about her own role in the rescue. The others explain that Kainos also survived because Akira reached him in time, and the relieved child realizes that the person who protected her will recover. As the group prepares to leave, one child asks for another chance to serve a respected knight. The request stirs an old memory in the horned woman, recalling a time when a princess and her followers made a similar promise. The memory unfolds through quiet images of a woman traveling with a child across open land. They rest together, cross rocky country, and eventually arrive at a small shelter hidden beneath the trees. Their journey leads to ancient ruins swallowed by the forest. The woman explores the crumbling structure with the child beside her, then smiles as if she has finally found the place she was searching for. Akira later reaches the ruins and is called over by the horned woman. He asks where she has been, while she excitedly hints that she discovered something connected to the person they were trying to find. A child says she has something to show Akira and leads him to a lonely monument marked by a sword. The horned woman falls silent before the grave, revealing that their search ended not with a reunion but with proof of someone's death. The horned woman reminds Akira that even 3 days can feel like a long absence to a goblin. Returning to the battlefield, she searches among the shelters and suddenly spots Hanzo, fearing she may already be too late. A flashback reveals how the attack unfolded. Chloe shouted a warning as a blast tore through the group, forcing the young fighters to dodge, while one of them was struck and thrown across the ground. The injured child insists that he is still in one piece and can continue fighting. The horned woman accepts his determination, declares that there is work to finish, and charges with the goblins at her side. Hanzo activates an ultimate version of his inherited skill. Power gathers around the young goblin as he faces the towering cloaked enemy, turning the frightened child from moments earlier into the center of the counterattack. Hanzo invokes Shadow Clone, and identical fighters fan out across the field. While the copies keep the enemy occupied, the real goblins prepare their next move behind the chaos. The goblin clones rush forward together and swarm the cloaked figure from every direction. Their small size becomes an advantage as they slip beneath the enemy's reach and attack in a tightly coordinated wave. The enemy lashes out with dark tendrils and scatters several clones. Hanzo watches the shadowy body reform and realizes that the first assault may not have caused any lasting damage. The cloaked creature appears to cheat death by dividing into smaller dark forms. Hanzo and the others keep attacking, but each strike creates new moving targets instead of exposing a clear weakness. With the swarm closing in, the horned woman throws Hanzo a weapon and orders him to use it. He catches it in midair while the black creatures pursue, gaining one final chance to break through the enemy's defense. Hanzo looks down at the unfamiliar blade in surprise. The horned woman calls it a weapon granted by a princess to her sworn knight, and the young goblin immediately raises it against the cloaked monster. The blade finally cuts through the disguise. The enemy's body twists into a monstrous feminine form, and she glares at the goblins in disbelief that creatures she considered insignificant managed to wound her. The transformed enemy stands openly before the village, her hidden tail and inhuman features fully revealed. Hanzo recognizes that the attack forced her true form into the open. but the new appearance also proves the real battle has only begun. Hanzo and the other young goblins prepare a combined alchemy technique. They call for the dragons to support them, determined to turn the battlefield itself into a weapon against the transformed enemy. The children shout a warning and release the prepared attack. A wave of force rushes across the clearing, carrying their improvised weapons and magic straight toward the demon before she can reposition. The assault connects and drives the enemy backward. The goblins celebrate their aim, but one immediately warns her to leave the village, making it clear that the attack was meant as a final chance to retreat. The demon recovers almost instantly and sweeps the children aside. Laughing that they nearly surprised her, she raises her power again. Their strongest coordinated strike was still not enough. Hanzo refuses to surrender and activates his ultimate skill once more. New bodies and attacks appear around the demon, forcing her to turn in every direction while she tries to locate the real boy among the copies. The goblins seize the opening and launch what they believe will be the finishing blow. For a heartbeat, the battlefield falls silent, and the children stare at the impact point, wondering whether they finally succeeded. The demon emerges alive and begins regenerating. Amused by their effort, she offers to spare their lives as a reward, treating the desperate battle as little more than entertainment. She praises the strange power the goblins displayed and becomes fascinated by Hanzo's abilities. Looking around the clearing, she asks where the boy has gone, realizing that he disappeared during the confusion. Before she can search, the horned woman lunges into close range. Their bodies collide in a brutal exchange. The rescuer tries to hold the demon in place long enough for the children to escape. The horned woman refuses to release her opponent despite the danger. She orders Chloe and the others to flee, promising to slow the demon even if doing so costs her own life. Chloe rejects the sacrifice and insists they should fight together. She argues that a coordinated strike can still deliver a true death blow, but the demon's reaction suggests that killing her will not be so simple. A skeletal figure suddenly catches up and declares that their time has run out. He mocks the failed escape and threatens to eliminate the boy and his companions, returning the battle to its most dangerous point. The cloaked young fighter finally decides that enough is enough and unleashes Dark Blaze. The spell twists into a massive black vortex, swallowing the ground between the skeletal attacker and the trapped villagers. Another spell follows immediately as Frost Tower erupts around the enemy. Ice and darkness collide in a violent explosion, giving the horned woman just enough time to pull the children away from the center of the blast. When the smoke clears, the transformed demon confronts Akira and demands to know who he is. The goblins call their mayor's name with relief, while one small dragon stares at him with an unexpectedly familiar expression. Akira stands face to face with the demon woman. The villagers retreat behind him, leaving the mayor to judge the power of an enemy who survived every attack thrown at her. Akira activates Search Eye and discovers that the woman possesses the unique skill Genesis. Recognizing another overwhelmingly powerful ability, he gives her one final chance to leave the village before he treats her as an enemy. The demon mocks Akira for acting boldly despite being a goblin. He answers that asking politely was only the first step, then signals the young fighters to begin enforcing his order with Shadow Clone. Dark Blaze erupts around the demon from several angles at once. She meets the flames head-on and calls Akira cheeky, but the relentless pressure finally forces her to stop treating the battle like a game. He follows with alchemy, materializing a new attack while the flames keep her occupied. The demon realizes that Akira is combining unrelated skills in rapid succession and angrily calls his tactics far too insolent. The goblin clones swarm the demon and repeatedly condense their power into smaller, faster attacks. She strikes several down, but every movement creates another opening for Akira to prepare a more dangerous technique. The demon finally loses patience and wipes out the clones in a sweeping counterattack. She calls the small fighters impertinent, yet her fury proves that their speed and persistence have begun disrupting her control of the battle. Akira spots the opening created by her attack and rushes in from behind. The demon senses him at the last instant, turning one eye toward the approaching strike as he closes the distance. The demon says Akira is an even greater nuisance than someone she fought before. Her remark catches his attention, and he presses her about the previous opponent, suspecting that her past may be connected to people already known in the village. A small dragon looks toward Akira and unexpectedly calls him Mommy. He demands to know who it is speaking to, then sends a clone into the forest to search for the missing enemy while the creature avoids giving a clear answer. The dragon laughs and calls Akira clever, but he refuses to let the subject change. When he spots Izzy nearby, a dark clone emerges and grabs the little creature before she can hide again. The demon woman accuses Akira of hiding behind tricks and borrowed bodies. She suddenly closes the distance and smashes him through a wooden structure, sending him crashing into the wreckage while the goblins cry out. Akira and the dragon lie in the crater left by the impact. As they struggle to rise, the demon looks down with contempt and calls their effort pathetic, convinced that the fight is already over. A memory of village celebrations flashes across the scene, food, laughter, and a toast to every Hanzo who served before. The joyful image contrasts sharply with the battlefield and reminds Akira what he is fighting to protect. The demon dismisses sadness and grief as meaningless weaknesses. She claims that surrendering to emotion only brings life to an end, while Akira watches the frightened villagers and rejects her cold view of their short existence. Akira argues that goblins eat, drink, mourn, and celebrate precisely because their lives are brief. He then demands to know who the woman is, and what gives her the right to judge the way his people choose to live. The demon smiles at his defiance, and reveals that she followed Izzy to the village. Her interest is not in Akira's political plans or the goblins themselves, but in the trail left by the mysterious power Izzy carries. Akira asks why she is targeting Izzy and what the girl has done. The woman refuses to explain fully, saying only that Izzy possesses something extraordinary and has hidden far more than she ever admitted. Another clash erupts before the conversation can continue. Akira braces himself and checks whether Izzy will be safe, while the small dragon and the villagers struggle to hold the enemy back. Akira orders the others to protect the injured girl, while he keeps the demon occupied. When he asks her name, she mocks him for trying to learn about an enemy in the middle of battle. The woman finally introduces herself as Genesis. Akira immediately questions whether that is her real name, or simply the title of her unique skill, and she laughs that a goblin who can read skills should have figured it out sooner. Genesis finally explains her unique skill. Whenever she dies, the ability activates and recreates her as something new, allowing each life to begin with a different form while carrying forward what the previous existence learned. Across countless deaths, Genesis claims to have produced entire landscapes, species, and living systems. Akira realizes that the woman standing before him is less an ordinary monster than a wandering creator whose rebirths have shaped the world itself. Akira compares her story to creation gods from Japanese mythology. Genesis accepts the comparison but calls herself closer to an angel, implying that an even greater being may exist above her and may have granted the original power. Each new body grows from the experience accumulated in earlier lives, so Genesis never returns exactly the same. Akira begins connecting this cycle to Izzy and asks why someone with such power chose to involve herself with the village. Genesis reveals that she once asked her own son to become the Archfiend. The event happened centuries ago, and the name she mentions is familiar enough to make Akira realize that her family has already influenced recorded history. Her son fought a powerful enemy and a group of dragons for nearly half a year before suffering defeat. Akira is shocked by the scale of the conflict, while Genesis speaks of it as an old family tragedy that never truly ended. Akira challenges her over the destruction caused by that war. Genesis insists that she holds no special grudge against goblins and admits that her disappearance afterward left everyone misunderstanding why the conflict began. She accepts that much of the fault was hers. She says she never wanted a formal apology, but believes saving her son might have changed everything, revealing that her attack on the village was driven by a distorted attempt to protect family. Akira offers a condition for ending the battle. Genesis must promise never to harm anyone under his protection. She agrees, recognizing that he will not negotiate further unless the safety of every goblin is guaranteed. Genesis remembers an old warning about life growing beyond its natural limits. Creatures that cross too many boundaries may spread misfortune around them, and she wonders whether Akira's rapidly evolving village is approaching that dangerous point. Akira asks what the warning is supposed to mean. Genesis makes the reason clear. Many races have recently stretched their abilities beyond normal limits, and those who overreach too quickly are often destined to collapse before they understand the cost. Akira refuses to see the goblins as lesser beings, but Genesis hints that even the title of Goblin King may soon be too small for him. Her words suggest that his growing influence is already pushing him toward a position far greater than mayor. Karen notices that Akira's eye is bothering him. He admits that repeated use of Search Eye has pushed the skill toward a higher level, leaving him excited by the improvement but physically strained by the process. Karen lays out the situation plainly. Some abilities are easier to understand once they evolve. Akira reveals that he left a shadow clone behind as insurance, and the duplicate appears wearing his mayoral gear, ready to continue village duties in his place. Akira checks on Hanzo's training and asks how the new riders are progressing. After months of practice, the young goblin reports steady improvement, though Akira still checks whether the constant drills are exhausting him. Another young goblin joins the evaluation and admits that he has not inspected many skills yet. Akira encourages him to keep trying, using Search Eye to examine how the newest generation is developing around Hanzo's training system. The result reveals an evolved, unique skill connected to Hanzo. It can preserve and call upon the experience of earlier Hanzos, allowing the current bearer to bring the strength of many generations back into battle. The goblins celebrate the discovery and proudly compare their progress. Akira is relieved that the inheritance system is producing healthy, capable fighters instead of merely repeating the same short lives without growth. Still, Akira examines the children using Shadow Clone and Full Body together. Search Eye detects something unusual in the combination, suggesting that their repeated group training is creating abilities none of the separate lineages possessed before. Karen becomes part of the test and is identified as one of the figures tied to the evolved shadows. Akira realizes that her long-term involvement with the goblins has also been recorded inside their inherited skills, making her influence part of the lineage. With the training complete, Akira prepares to leave the village again. A horned woman asks where he is going, and he gives final instructions for repairs and security before heading back toward human territory. Akira arrives at a grand estate and meets a cheerful woman who immediately notices his improved mood. He explains that he recently encountered someone he never expected to see again, making the visit feel less burdensome than usual. Simon joins the meeting while the woman jokes that he has too much free time. The Count reveals that he has been drafting official documents for Akira's political future and asks whether the Goblin Mayor is ready to review them. He studies a detailed chart explaining noble ranks, regional authority, and military requirements. Simon has already prepared a proposed title and territory covering the forest, turning Akira's idea of legal protection into a concrete plan. Simon admits that he expected Akira to enter the noble system from their first serious meeting. While Akira studies the proposed decree, the Count explains that official recognition will make the Goblin Mayor a baron and place the forest under his legal authority. The administrative work is already far advanced. Simon has reviewed the territory, prepared the records, and gathered people familiar with the process, telling Akira that an unusual man like him requires an equally unusual route into human society. Akira reads through the obligations attached to the title, including inheritance, military service, and restrictions inherited from older imperial law. Simon assures him that several outdated customs can be avoided, but the legal structure still carries centuries of baggage. He explains how his own family rank and royal blood give him enough influence to sponsor the appointment. Akira asks whether a newly created baron can really receive this much protection, and the Count confirms that the arrangement is designed specifically for him. Akira quietly tests the sound of his future name, Baron Akira. In the human city, documents and officials are already moving, and the title feels uncomfortably real before he has even accepted it. News of the appointment reaches hostile nobles. One man angrily asks whether the old Count has truly made a goblin into a baron, then begins assembling supporters who would rather decorate their gates with goblin heads than accept Akira as an equal. At the village, Genesis joins a communal meal and is amazed by flavors she has never experienced. The goblins proudly serve dish after dish, turning the tense outsider into an enthusiastic guest through simple hospitality. Genesis studies the seasonings with intense curiosity. She asks about the condiments, compares textures and aromas, and discovers that the goblins have developed several fermented sauces through their recent preservation experiments. After tasting the ordinary red sauce, Genesis decides it is too simple and begins mixing ingredients herself. She adjusts the balance by instinct, then presents a new sauce that combines the strongest qualities of the village's recipes. Everyone samples the result and immediately declares it delicious. Genesis proudly calls her sauce the clear winner, while Akira is relieved that she has found a peaceful way to direct her overwhelming creativity. A goblin cook completes another dish and surprises Genesis with his speed. When she asks how he learned the method, he reveals that he recorded the process through illustrated instructions, so later generations could reproduce it. Genesis examines the illustrated booklet, while Chloe asks what such a thing should be called. Akira compares it to manga from Japan, a story or guide told through pictures and words, and realizes the goblins have independently invented a similar format. Genesis becomes completely absorbed in the illustrated stories, reading them aloud while goblins crowd around the table. What began as a simple recipe guide quickly turns into village entertainment, and the children impatiently urge her to continue to the next part. Izzy reacts dramatically to the story, while a small dragon watches beside her. Akira realizes that the goblins are using shadow clones and copied pages to spread the same tale through the crowd, turning one handmade book into a shared performance. The discussion shifts from the clones to the real individuals behind them. Izzy insists that what matters is not a copied body but the person herself, while Genesis reassures the nervous child with an unexpectedly maternal smile. A dragon complains about being treated like a child, and tries to spread its wings proudly. Genesis and the others laugh at the display, while Akira begins feeling sorry for the creature caught in the middle of their teasing. Akira reflects on how far his second life has carried him. He went from an experienced human office worker to a reincarnated goblin, then from village mayor to a recognized baron responsible for an entire forest territory. Hanzo asks Akira about the future of goblin bodies, and whether their hands, wings, and lifespans can continue changing. Akira admits that human-like development may take many generations, but the village is already progressing faster than anyone expected. A young goblin presents Akira with a drink created through the village's fermentation experiments. He tastes the cloudy liquid and is amazed by the result, recognizing another successful invention born from giving goblins enough time to refine their work. Hanzo says he wants a longer life so he can remain beside the mayor. Akira thanks him sincerely, but the young fighter quickly returns to his usual confidence and declares that he is ready for whatever challenge comes next. At his estate, Simon receives new reports and curses the growing pile of political trouble. He mutters that his bond with Akira has dragged him into an increasingly complicated business, even though he has no intention of abandoning his brother-in-arms. Genesis helps in the village kitchen. She asks about a machine Masamune recently constructed and experiments with using it to process ingredients more efficiently. An elven woman offers to assist Genesis, who is surprised by the friendly approach. Their quiet cooperation shows that the former enemy is slowly becoming part of ordinary village life rather than remaining an outsider under guard. Far from the cheerful kitchen, a woman lies weak and unconscious beneath a simple shelter. Tears gather at the corner of her eye as fragmented memories surface, introducing another troubled figure whose fate is moving toward Akira's territory. Genesis watches a young goblin wandering through the plants and reflects on the race she helped create. Each rebirth produces a different body and personality, yet the same short lifespan keeps returning, making her wonder whether the flaw began with her original design. She admits that making goblins so short-lived may have been a mistake. As she speaks with the child and the women around her, Genesis notices that the village has already begun developing ideas and relationships that her original creatures were never given time to form. Genesis enters the kitchen and asks what everyone is cooking. A goblin proudly introduces a dish called curry, then adds another ingredient to the bubbling pot, leaving Genesis impressed by how quickly the village turns simple experiments into new traditions. The cooks discuss a goblin who repeatedly suffers from injuries and illness. Genesis studies the situation and considers whether the problem comes from inherited traits, a weak body, or an unusual reaction carried through the lineage. The peaceful routine ends when Akira receives a formal declaration of war. Karen lays out the situation plainly. Imperial forces and regional nobles are already moving, while the village begins preparing to keep neighboring settlements safe. The declaration comes from a count connected to a hostile duke. Karen confirms that the noble has openly begun hostilities, and Akira realizes that his new title has turned the goblin village into a legal target within human politics. Akira reviews the military obligations attached to his barony. The documents appear to require only a small number of soldiers, but the wording suggests that those troops may be sent into a much larger conflict with little protection. Karen points out that Simon never promised Akira's main forces would be used in ordinary noble wars. The requirement can be met with a special detachment, allowing the village to contribute without exposing every goblin to an unnecessary campaign. They settle on a small task unit of 5 selected fighters. Karen admits that the situation still looks dangerous, but believes a skilled group can satisfy the law and survive without draining the village's defenses. Akira worries about sending Karen and the others into hostile territory. She assures him that she can handle the assignment, and the chosen unit begins marching beneath the night sky while the village watches them leave. The human army gathers in formation and prepares to advance. Officers discuss the limited goblin support and dismiss the small detachment as insignificant, unaware that Akira's chosen fighters are far more capable than their numbers suggest. The invading soldiers enter the forest with cruel excitement, treating the killing of goblins like a game. At the command to charge, they surge forward through the trees, expecting an easy massacre rather than organized resistance. The invading soldiers cross into Akira's domain and are immediately confronted by a lone goblin. He orders them to halt and withdraw, but the commander mocks his size and demands that he repeat the warning as if it were a joke. The humans attack, only for the forest defense to activate around them. Their formation collapses in seconds, and the soldiers who expected an easy hunt are left scattered across the ground before they understand what struck them. Akira observes the aftermath from the trees while Genesis studies the defeated force. She dismisses the invaders as hopelessly unprepared, and Akira searches for anyone still capable of explaining who sent them. Akira walks through the silent battlefield and questions whether the attack was ever necessary. What disturbs him most is how easily noble orders turned ordinary soldiers into disposable enemies. Genesis looks over the fallen men and asks who they were. Akira says he intends to learn exactly that, then uses search eye and healing abilities to locate a survivor who can be questioned. An armored soldier regains consciousness and is stunned to see Akira standing over him. The goblin mayor restrains him before he can escape, creating the perfect opportunity to uncover the purpose behind the invasion. The prisoner identifies his force as soldiers serving Count Gignus. They were ordered to invade the goblin forest and create a diversion, drawing attention away from another target, while the Count's real operation moved elsewhere. The interrogation reveals that the soldiers were trapped in a conflict between powerful nobles. They were promised rewards and fed false information, while the true planners used their lives to weaken Simon's allies and test Akira's defenses. Genesis asks why Akira does not simply send a messenger to expose the scheme. He reminds them that words alone will not reach nobles determined to believe their own story, then turns his attention toward the Count's heavily guarded estate. Inside the mansion, armed retainers gather around an elderly noble, awaiting proof that the forest attack succeeded. The Count expects trophies from the expedition and appears completely confident that the goblins were slaughtered. The returning commander presents what he claims are the requested goblin heads. The old noble eagerly examines the dark objects, believing the brutal evidence will confirm his victory and strengthen his political position. The trophies crumble into ordinary stones. The Count demands an explanation, and the shaken soldiers admit that something went wrong in the forest, revealing that Akira's forces replaced the expected evidence and turned the noble's schemes against him. According to Akira, survival of the fittest forced the captured soldiers to obey his order and perceive ordinary stones as severed goblin heads. Genesis asks what he hopes to gain, and he says the deception will carry his influence directly into the enemy estate. The controlled troops remain outwardly normal, allowing them to pass as returning invaders rather than prisoners. Akira hopes the humiliation will make future soldiers think twice, then sends the group back while preparing the next stage of his plan. At the mansion, the Natol suspect that one goblin skill may be responsible for the strange report. They question the soldiers about hallucinations and failure, but the men remain silent with their heads lowered, still following Akira's hidden command. The false trophies are revealed as a pile of stones, and the Count explodes with rage. He demands to know why his order was ignored, but one armored soldier calmly tells him to leave, reversing the authority inside the room. The soldier drops the deception and declares that he heard the Count perfectly. The moment the noble realizes a goblin is involved, his own controlled warrior turns on him. Akira's command has already seized the estate's force. Akira appears, heals the wounded Count enough to keep him conscious, and demands an end to all invasions of the forest. Survival of the fittest activates again, binding the defeated noble to the command that he never threaten Akira's people. The Count is removed from power and apprehended inside his own grounds. Akira watches the operation unfold from a distance, while the furious noble protests that a goblin has no right to issue orders to him. He reviews the infiltration and the skills that made it possible. Shadow clones, illusions, and compelled soldiers allowed the village to seize control without a direct siege, and he cautiously marks the first phase as a success. News of the victory reaches a large gathering of villagers and allied troops. The crowd erupts in celebration, while one young goblin raises his arms and cheers at the sight of so many people supporting Akira's cause. A goblin scout reports to a human commander and reveals that Hanzo's special abilities can disguise fighters and infiltrate supply units. The plan is to use enemy wagons and uniforms to move deeper into hostile territory without raising suspicion. The disguised unit enters a military camp carrying official-looking orders. The soldiers hesitate when told that the Count has changed their assignments, but the familiar uniforms and confident delivery persuade them to accept the new instructions. The human troops openly discuss using goblins as expendable cannon fodder. Believing the plan came from their own superiors, they agree to follow the altered orders and march onward, unaware that Akira's agents are directing every step. Akira's dragon riders take to the sky above a massive human formation. The soldiers below finally notice the approaching shadows, but the goblin cavalry is already positioned to strike from beyond the reach of ordinary troops. The young goblins organize into teams and wait for the next command. Their reconnaissance unit reports the enemy's movement, and Hanzo confirms that his group will lead the opening maneuver. Hanzo's clone squad divides into numbered teams, each carrying the experience of earlier generations. Once the route is confirmed, the riders shout that they are diving in and drive their dragons toward the battlefield. The dragons plunge down the cliff face with goblin riders and clones clinging to their backs. Below them, the enemy army is packed tightly together, unable to adjust its formation before the aerial assault begins. The first wave crashes into the human troops. Dragons roar through the ranks while goblins leap from above, turning the supposedly minor support unit into a terrifying force that attacks from every direction. A barrage of light and projectiles follows the charge, cutting across the battlefield. Hanzo recognizes that the support fire arrived exactly when planned, proving that the reconnaissance signals and aerial timing are working together. Inside the command estate, Simon receives updates over a table covered with maps and records. His officers report that the goblin detachment succeeded, giving the count room to move the rest of his forces without exposing them. Simon explains how the noble military pact requires each territory to furnish troops. By placing Akira's highly mobile unit at the critical point, he can satisfy the law, delay the enemy, and buy time for allied armies to reorganize. The Count issues new orders and tells his officers to use Hanzo's position rather than waste soldiers in random attacks. He insists that the next movement must follow a real strategy, not the careless assumptions that began the war. Akira studies the complex structure behind noble mobilization. Titles, inherited obligations, border regions, and military quotas all overlap, showing how a private dispute can pull dozens of territories into the same conflict. The records reveal another young noble whose father granted him control of a border domain. His position places him directly in the path of the campaign, even though he may have inherited responsibilities far larger than his experience. Simon says they need a capable participant who understands the frontier. Akira identifies the Count of Officius and asks whether his territory lies along the coming battle line, realizing that the next alliance may depend on that man. Simon compares Akira's growing force to a chess piece, powerful enough to change the entire board. He warns that a large army brings money, weapons, and political consequences, while Akira questions whether providing troops will only pull the village deeper into human wars. The Count hands Akira a copy of The Art of War and tells him that military power is not enough without preparation. Terrain, supply routes, intelligence, and the enemy's habits must all be understood before choosing a battlefield. Reports arrive from the front, confirming that the conflict is spreading. Simon feels the weight of old alliances dragging him back into war, and decides he must personally bring several former allies into the operation. Akira says no one is better suited to reconnaissance than Hanzo, whose line has trained for exactly this work. Simon agrees, while reminding Akira that skilled scouts matter only if they follow orders and return with information. Hanzo's dragon unit flies high above the mountains and activates Farsight. From the air, the goblins identify cavalry at the front, infantry behind them, and archers positioned to support the main formation. Hanzo complains that scouting is boring compared with battle. His companions argue that learning how the enemy intends to fight is the fastest way to defeat them. But the young warrior still burns to attack immediately. Hanzo declares that he will fight anyone standing against the mayor. Yet the others remind him that rushing off nearly caused disaster before. He reluctantly accepts that the team must finish gathering intelligence first. The riders descend for a closer look and finally spot something unusual below. Hanzo signals the others to tighten formation as they approach the suspicious area hidden near the enemy's route. A massive armored figure suddenly turns toward the scouts. Its presence sends a shock through the air, and the forest below erupts as the hidden enemy reveals that it was waiting for someone to approach. Back at the village, Genesis hears that the patrol situation has taken a dangerous turn. She notes that the guards are already fully deployed, leaving Akira with little room to reinforce the scouts without weakening another area. Genesis warns that an enemy may already be hiding inside the village by changing its appearance. She brings up Izzy and insists that Akira consider every creature capable of disguising its true shape before making his next move. Genesis asks whether Akira truly has no intention of rising beyond his current station. She believes life forms under extreme pressure naturally push past their limits, this making a future as a king, or something even greater, hard to avoid. Genesis argues that Akira may already be seeking a better form of archfiend without admitting it. When he rejects the idea, she reveals that she was once a goblin too, proving that even the humblest race can evolve far beyond its origin. She adds that she also lived as a human during another rebirth. Genesis explains that abilities often grow in response to desire, experience, and the role someone repeatedly chooses, making Akira's constant leadership more important than his original species. Genesis compares long-lived beings with creatures forced to experience everything in a short span. Goblins think, love, and change with incredible speed, and Akira realizes that their compressed lives may be producing evolution no slower than that of ancient races. He wonders whether refusing greater power could become dangerous if the village continues depending on him. Before he can settle the thought, a young goblin rushes in shouting for the mayor and interrupts the discussion with an urgent warning. A report arrives from Hanzo's reconnaissance team. The scouts encountered an enemy force unlike the humans they expected, and the messenger struggles to explain while Akira demands a clear account of what happened. The truth is revealed. Goblins are fighting among the enemy ranks. Hanzo's team suffered injuries after being attacked by their own species, leaving Akira shocked that another faction can field organized goblin soldiers. Rows of unfamiliar goblins stand together beneath human supervision. Their emotionless faces and rigid formation suggest they have been trained or controlled to fight without hesitation against Akira's people. A noble stares from his estate window. He reflects that people always find a way to repeat history's worst mistakes, even when the consequences of earlier wars are still clearly recorded. Hanzo's dragon unit circles above the hostile army, while the riders confirm that the unfamiliar goblins are being controlled. The enemy commander watches their movements, waiting for the scouts to descend within reach. Realizing the danger, Hanzo orders an immediate retreat. He escapes on the dragon but strikes the ground in frustration afterward, furious that he was forced to leave without rescuing the goblins below. Hanzo's team reaches an allied camp and reports to the commander. The soldiers are relieved to see the scouts alive, but the information they bring confirms that the enemy has prepared a force specifically designed to counter Akira. A human captain arrives and asks to speak directly with Akira. Hanzo refuses to wait for formalities and demands to know where the mayor is needed, sensing that the controlled goblins are only one part of the approaching threat. The allied captain explains that a hidden controller is manipulating the enemy goblins from several hundred meters behind the formation. His orders are blunt: locate the source of the control and kill the person responsible before more goblins are forced into battle. Akira reviews records describing the goblins of Krilken Woods. The tribe has long avoided killing humans and follows its chieftain's commands, which means their sudden aggression is almost certainly the result of outside interference. Hanzo's unit faces a terrible decision. To save the controlled goblins, they may have to kill a human controller, crossing a moral boundary the village has tried to avoid since its founding. Akira refuses to waste time regretting choices that cannot be undone and asks for a workable plan. Hanzo reports the enemy's position while the team prepares to move before the controlled force reaches another settlement. Genesis describes the Krilken goblins as a cheerful and earnest tribe that normally obeys orders without harming people. She says the simplest solution is to eliminate the handler, because the goblins themselves are not willingly participating. Akira hesitates at the idea of killing the controller. Genesis argues that the enemy has already stolen the goblins' will to live freely, using power to keep their bodies moving while stripping away every choice that gives life meaning. Past incidents show how control magic can force peaceful goblins into violence and leave humans blaming the victims. If Akira does nothing, the manipulated tribe will be treated as monsters and destroyed by the very people they never wanted to attack. He accepts the necessity, but divides the mission. He asks Genesis to intercept approaching reinforcements while he pursues the controller, apologizing that he cannot bring her with him and thanking her for protecting the others. Akira combines float, dark blaze, and artillery into one long-range assault. The fused power launches him across the sky fast enough to reach the hidden controller before another command can be issued. The projectile streaks over the mountains like a guided missile. Akira searches the terrain below, comparing the enemy's range with the controller's likely position and narrowing the target area as he flies. High above the clouds, Akira activates Search Eye and finds the magical signal linking the controlled goblins. The trail points toward a solitary figure standing on a distant ridge. Akira spots the cloaked controller and attacks immediately. Dark projectiles rain toward the ridge, and the enemy looks up in shock as the supposedly distant goblin mayor arrives before there is time to escape. Akira crashes into the controller and immediately uses Great Heal to keep the man alive for questioning. After binding him with survival of the fittest, Akira says his first priority is stopping the controlled goblins before dealing with anyone else. The prisoner refuses to believe Akira can break the control. During the interrogation, he reveals that Count Gignus built the operation around deep hatred and carefully chosen victims, while Akira demands only the information needed to free the tribe. Akira discovers the cruelest part of the scheme. The controlled army includes children, adults, and elderly goblins. Gignus ensured that any counterattack would force Akira's side to harm the very people they wanted to rescue. The captive goblins stand in rigid formation. Some tremble and cry beneath the control, showing that their minds remain trapped inside bodies forced to obey the enemy's commands. Dark spheres hover above the formation and pulse with the controller's magic. The goblins' eyes remain empty as the energy moves between them, revealing the network that keeps the entire army obedient. Akira races across the battlefield and strikes the control system directly. The effort leaves him breathing hard, but he refuses to slow down while even one goblin remains bound to the enemy. His own villagers arrive behind him and cheer for their mayor. Their support gives Akira the confidence to continue while the rescue teams prepare to separate the controlled goblins from the human army. He asks Hanzo for a special favor. Learn enough about the enemy goblins to recognize their personalities and respond without frightening them. Hanzo understands that the rescued tribe may be terrified even after the control ends. Akira announces that once the battle is contained, every available fighter must focus on saving goblin lives. Hanzo agrees and begins passing the order through the teams before noticing another change in the enemy formation. The dragon units launch toward the front with no time to spare. Ordinary goblins live only 7 days, so even a brief delay could mean that many captives die naturally before Akira can return their freedom. Flying over the battlefield, Akira promises to save as many as possible. He studies the scattered groups below and worries that the oldest captives may have only hours remaining, turning the rescue into a race against their own biology. Akira reaches the controlled army and attacks the magical nodes rather than the goblins themselves. Fire and stone techniques tear through the devices, beginning a precise effort to destroy the network without harming the people trapped beneath it. Akira examines the controlled tribe and discovers that most possess only weak, basic skills. Even their strongest abilities feel below average, suggesting they were deliberately bred or selected to be disposable rather than allowed to develop naturally. Farsight reveals more captives scattered across the battlefield. Akira realizes that no one is waiting to welcome them home, and that many have spent their entire lives under control without memories of family or freedom. One goblin begins dying while the others gather for a quiet farewell. The controller's cruelty becomes clear. The captives were left conscious enough to understand death, ensuring that every loss would torment anyone trying to rescue them. Akira notices a strange orb carrying the enemy's influence and follows its signal back toward the controller. The man watches through the magical connection, unaware that the same link now exposes his position. Akira drives Darkblaze forward, only for the enemy to activate Mimic and copy every technique used against him. Their replicated powers collide across the battlefield, turning each revealed skill into another weapon. Akira must survive. Akira tests several approaches and realizes that ordinary tactics are not working. He begins thinking of the battle like a game system, searching for a passive weakness in the enemy's copied abilities, rather than simply adding more force. Returning to the captives, Akira kneels beside a dying goblin and holds her hand. With no cure remaining, he can only tell her to rest and promise that she no longer has to obey anyone. The dying goblin tries to speak but has almost nothing to remember. She was given barely enough awareness to move and follow commands, leaving her without a childhood, relationships, or even a true sense of self. Akira breaks down as he realizes she has no regrets only because she was never allowed to possess anything worth regretting. The goblin's body fades away, leaving him furious at a system that erased an entire life before it began. After the battlefield grows quiet, Genesis kneels alone in the empty field. The loss weighs heavily on her, especially because the short-lived race suffering before her was originally born from her own power. Officials receive reports that goblins have begun displaying unusual adaptations. The pattern cannot be explained by ordinary evolution, and the observers suspect that recent events are accelerating the species for an unknown reason. The village gathers around another meal. A plate of hamburger steak is served to Genesis, who reacts with delighted surprise as ordinary food once again pulls her back into peaceful community life. The village welcomes the rescued tribe with an enormous feast. Genesis is pleased to hear everyone enjoying themselves, while the cooks proudly describe hamburger steak as one of the finest meat dishes they have created. Genesis notices Masamune staring across the gathering and asks what is wrong. The rescued goblins stand uncertainly among the villagers, overwhelmed by a community where no one is ordering them to fight. Watching Akira move among the growing population, Genesis realizes how far he has risen. The former office worker is now responsible for multiple tribes, and she quietly admits that he has truly moved up in the world. A group of black-robed human soldiers arrives and surrounds the rescued goblins. Genesis steps forward, warning that mistreating people inside Akira's forest will not be tolerated, then reaches out before the confrontation can escalate. The soldiers attack without warning, releasing a blast through the clearing. Genesis and the villagers scatter as the assault tears across the ground, proving that the newcomers came to eliminate the rescued tribe rather than negotiate. Genesis retaliates with overwhelming force. A sweeping wave throws the attackers through the trees, and one soldier cries for help as the woman who seemed harmless reveals the power of a true creator-class monster. After the clash, Genesis turns back to the frightened goblins and asks whether anyone is hurt. The villagers gather around her, while Masamune looks on with renewed respect for the former enemy who just defended them. At a distant noble estate, an elderly lord receives troubling reports. He had expected the operation to proceed quietly, but the sudden failure and missing soldiers suggest that Akira's territory is far stronger than his agents predicted. The nobles discuss rumors that one of the great archfine-level powers is moving. They fear that the appearance of a goblin lord with organized troops may trigger a larger conflict, even if Akira has not personally killed anyone. Desperate for a specialist, the old lord asks whether a goblin slayer can be summoned. His retainers confirm that such a fighter is available, offering someone trained specifically to hunt Akira's species. The nobles conclude that the goblins have been altered by awakened or artificial power. Rather than treat them as people capable of negotiation, they decide to deploy the goblin slayer and laugh at the idea that monsters could resist a professional hunter. A line of armed fighters prepares to march. The lord orders them forward, and the soldiers assume the coming battle will be simple, unaware that Akira's goblins are nothing like the helpless creatures they hunted before. Standing among the freed goblins, Akira discovers that one of his abilities has evolved into a unique skill capable of recognizing and elevating goblin leaders. The result effectively places a crown on him, confirming that the tribes now see him as their king. Akira watches the remnants of the control network burn away. As the defeated magic dissolves around the fallen bodies, he studies his own hand and realizes that gaining a royal skill will bring responsibilities far beyond saving a single village. More enemy units remain scattered across the region. Reports indicate that hundreds of controlled goblins have been divided among separate patrols, forcing Akira to keep moving before the remaining groups are sacrificed. He concludes that the humans behind the operation are themselves acting under a more powerful authority. Rather than chase every small unit, he decides to strike the command structure hard enough to stop the entire campaign. Akira unleashes artillery, compressing his power into a blast that rips across the battlefield toward the enemy's rear position. Rather than striking the controlled goblins at the front, he targets the forces, directing them from behind. In the village, rescued goblins laugh, roll barrels, and play together. Their ordinary happiness shows how quickly people denied a childhood begin reclaiming one when given safety. Genesis speaks with a young companion who cheerfully calls her mommy. She admits that she is now living as a dragon-like being and reflects on how every rebirth changes the role she plays in the lives around her. Genesis makes the reason clear. Count Gignus wanted war and treated goblins as disposable pieces. Ironically, every rescued tribe now settles under Akira's protection, so the Count's campaign is strengthening the goblin population he hoped to erase. She compares the process to dragon broods, where many offspring are born but only a few survive to become powerful adults. Akira's village is changing that pattern by protecting every generation, instead of accepting enormous losses as natural. Akira flies toward another settlement and notices that it is much smaller than his own. The goblins below spot him descending and gather cautiously, unsure whether the newcomer is another enemy or the rescuer they heard about. The villagers ask whether Akira is their king. When he hesitates, they crowd around him and cheer that their king has finally arrived, accepting his authority before he can offer any formal explanation. Akira tells them that goblins remain goblins regardless of which village they came from. He promises food and safety, then asks anyone with useful combat skills to join him, turning the spontaneous welcome into his first real royal command. Akira finds many separate goblin groups scattered through the region. He orders each tribe to leave for Krilken Woods, promising food, protection, and a place where their abilities can support one another instead of remaining isolated. The tribes celebrate the king's command and begin moving together. Akira double-checks that the older leaders understood the destination, and they confirm that everyone will follow him toward the protected forest. Akira uses his new royal skill to organize the migration. He assigns guards, forms groups around shadow clone and support abilities, and makes sure even goblins not yet born will enter a safer system than the one their parents knew. By repeating the process across the territory, Akira gathers roughly 400 goblin groups. The growing procession heads toward Krilken Woods, turning scattered tribes into a population large enough to change the region. With the refugees moving, Akira turns toward Count Gignus's territory. He studies the central estate and decides that ending the threat requires attacking the nobles' command structure rather than waiting for another invasion. The goblins ask what their king wants them to do during the assault. Akira orders them not to kill humans, only defeat, disarm, and rob the enemy of resources, then promises a feast afterward, instantly winning their enthusiasm. Akira leads the charge into the human settlement. His skill opens a route through the defenses, and waves of goblins rush behind him before the guards can seal the streets. The goblins flood the town, capturing soldiers and collecting supplies while civilians run for shelter. Akira repeatedly tells the attackers to restrain themselves, keeping the raid focused on military targets rather than innocent residents. The defenders are overwhelmed with almost no serious injuries on either side. Even the church and public buildings remain largely intact, confirming that Akira's disciplined attack is far more controlled than the nobles expected. Akira studies the system behind his new authority. Every goblin who accepts him as king becomes connected to the royal skill, allowing their abilities and loyalties to form part of a single growing network. The sovereign skill shares victory with defeated goblins and allows survival of the fittest to bind them without unnecessary killing. Akira activates the power and commands the newly subdued fighters to follow him. As the goblin army moves through the crowded town, Akira orders the rear units to stay alert. The easy victory does not make him careless, and he expects the remaining noble forces to attack from behind. An enemy strike targets Akira, but one of the newly loyal goblins throws himself in front of it. The royal skill compels followers to protect their king, and Akira is horrified to see someone use his own body as a shield. Akira checks the wounded goblin and orders the others not to sacrifice themselves blindly. He reminds them that surviving enemies can be turned into allies, while dead followers cannot build the future he promised. Inside a noble compound, prisoners and servants are used as protection for the ruling family. Akira heals those who were harmed, then places a terrifying punishment on the guilty nobles, making sunlight itself feel like mortal danger whenever they try to leave. The cursed nobles retreat into the building and panic whenever light enters through the doors. Outside, the goblins watch the strange punishment take effect, and realize Akira has trapped the enemy without slaughtering them. Akira addresses the occupied city and declares that goblins will be treated as equal residents rather than monsters. As punishment for the attack, his forces will seize military supplies and treasure, but ordinary citizens will be left unharmed. Count Gignus discovers that his plans are collapsing. Streets, estates, and defensive posts stand strangely empty, and the old noble cannot understand how Akira dismantled his territory so quickly. A younger noble walks through the deserted district and reports that no one remains in the streets. Rumors spread of a sudden illness or curse, but the complete disappearance of public activity makes the situation feel unnatural. Markets and roads that once overflowed with people are silent. Officials wonder whether an epidemic emptied the town. Yet there are no bodies and no signs that the population fled in panic. An angry official confronts Gignus and demands answers. The count dismisses the questioning, but his loss of control becomes obvious as even his own subordinates begin challenging the decisions that brought disaster to the territory. Doctors report that the hidden residents are physically healthy. They cannot classify the condition as an illness, even though terrified patients refuse to leave their homes or enter sunlight. The count demands to know how such a ridiculous plague could exist. The physicians reveal the one detail shared by every patient. Each person claims to have been attacked or cursed by goblins. Outside the city, a vast goblin army assembles beneath Akira's command. Standing above the crowd, the new king prepares to reveal the next phase of his campaign while the enemy remains paralyzed by fear. Akira sits on a makeshift throne, while the gathered tribes recognize him as their sovereign. His evolved royal skill links the surrounding goblins together, turning the scattered army into a force that responds directly to the king's will. Enemy soldiers recover through healing magic and try to resume the fight. Akira's goblins counter immediately, and survival of the fittest begins converting defeated opponents into obedient followers instead of leaving them to attack again. Akira activates Fear the Sun across the battlefield. The hostile army panics beneath the daylight, and the reversal spreads through their ranks, breaking morale more effectively than a direct attack. The goblins celebrate another victory and cheer for their king. Akira notes that this was only one enemy group, but every battle is teaching the tribes how to coordinate, restrain human opponents, and use their skills without unnecessary deaths. One injured goblin laughs that the battle was fun, and thanks Akira before collapsing. The mayor tries to heal him, but the short-lived fighter dies peacefully, satisfied that his final day was spent protecting the new kingdom. The death triggers a change in Akira's royal skill. As he struggles with the loss, the other goblins gather around, offer food, and ask him to rest, while a new connection begins spreading beneath the sunlight. During the following feast, Search Eye reveals an evolved unique ability tied to the entire goblin population. The experiences and strength of those who die can now remain within the kingdom instead of disappearing with each generation. Akira realizes that gathering goblins together changed the meaning of their brief lives. When one generation falls, the next begins with shared knowledge, relationships, and skills, making the community itself more important than any single body. The network also allows goblins to support one another during injury. Healing and protective effects can travel through the connected group, reducing the chance that a single attack will immediately end another short life. The dying goblin's final thought was that his whole life had been full of fun. The new skill preserves that happiness, and can distribute protection against wounds, though even such power cannot completely defeat natural old age. Count Gignus's decision to push the goblins to the edge has produced the opposite of what he intended. Akira now stands before an army whose memories and power survive across generations, creating something close to an immortal goblin kingdom. Human nobles begin fearing the new sovereign and spread warnings through their territories. Yet, ordinary communities increasingly accept Akira's people, and every failed attempt to destroy them only strengthens the kingdom's unity. Fear spreads through the human settlement, as residents realize the goblin kingdom can appear almost overnight. Akira and Genesis watch the panic from the edge of town, disturbed by how quickly rumors turn organized refugees into a nightmare in human eyes. Another town is struck by fire and unrest. Noble officials gather around maps, trying to understand how several communities collapsed at once while the goblin conflict consumed their attention. Local leaders reveal that crops have failed and seed reserves are running out. The villages need food replanted immediately, but the approaching season leaves almost no time to recover before widespread hunger begins. The officials blame Count Gignus and his reckless campaign for draining supplies and labor. Some argue that the goblins should simply be left alone, since attacking them has brought only retaliation and deeper instability. The crisis exposes how dependent ordinary farmers were on stable systems rather than combat skills. Once roads, storage, and seasonal labor broke down, even productive land became useless and entire families were pushed toward starvation. Desperate people turn to banditry as fields burn and supplies vanish. An older noble returns to the council and realizes that the war created the very disorder his territory was supposed to prevent. Representatives from rival communities agree that no village can survive alone. A message arrives from the Western mayor, and the leaders decide that if they act, they must share food, labor, and responsibility together. The nobles form an uneasy coalition while Akira's goblins eat and celebrate together. Even as isolated human territories begin falling apart, the communal life of the goblin kingdom remains steady. A dark-haired observer watches the goblin settlement from the forest. He sees Akira casually arranging help for others and realizes that the village's greatest strength is not raw power, but an environment where cooperation becomes effortless. The observer concludes that Akira's new royal skill has made the goblins nearly indispensable. Every rescued tribe adds labor, knowledge, and protection, leaving human opponents with little hope of stopping the kingdom through ordinary force. The black-haired hostess laughs when she hears that officials only recently noticed the kingdom forming. She counters with a simple fact. Akira has been building it for years, while Gignus's attacks merely accelerated a process already underway. He sits on his portable throne and surveys another settlement filled with new followers. The number of goblins recognizing him has multiplied dramatically since his last visit, making the scale of his kingship impossible to ignore. Akira enters the suspiciously quiet town and learns that the residents are hiding inside their homes. Using clairvoyance, he locates frightened families who fear both the occupying nobles and the approaching goblin army. The goblins move through the settlement, while citizens begin a small uprising of their own. Akira realizes the place was already near collapse, and his arrival merely gave the oppressed residents enough confidence to resist. Count Gignus finally sees Akira standing before his estate. The old noble recognizes the goblin lord and erupts in fury, unable to accept that the creature he tried to exterminate has entered his stronghold. Gignus boasts that he has fought superior warriors and neutralized greater threats than a child-sized goblin. Akira listens without concern, amused that the Count still believes physical size determines the outcome. The Count asks whether Akira truly thinks the battle is won and claims to have one final trick prepared. Doors open around the square as hidden people begin emerging, making Akira wonder what kind of trap remains. Instead of attacking Akira, the townspeople cheer for their new king and seize Gignus themselves. The Count is dragged away in disbelief while the residents celebrate the person who ended his rule. Akira realizes his royal skill has been prioritizing the needs of the people around him, even when he did not fully understand its role. The older goblins and oppressed humans alike now recognize his authority as legitimate. A messenger arrives carrying a ceremonial blade and demands everyone's attention. He says he bears an official message, interrupting the celebration before Akira can decide what to do with the defeated Count. The decree orders an armistice and commands the hostile forces to disband under the authority of a duke. Gignus protests that the order wastes valuable troops, while Akira is shocked that higher nobles have intervened so suddenly. Far from the battlefield, two fishermen work quietly on the open water. One older man watches the line and enjoys the calm, introducing a peaceful scene untouched by the Goblin War. The fishermen discuss the years they have spent on the lake and the people who never returned from earlier conflicts. The older man speaks with the patience of someone who has survived long enough to see many rulers and wars pass. His companion shares unexpected news connected to someone the old fisherman knows. The conversation suggests that events around Akira's kingdom are spreading even to distant communities, while another troubling report is still waiting to be told. Far from Akira's growing territory, two veteran fishermen drift across a misty sea while trading news. One mentions the recent wave of goblin attacks, then asks how his old brother-in-arms has been doing since they last met years ago. The older fisherman admits that his stubborn friend ignored every warning and acted on his own. As the boat cuts through the fog, he begins listing the strange powers surrounding that man, including survival of the fittest, a skill once tied to the archfiend. He explains that goblins clustered together can share one another's life force. Since ordinary goblins live only a handful of days, a long-lived goblin would inevitably gather descendants at an astonishing rate, enough to turn one village into a force of roughly 1,000. The second fisherman struggles to follow the implications, especially when the long-lived goblin reportedly looks almost human. His companion brushes off the confusion and keeps fishing, treating the terrifying subject with the calm of someone who already knows how dangerous it can become. Their conversation is briefly interrupted by the movement of birds and fish around the boat. The veteran fisherman remains focused on the line, but his warning grows more serious as he considers what could happen when several abnormal goblin abilities are concentrated in one individual. The younger man asks whether his companion has become unusually interested in this goblin. The old fisherman replies that the creature reminds him of a human, then asks the question that truly matters. What happens when all of those extraordinary skills begin working together? A heavy silence settles over the boat as a vessel drifts through the mist nearby. The veteran finally concludes that such a being could stand on the same level as nature itself, and may eventually grow even mightier than the monster that came before him. His advice is brutally simple: never provoke that goblin. Anyone who encounters him should seek friendship instead, because every rumor suggests his strength is still developing, and treating him as an enemy would be a disastrous mistake. At the goblin settlement, an enormous armored figure towers over the residence. Two young girls stare upward in disbelief and demand to know what their goblin lord has done this time. The massive goblin's altered body immediately draws suspicion. As the others review what happened and compare it with earlier records, they realize the transformation may be linked to training, military experience, or a skill that continued evolving far beyond expectations. Before the hulking goblin can advance, a smaller fighter steps forward and orders him to stop. The giant barely seems aware of the warning, so the challenger raises a weapon and prepares to test whether the transformed warrior can still understand reason. The tiny challenger unleashes a startling burst of power and sends the huge armored goblin flying. The onlookers freeze in shock, as the attack proves that size means nothing against the village's increasingly bizarre collection of specialized skills. The weapon's secret becomes obvious the moment it touches a goblin. Simply holding it drains away life force. Its owner explains that the blade is called Goblin Slayer for a reason, and even nearby goblins begin feeling sick as the exhausted giant collapses. Despite being forced to his knees, the enormous goblin refuses to surrender. The small swordswoman activates brute force and presses him to give up, but he stubbornly tries to rise again, even though his body can no longer withstand the blade's effect. Before the struggle can continue, a commanding voice declares that the fallen warrior has already done enough. The villagers turn toward the newcomer and immediately recognize him as a duke, whose unexpected arrival brings the chaotic test to an abrupt halt. The duke rides closer and repeats his order for everyone to stop. Even the battered giant recognizes the authority behind that voice, while the small swordswoman lowers her weapon, and the tension around the village finally begins to ease. After ending the commotion, the duke studies Akira face to face and asks whether he is the so-called Goblin King. Akira confirms it, while the noble openly measures him up and appears satisfied that the rumors did not exaggerate his unusual presence. The duke immediately asks Akira to accompany him, explaining that he has a wounded patient who supposedly can be healed by any power. Akira accepts, but his cautious questions about the sudden visit make the noble grin and call him surprisingly clever. Inside a noble residence, a badly injured young man writhes in bed and screams through the pain. Akira's small goblin physician watches him closely, realizing this spoiled firstborn son is the urgent patient she was brought to treat. The goblin healer asks whether the screaming man is truly her patient. The duke confirms that he is his firstborn son, and she immediately understands why such an important noble was desperate enough to bring a goblin into his home. The moment the young noble sees his doctor, he recoils in fear and calls her a monster. He demands a proper human physician instead, but she adjusts her glasses and refuses to be intimidated by his insults or his privileged upbringing. Rather than beg for his cooperation, the healer calmly lets the arrogant patient continue suffering. His father makes no move to rescue him from the lesson, forcing the young noble to realize that insulting the only person capable of helping him was a painfully foolish choice. The goblin doctor leaves to prepare treatment while the duke follows, confident that his son's panic will eventually turn into cooperation. He makes the reason clear. Some people refuse to trust an unfamiliar skill until they see its results with their own eyes. Later, the duke pours wine with such force that it splashes over the glass, leaving the goblin physician speechless. When a servant asks what is wrong, she can only stare and wonder why a nobleman who demands expert healing ignores the basic custom of tasting wine before serving it. The healer admits that wine is more entertaining when the label cannot influence the drinker. Philip agrees that his nose is hardly refined enough to tell the difference anyway, and their awkward conversation finally loosens into genuine laughter. A table full of expensive bottles soon becomes an improvised tasting session. The goblin nearly spits out one sample, while Philip explains that he simply drinks whatever tastes good to him and refuses to let prices or famous names decide what he should enjoy. Noticing how casually the noble treats her, the healer worries that she has become too familiar. Philip tells her to use his name, then bluntly explains that he deliberately chose inexpensive wine because his guest is a goblin. Though his real intention is clearly more complicated than simple contempt. He describes the ugly habits of nobles who enjoy crushing commoners while pretending to be honorable. When payment for the medical work comes up, he insists that honest labor deserves honest compensation, even if the person performing it happens to be a goblin. The healer realizes Philip is far more direct than the nobles she expected to meet. After asking her name and listening to her concerns, he suddenly proposes something larger than payment. A formal alliance between himself and Akira's people. Philip lays out the situation plainly. Political rules are often no more meaningful than the rituals surrounding wine. He is interested in how goblins form alliances, share strength, and connect their abilities, while the healer begins to understand that he sees practical value in cooperation rather than charity. The Duke reveals that the border remains unstable, and that rival nobles are already preparing for future conflict. By sheltering Akira's people, and keeping them from being used by his enemies, Philip hopes to prevent the political struggle from growing into another devastating war. The goblin healer initially suspects there must be an insult hidden in the proposal, but Philip denies it. He simply wants Akira's expanding population on his side before another faction recruits them, and his unusually candid explanation makes the alliance sound disturbingly sensible. Philip's manner remains forceful without becoming openly threatening, leaving the healer with little reason to refuse. He promises that their alliance will benefit both sides, and she is startled by how quickly an agreement with one of the realm's most influential nobles can take shape. To seal the arrangement, Philip leads his guest outside and tells her to choose any plant she likes. He hints that nobles have a particular custom for formalizing alliances, but the puzzled goblin has no idea what a flower could possibly have to do with politics. As night falls, Philip privately considers the possibilities Akira has created. A goblin who behaves like a human gives him options that never existed before, and he resolves to act before incompetent nobles can ruin the fragile opportunity. Akira finally returns home to an overwhelming welcome. Goblins crowd around their king from every direction, proudly showing off children and shouting news about new babies, leaving him stunned by how much the settlement has changed during his absence. Akira is barely through the gates before the entire settlement swarms him. Genesis welcomes the mayor home while boasting about Masamune's cooking, and Akira can only stare at the children everywhere, wondering how the population exploded while he was away. Genesis casually mentions another new child, and explains that many residents have been busy expanding their families. With food plentiful and the village secure, everyone is thriving, and she cheerfully invites Akira to join the celebration instead of standing there overwhelmed. The reason for the frantic construction soon becomes clear. The newest goblins already need more space. Crews haul enormous logs, animals move through the streets, and every corner of the settlement is crowded with workers, parents, and children. Akira walks through a community that now feels almost unrecognizable. Goblins race across rooftops, strange creatures fly overhead, and daily life unfolds with the energy of a genuine city, rather than the fragile village he once struggled to protect. New multi-story buildings and orderly streets rise where simple huts once stood. As Akira watches residents trade, work, and socialize beneath the evening lights, the scale of his people's progress finally sinks in. Karen suddenly interrupts the tour with a startling rumor. She asks Akira whether it is true that he will marry Duke Pisces' daughter, leaving him completely blindsided by a political arrangement everyone else seems to have heard about first. News of the king's supposed marriage spreads instantly. The goblins begin planning a celebration while Akira desperately asks why anyone thinks he is getting married, only to realize the confusion traces back to his recent alliance with Duke Philip. Several women corner Akira and demand an explanation. Karen describes the match as a political marriage, while the others make it clear that accepting a new bride would affect far more than diplomacy inside his already complicated household. The logic is eventually laid out. Among nobles, alliances are commonly secured through marriage. Since Akira has formally allied himself with Philip, everyone assumed the agreement would be sealed by joining their families. The women admit that a strategic marriage would make sense, especially if the bride had been carefully chosen. Akira then remembers the exact moment the misunderstanding began. When Philip abruptly asked whether he wanted a baby, Philip had not been offering an adult bride at all. He proposed betrothing Akira's family to one of his infant daughters, even suggesting that a 3-day-old newborn would make the political nature of the arrangement unmistakable and avoid taking any woman of marriageable age. Philip laughed at how absurd the situation sounded, then clarified that he simply wanted the children promised to each other for the future. With one daughter only about a year old, he considered a harmless betrothal the cleanest seal for their alliance, while Akira could only struggle to process it. Once the shock wears off, the women admit that an infant betrothal may be the least disruptive option. Philip's daughter would not be taken from her family, and the arrangement would exist only as a political promise until both children were old enough to decide their future. The goblin healer explains that Duke Pisces designed the engagement as a remarkably careful tactic. It gives both sides a visible bond without demanding an immediate marriage, while the villagers excitedly interpret every detail as proof that a royal wedding is already on the way. Karen has clearly grown more comfortable with goblin customs during Akira's absence. She praises what he accomplished and reminds him that she was the one who encouraged him to rise above village chief and become a true goblin king. For a brief moment, life settles into peace. Children play through the streets, animals rest among the houses, and the newly expanded settlement enjoys the safety and prosperity Akira fought so hard to create. Akira soon notices a young Hanzo sitting alone beside the water with a troubled expression. When the mayor asks what happened, the boy immediately apologizes, making it clear that something from the recent fighting is still weighing heavily on him. The young goblin admits that he froze when the moment came to confront an enemy. He had promised to fight, but controlling other goblins on the battlefield forced him to face consequences he had never fully understood. Hanzo fears that his orders may have caused deaths, and he apologizes for failing to grasp what battle truly meant. Akira does not dismiss the guilt. Instead, he explains that killing can become unavoidable in war and asks the boy to describe exactly how his ability works. He makes the reason clear. Goblins and humans do not always value death in the same way, especially when goblins inherit memories and roles so quickly. Yet he asks Hanzo to imagine how he would feel if someone he cared about were beaten and left broken, making the emotional cost impossible to ignore. Hanzo realizes that victory is not simply a matter of knocking enemies down. The people he attacks may survive physically while carrying fear and pain long afterward, and Akira helps him understand that a commander's responsibility includes those invisible wounds as well. To prove what he can do, Hanzo explains that his technique becomes strongest when sunlight creates long shadows. Those shadows can rise like bandits and strike on his behalf, so he asks Akira to help create the perfect conditions for using the skill safely. Akira lifts the boy onto his shoulders and gives him a new purpose: drive off real bandits and protect innocent people. As the sun begins to sink over hostile territory, the goblins prepare to turn Hanzo's frightening power into something that can save lives. Karen reviews practical concerns such as compensation for damaged land and crops. Although the operation technically crosses another lord's territory, prior agreements keep it legal, and she leads the others onward. When they ask what Duke Philip truly expects from them, Karen leads Akira to a secluded storehouse at the edge of the settlement. She warns that sharp-eyed Genesis has already noticed their hidden stockpile, making Akira wonder what secret could possibly justify all this caution. Inside a prosperous merchant's office, a cheerful businessman warmly thanks his visitors and insists their unexpected arrival is no trouble. His lavish surroundings reveal just how profitable the recent trade with the goblins has become. The merchant apologizes for making his guests travel so far, then eagerly discusses current demand. Goods connected to the goblin settlement have become remarkably popular, and even rumors from distant markets are beginning to influence what customers request each day. He proudly reveals that his own son has been studying the goblins' illustrated stories and compiling them into marketable manga. What began as simple entertainment is now attracting ordinary readers, creating an entirely new business around Hokusai's artwork. A goblin with the calculator skill rapidly totals the profits, while the merchant opens a chest packed with payment. Hokusai's manga has become especially popular in the imperial capital, and he expects sales to spread even farther if they continue supplying new material. The conversation moves to the terms of their agreement and the next shipment. Clothes, illustrated books, and other goblin products are all in demand, so the merchant carefully asks when more stock will be available and whether production can be expanded. By the time negotiations end, the goblins have exchanged nearly every crate in the storehouse for an enormous payment. Their customer thanks them enthusiastically and asks them to return, while the once crowded warehouse stands almost completely empty. Akira learns that Hokusai's manga and the village's clothing now account for most of their commercial success. Masamuni's cooking may become another valuable export, but for the moment the settlement's art and craftsmanship are carrying its growing economy. Karen counters with a simple fact: goblin-made clothing has already caused a sensation in the city, while Hokusai's manga continues spreading through every social class. Akira is stunned that ordinary creative work has become one of his kingdom's strongest political and financial tools. The profits give Akira enough money to compensate people whose land was damaged during the recent campaign. Although goblins themselves have little interest in wealth, Karen reminds him that an expanding population needs space, supplies, and peaceful relations with its neighbors. Karen suggests directing aid toward the commoners living in the former enemy territory. Akira worries they may still resent the goblins after the war, but she argues that helping them rebuild is the best way to prevent that bitterness from becoming another conflict. She makes the reason clear: money is more useful circulating through homes and farms than sitting untouched in a treasury. Akira finally understands that investing in human communities can protect his own people, even if the plan feels less satisfying than directly improving the goblin village. Back in Duke Philip's territory, the noble reviews the political damage caused by Count Gignus. He asks his trusted attendant whether the surrounding lords have submitted their responses, then dismisses the fallen count as a man who created problems without understanding their consequences. Philip studies the network of nobles beneath him and considers how quickly one ambitious count disturbed the entire hierarchy. His advisor suggests the recent goblin conflict may have been deliberately encouraged, while Philip weighs which subordinate can be trusted to repair the damage. The discussion turns to the panic created by rumors surrounding the Goblin King. Philip asks for a capable replacement who can calm the territory, then personally names Nigel as the person best suited to control the crisis and prevent fear from spreading further. He explains how Gignus built influence by forming ties with other counts, expanding industry, and concentrating profits. Philip recognizes the strategy was clever, but the count's greed ultimately made him dangerous to everyone above and below him. Philip calls his chosen successor generous, soft-hearted, and precisely right for the vacant position. He then confirms Nigel's suspicion. She is expected to inherit the disgraced count's office, lands, and responsibilities. Nigel asks why the title is not being passed to one of Philip's relatives, but the Duke refuses to reconsider. He warns that he will not tolerate being deceived again, and she accepts the appointment with a formal promise to serve him faithfully. Nigel immediately begins the work of taking control. Officials gather, documents change hands, and the former enemy city starts reorganizing under new leadership as the surrounding territory slowly returns to order. While the Goblin Kingdom celebrates its prosperity with a lavish feast, a conflict erupts in a human household. A furious child storms away from his mother, shouting that he hates her, creating a much smaller but deeply personal crisis. The boy runs through the streets until he nearly collides with a familiar goblin. Still crying, he complains that his mother will never understand him, while the goblin's calm attention gives him the first chance to explain what has made him so desperate. Inside the boy's home, his exhausted father returns after the argument and learns that his son has caused another scene. He can only ask what could have driven the child to run away this time. The mother explains that their son wants to abandon the path they planned for him and pursue work connected to manga. The boy angrily insists that she stop dismissing his dream, leaving both parents stunned by how serious he has become. The truth finally comes out. The boy wants to apprentice under Hokusai the Goblin. His mother insists she has nothing against goblins and even finds them charming, but apprenticing under one feels too strange. His father reluctantly agrees to speak with the boy himself. The father finds his son sulking outside and tries to explain why the apprenticeship frightens his mother. Human society has spent generations treating goblins as inferior creatures, so even people without open hatred struggle to accept one as a respected teacher. Yet that prejudice is beginning to crack. Older recipes, Genesis's cooking, Hanzo's heroics, and Hokusai's manga have entered human culture, while goblin-made clothing and entertainment become fashionable among younger generations. The population now falls into distinct attitudes. Younger adults raised during the cultural shift are increasingly accepting, their parents remain cautious, and many elderly people still view goblins as little more than pets. Only a shrinking minority continues to express outright hatred. Across the city, those changing opinions create visible tension. Humans who once ignored goblins now buy their work, discuss their accomplishments, and reconsider old assumptions, producing a social stir that no noble decree could have forced so quickly. Two children secretly share Hokusai's newest manga beside a garden wall. The boy insists stories are better with snacks, but the girl's mother catches them and scolds her for reading again instead of behaving properly. The boy complains that adults never let them leave the house, while the girl remembers warnings about children wandering into the woods. She argues that goblins do not hurt good people, and that their king protects the region, but fear still hangs over the conversation. He suggests sneaking toward the forest anyway, then immediately loses his nerve. Before they can decide, a street vendor announces the newest chapter of Hokusai's manga, distracting the boy while the girl quietly begins considering the adventure on her own. The girl watches from a distance, then slips away without him. Telling herself she will be fine, she leaves the safety of town and heads toward the vast forest surrounding the goblin settlement. Deep in the woods, Akira and several companions prepare a controlled monster observation. One woman thanks him for agreeing to help and warns that someone should keep watch, while Genesis asks exactly what kind of creature they are expecting to appear. A collection of dangerous beasts emerges, including horned boars and heavily armored monsters. Akira calmly identifies the trained specimens and offers one a treat, showing that the creatures have already learned to respond to the goblins rather than attack blindly. Without warning, several monsters begin changing at once. Their bodies twist, horns multiply, and energy surges across the clearing as the observers realize they are witnessing another rapid evolution. The transformed beasts charge forward with new heads and stronger bodies. Genesis stares in amazement while Akira evaluates the results, noting that the growing group of evolved creatures may still need one more powerful member to complete it. The monster's evolution finishes with a bizarre result. Several dragon-like heads now share one enormous body. Akira studies the creature with fascination, while his tiny companion jokes that 3 mouths still lead to only 1 stomach. Genesis admits she has never seen anything like this species and cannot explain what triggered the change. Even the dragon itself seems confused by its new body, suggesting the evolution occurred without any clear instinct or inherited knowledge to guide it. Akira tests whether the creature can transfer or reshape its new abilities, but the attempt produces an unstable transformation. Its body suddenly expands into a far more intimidating winged form, startling everyone who thought the experiment was under control. The transformed beast reacts aggressively when approached. Genesis asks whether Akira is frightened, but he remains focused on calming it, until the dragon unleashes a violent attack that forces the group to scatter. During the chaos, the rampaging creature abruptly stops beside an unconscious figure. Akira rushes forward and realizes the person lying in the clearing is not another monster, but a human girl who somehow wandered deep into the forest. After the girl is carried back to the settlement, Genesis places her in bed while the goblin healer examines her. The healer confirms that she is alive and should recover despite the terrifying encounter. Outside, the evolved beasts settle down while Akira tries to understand what happened. He insists the girl was never deliberately trapped, and the others wonder whether fear caused her to misread the dragon's behavior as an attack. Genesis points out that humans often decide something is evil before understanding it. Whether the dragon intended harm or not, the girl's terror was real, and those feelings cannot simply be dismissed because the goblins know the creature differently. The adults decide responsibility still belongs to the people who brought such a dangerous animal near human territory. Akira accepts the criticism, though he remains doubtful that the frightened girl could ever believe a dragon in the woods was anyone's harmless companion. Genesis compares the situation to cleaning a dirty child with muddy water. Good intentions do not matter if the method creates another problem. Akira realizes that protecting humans requires thinking about how his actions appear from their side as well. Akira thanks Genesis for the blunt lesson, and she teases that his willingness to listen is exactly why children trust him. Their conversation turns playful, but her point remains clear. Strength alone cannot make him a responsible ruler. While the goblins continue talking beside her bed, the human girl slowly regains consciousness. Her blurred vision settles on the strange figures surrounding her, and fear flickers across her face before she can understand where she has been taken. The girl opens her eyes to find the goblin healer leaning over her. When asked how she feels, she ignores her own injuries and stares past the doctor, whispering in disbelief that the legendary Goblin King is standing nearby. Her fear instantly turns into excitement. She reaches toward Akira, shouting that he is real, and that she has always wanted to meet him, only for the healer to stop her from launching herself out of bed before she has recovered. Genesis bursts into laughter at Akira's unexpected young admirer. The embarrassed girl tries to defend herself while the others tease her, and the goblin settlement settles peacefully beneath the night sky. Once she is strong enough to walk, the visitor is introduced to the village's artists. A goblin produces an astonishingly accurate portrait of her, leaving both the girl and Akira amazed by how perfectly the image captures her expression. The artists proudly explain that they have begun recording their own experiences through pictures and stories. The girl laughs over the finished portrait, while Akira realizes Hokusai's influence has inspired an entire generation of goblin creators. The new art is already becoming a business. Printed portraits sell extremely well, and Hokusai's followers use techniques learned from manga to create custom pictures for human customers, turning individual memories into another valuable goblin product. The portrait shop quickly fills with customers and money. Akira praises Kinokuniya for successfully organizing the work, while the goblin modestly insists that the artists deserve the credit for satisfying every request. Kinokuniya makes the reason clear. The system works because parents and families happily pay for images of the people they love. The artists keep producing portraits, profits return to the settlement, and the goblins become more comfortable using money in everyday life. Akira realizes that knowledge and other inherited abilities have been combined to serve human wishes rather than merely copy them. He may point the village in a direction, but the goblins are now building entire industries without needing him to control every decision. The rescued girl spends time with one of Akira's noble companions and talks excitedly about the settlement. She declares that goblins like Akira make wonderful rulers, while the amused woman gently challenges the girl's romantic image of kings and princesses. News soon arrives that the girl's parents are desperately searching for her. Akira brings her back toward town to explain, but the moment they enter the house, someone sees the goblins and screams that the child has been kidnapped. At an inn, the girl's furious father rallies the townspeople around him. Convinced that goblins stole his daughter, he demands an immediate rescue party, and panic spreads before anyone stops to confirm what actually happened. At the inn, the rescue party learns that the surrounding forest is inhabited by goblins and dangerous monsters. The missing girl's father demands to know whether the goblins are responsible, while the locals warn that entering their territory without preparation would be reckless. The innkeeper explains that even trained adventurers hesitate to enter those woods. Although some members of the hastily gathered party claim they can fight, the father insists that saving his child matters more than the danger and refuses to abandon the search. The girl's mother arrives after hearing the entire story and confronts her husband. She reminds him that their daughter is still missing and pushes him to act. But another armed man blocks the reckless departure and demands a real plan first. Unable to rely on ordinary townspeople, the father remembers the only fighters he knows who can navigate Rakuten woods. He and a companion head beneath the trees, searching for the rough men who operate beyond the reach of local law. The pair finds a bandit camp hidden in the forest. Its leaders recognize the opportunity immediately and suggest using the missing child as leverage, turning what should have been a rescue into a possible hostage scheme. Before the bandits can act, unfamiliar goblins appear nearby and detect a human scent. The young girl boldly asks who they are, while the outlaws mock the goblins' strange names and assume the small creatures will be easy to intimidate. That assumption collapses in an instant. A swordswoman flashes through the bandits with a precise lie draw, knocking armed men aside before they can surround the child. The goblin fighter continues tearing through the group and orders every surviving bandit to leave the woods. When one man mocks her as inferior to a human, she angrily reminds him that his entire gang has just been defeated by the creature he despises. A final attacker lunges from the side, but the swordswoman answers with blade aura. The cutting force launches him backward through the trees, and she calmly watches him fall before turning her attention back to the frightened girl. A refined woman named Irene arrives and surveys the defeated men. She shows little sympathy for trespassers, who entered goblin territory with violent intentions, while the girl struggles to understand why this elegant stranger seems completely at ease among monsters. Irene dismisses the surviving humans and tells them to leave while they still can. Her companions remind her that everyone is waiting for the food she promised, but she pauses long enough to scold one stubborn opponent for refusing an obvious chance to escape. When Irene calls the fallen man a fool, he points out that she also risked herself by approaching the conflict. She smiles and admits that may make her no less foolish than him, leaving the hidden goblin observer baffled by the strange exchange. The defeated bandits lie scattered across the forest floor while Irene rests nearby with the rescued girl. Akira's companions arrive and demand an explanation, surprised to find both human outlaws and an elegant woman mixed into the same chaotic scene. Irene embraces one of the goblins and reveals another disturbing talent. She has been studying how attraction and obedience work across species, and her ability proves especially effective on goblins, leaving Akira visibly uneasy about how easily their instincts can be manipulated. She explains that her pheromones do more than make goblins affectionate. With enough influence, she can command them to hurt themselves or attack someone else, turning what sounds like charm into a frightening method of control. The skill is formally identified as pheromony. Irene recounts how goblins seized the human girl and how a rescue mission followed, then notes that social status and instinct can determine who falls under her influence and how strongly they obey. Akira listens carefully as Irene describes the value of studying an enemy before battle. She offers to demonstrate more, but he abruptly tells her not to bother, unwilling to risk another goblin being manipulated simply to satisfy their curiosity. The tension finally catches up with Akira. When someone asks whether the mayor is all right, he can barely answer, insisting nothing is wrong even as his exhausted expression makes the truth obvious. Irene walks away through the forest beneath her parasol, leaving Akira to watch in silence. Her graceful appearance contrasts sharply with the dangerous power she just revealed, and he knows their encounter has created another problem he cannot ignore. A band of human adventurers enters the woods and begins closing in on goblin territory. Their leader admits that most previous scouting attempts failed, but the group presses forward with complete confidence. The adventurers check weapons and confirm that every member is ready. They plan to approach cautiously, take the initiative, and negotiate only after establishing strength, until an unexpected light appears ahead among the trees. A powerful figure steps from the glow and asks who they are. The startled adventurers immediately charge, choosing violence before learning whether the stranger is actually their enemy. Officials meet inside a noble residence to discuss the incident. One visitor apologizes for arriving unannounced and insists he has not come to mock them, even though the disappearance of a child has made every faction suspicious. A bald envoy delivers a new order. High-level adventurers are forbidden from trespassing in Rakuten Woods. The restriction is meant to stop meaningless clashes and prevent skilled humans from provoking goblins, who may grow even stronger through combat. The nobles continue weighing Akira's warning, while an elderly man quietly watches his companions clean up the political mess. He admits that his rough friend may be troublesome, but also recognizes how useful such a stubborn ally can be when danger appears. The bearded official asks how serious the goblin threat could truly become. His answer is chilling, potentially as dangerous as the archfiend, because every goblin in Akira's growing population is connected to the others and capable of compounding their strength. A strategist reminds the room that goblins multiply quickly, adapt under pressure, and may someday possess enough combined power to threaten humanity itself. The possibility leaves the younger listener silent, as he realizes the warning is not exaggerated politics. They recall how the archfiend copied skills, combined abilities, and repeatedly returned stronger after every confrontation. Akira's goblins now reproduce similar effects through inheritance and shared memories, making their peaceful behavior the only reason humans are not already facing catastrophe. At the settlement, the adults decide not to burden the children with those fears. They let the youngsters play freely in the streets, filling the village with laughter, while the leaders quietly carry the responsibility of protecting that future. The rescued girl finally reunites with her friends. The boys rush toward her in tears, relieved she is alive, while she excitedly points out that the Goblin King and his people are standing right there in the flesh. She introduces herself as Etta and presents the other children as her friends. One boy immediately announces that he loves Hokusai's manga and wants to become the goblin artist's apprentice, surprising Akira with how deeply goblin culture has reached human children. More youngsters crowd around, peppering the goblins with questions and comparing them to characters from manga. Their expectations are wildly inaccurate, but the excitement is sincere, leaving the visitors overwhelmed by their first enthusiastic human fan club. The children soon turn their attention to a small dragon. When it proudly declares itself a mighty creature, they laugh and call it a pig, provoking the indignant beast into insisting that it is a famous and powerful dragon. Determined to prove them wrong, the creature transforms into its enormous true form. Wings and scales tower over the children, whose teasing expressions instantly collapse into terrified silence. The dragon angrily demands that they never mistake it for a pig again. Its shadows multiply around the group, and the frightened children finally understand that the tiny animal they mocked was concealing overwhelming power. A sudden cry from deeper in the woods interrupts the confrontation. The dragon launches into the air while the goblins rush toward the sound, calling out to make sure everyone is safe and leaving the startled children behind. The children's terror turns into admiration once the dragon shrinks again. They excitedly ask whether Akira defeated and tamed a real dragon, declaring the adventure even better than Hokusai's manga, while the exhausted goblins wonder how the situation became so exaggerated. The disgraced dragon lies flattened in the village square after its reckless display. Akira refuses to accept any excuses and tells the creature it never learns, while the children and goblins gather around to see what punishment follows. Genesis explains that repeated mistakes eventually reveal a pattern rather than an accident. Since the dragon keeps causing trouble despite clear warnings, she argues that treating every incident as harmless would only guarantee another disaster. Akira considers whether punishment will actually teach the dragon anything. Genesis compares it to raising children. When someone cannot control dangerous behavior, a responsible guardian must set limits instead of waiting for the next victim. The dragon's unusual nature complicates the decision. It yearns to become a complete individual rather than merely one branch of a shared lineage. Yet that same independence has left it unstable and unable to understand the consequences of its actions. Genesis insists that freedom cannot mean ignoring everyone else's safety. As long as the dragon remains healthy and powerful, it must learn restraint, and Akira finally recognizes that protecting it also means refusing to indulge it. When Akira tries to soften the lesson, Genesis immediately turns her anger on him. He retreats through the streets while she follows, making it clear that the Goblin King is not exempt from responsibility for the creatures under his care. The next issue involves education. Human officials propose a permit system for anyone teaching within Rakuten Woods, hoping to distinguish qualified instructors from people who might exploit goblin children or spread dangerous ideas. An elderly teacher admits that knowledge is valuable, precisely because it shapes the next generation. He supports oversight in principle, but warns that learning cannot be reduced to paperwork when genuine skill and character matter more than titles. Akira listens as the old man credits his own success to fortunate encounters with wise teachers. The proposed license could protect students, yet everyone agrees that no document can replace patience, experience, and the ability to inspire others. Commerce advances just as quickly as education. Designers unveil new undergarments and clothing lines linked to the former Gignus territory, while models and merchants argue over styles, sizing, and how aggressively the products should be marketed. The negotiations end with promises to exchange scripts, samples, and production details. Akira agrees to formal procedures but apologizes for the inconvenience, determined to keep the new industry from trampling the customs of the families involved. Akira continues studying how human law can recognize work performed before a rule formally existed. The discussion becomes another lesson in governing. Good intentions are not enough when dragons, teachers, and merchants all create problems that require clear standards. The elderly advisor laughs at Akira's confusion and explains that humans often solve difficult questions by forcing several people to think together. Their conversation ends with plans for a small party and further cooperation between Simon's faction and the Goblin Kingdom. A group prepares to leave Rakuten Woods. Akira escorts them to the forest boundary, and the bearded leader thanks him for guaranteeing their safety through Goblin territory. Before the travelers depart, the bearded man reminds everyone to follow Akira's directions. Two unfamiliar elders join the procession, drawing attention from the goblins as the mixed group begins the long walk toward human lands. The children struggle with the farewell. One girl says her mother is leaving and asks whether she can visit again, while Akira assures her that the road will remain open as long as everyone respects the rules near the forest's edge. The youngsters wave and shout goodbye to the Goblin King. Akira promises to see them again, but just as the group moves away, one of the elderly men calls him back for a private word. The elder asks whether Akira truly intends to honor parents who request goblin teachers for their children. Akira makes the reason clear. Qualified guilds can help place apprentices safely, giving families a lawful option instead of forcing every dispute into political negotiations. The old man suddenly bows and declares himself deeply indebted. Akira is startled by the emotional response, but the elder explains that the new policy may give neglected children opportunities that never existed under the old system. As the group continues down the road, the bearded guide tells the elders they are free to complain as much as they like. Whatever their personal feelings, the guild will teach anyone who follows the rules, and the men finally accept that the decision is settled. Watching them leave, Akira reflects on how much simpler life would be if every enemy openly hated all humankind. In reality, people carry families, regrets, and conflicting loyalties, making mercy and judgment far harder than winning a battle. Akira returns home to another enthusiastic welcome from the children. They crowd around their king and announce that they want to spend even more time with him, while he resigns himself to another noisy evening at the mansion. Inside, Akira checks on a newborn and asks whether the household has encountered any problems. The staff reports that the child is healthy, then reveals another surprise. An elder has begun brewing liquor and storing barrels throughout the property. Akira examines the newest member of the household, a 10-day-old male goblin who is already nearly fully grown. The status record even notes that he is right-handed, while his proud family argues over which traits came from each parent. Because goblin lives move so quickly, the newborn has reached an important milestone after only 10 days. The elders gather everyone together and explain that his growth, inherited memories, and developing skills must now be formally recognized. Barrels are opened, and the entire village erupts into cheers. The celebration honors the young goblin's 10th day of life, a birthday that carries far more weight for a species whose childhood lasts only a brief moment. Akira congratulates the young goblin as food and drink cover the tables. One resident proudly offers homemade plum wine from the new brewery, turning the family ceremony into another enormous village feast. The drink surprises everyone with its rich flavor. Akira thanks the brewer, guests continue eating, and the child at the center of the celebration watches the noisy crowd with a mixture of pride and confusion. No one allows sadness to overshadow the milestone. The goblins even throw themselves into the party, but the young celebrant quietly asks Akira for one special favor before the night ends. He asks the mayor to give him a name. Akira chooses Tenkai, recalling a legendary warrior and leader from his former world, then wishes that the child will grow into someone just as strong and dependable. The name immediately resonates with the goblin's inherited power. Energy gathers around Tenkai, his body steadies, and a new skill begins taking shape while Akira watches the transformation with growing curiosity. Tenkai begins training almost at once. Each swing grows sharper and stronger, and the observing goblins realize that his ability improves through repeated effort, accumulating power little by little rather than appearing all at once. During a sparring session, the skill surges beyond Tenkai's control and seems to leap outward from his body. Akira rushes closer to check whether he is hurt, while the surrounding fighters brace for another unexpected evolution. The unleashed force cuts through the training ground. Tenkai regains control and returns to the village, but the sheer intensity of the attack convinces Akira that this is no ordinary inherited talent. He activates Search Eye and receives the answer. Tenkai possesses a unique skill bearing his own name. After Masamune and Hanzo, a third goblin has awakened an ability found nowhere else, proving the kingdom's evolution is accelerating again. Akira checks Tenkai again, but finds no obvious injury or abnormal sensation. The village refuses to let the uncertainty spoil the celebration, announcing another feast in honor of the newly named goblin while everyone cheers around him. As the party continues, Akira studies how Tenkai's awakening affected the others. The dragon comments that the change seems deeper than simple amusement, and the older goblins wonder whether the new skill strengthened the entire shared lineage. The evidence soon appears. Another goblin who should have died has returned, and the average lifespan of the community has increased. Even a single extra day matters enormously to a species that once lived for only a week. The dragon realizes Akira's people are no longer aging by the old rules. Goblins who would once have vanished are surviving, growing, and passing stronger traits onward, while the settlement celebrates another impossible step in its evolution. Amid the excitement, a formal letter arrives. Akira and Genesis open it together and discover a new political problem connected to the former Gignus territory, and the nobles still deciding how to respond to the Goblin Kingdom. The message outlines a proposed system for ranking forces and organizing negotiations, but several counts reject the terms. Genesis notes that the categories are overly simple and fail to account for how quickly goblin abilities and alliances can change. A neutral city is proposed as the site of a peace conference. The plan includes introductory talks, formal limits on fighting, and measures to stop the lingering fear surrounding the plague of heliophobia from reigniting hostilities. Philip and Simon spread the proposal among the remaining nobles, while Akira's faction offers generous compensation and guarantees. The agreement would recognize the goblin's strength, without forcing either side to surrender its dignity. Akira worries that the opposing faction will never accept terms this favorable. Genesis agrees that the classifications must be revised, because presenting overwhelming demands as a finished agreement would only make the other side reject everything. She lays out the situation plainly. Diplomacy requires understanding the suffering of ordinary people, as well as the pride of rulers. Instead of threatening entire populations, Akira must isolate the most dangerous factions and give everyone else a reason to choose peace. The key is not merely deciding what seems fair from the goblin's perspective. Akira must consider how the other party will feel when reading the proposal, then find a balance strong enough to protect his people without humiliating their neighbors. Genesis praises Akira for grasping the lesson, teasing him like a well-behaved child. With the war ended and the village transformed into a city, the Goblin King now faces the harder challenge of building a peace that can survive. Genesis laughs and offers Akira another human proverb, "Pounding rain hardens the ground." With the peace proposal ready, the Goblin delegation travels toward Algol City, where the real test of their diplomacy will begin. Inside a noble estate, an aging lord named Jacob is interrupted by an urgent delegation. He demands to know why armed men have entered his chamber, unaware that the decisions made in Algol are about to reach his household. Jacob's son confronts him over the proposed treaty with goblins and calls the agreement a betrayal. The young noble cannot understand why his father would negotiate with creatures their family has always treated as enemies. Jacob answers with a furious question of his own. Should he carelessly provoke the goblins and repeat Count Gignus's ruin? He declares the matter settled and orders his house to accept that survival now requires a different policy. Reports confirm that hostile factions are already being purged, and that the new order is spreading through the territory. Jacob's advisors urge patience, reminding him that a ruler must judge the whole situation rather than react to a single insult. Jacob delivers his final warning. Any monster who becomes a future enemy of their kingdom must be prepared to die. Akira and Genesis remain equally determined, knowing peace will only work if both sides understand the consequences of breaking it. The negotiations move to Philip's manor, where nobles gather around a long conference table. Akira sits beside the Duke, facing the officials who must formally recognize the Goblin territory and the new political balance. Introductions begin with Nigel, the newly appointed Count Gignus, who openly acknowledges her low rank among the assembled nobles. Akira then presents himself as Baron Rakuten, making the Goblin King's legal status impossible to ignore. A young noble bows and thanks Akira for his earlier help. Philip clarifies the man's family connections and the role each house will play, while the goblins carefully study which officials genuinely support the treaty. Philip describes the young lord as earnest, competent, and trustworthy enough to witness the agreement. He then asks both sides to proceed exactly as discussed, turning months of conflict into a formal document awaiting signatures. Nigel agrees to the terms and prepares to sign. Philip reminds everyone that the former Gignus domain remains in desperate condition, so cooperation with Rakuten is not generosity but the fastest path to restoring stability. A vassal confirms that the proposed course is legally sound. With no final objection, Philip declares the matter settled, and Akira places his name on the treaty that formally binds goblins and human nobles together. With the treaty signed, Akira thanks the assembled nobles and prepares to leave. The agreement also guarantees aid for commoners whose trade collapsed during Gignus's heliophobia crisis, ensuring peace does not abandon the people who suffered most. Nigel's authority is questioned one final time, but Philip argues that her reasoning has already proved sound. Since the previous count neglected records and governance, the newly appointed ruler now has both the opportunity and responsibility to rebuild the domain properly. Philip reveals that formal punishment orders have already been drafted for the remaining offenders. He laughs at his son's serious expression and calls him bright, embarrassing the younger noble even as the room finally relaxes. Akira gives Nigel one crucial instruction. She must personally deliver the cure for heliophobia to the affected villages. By appearing before the people herself, the new count can prove that her rule will not repeat the cruelty of her predecessor. Philip teases Akira for being unusually gentle with the inexperienced count. Akira does not understand the remark, but the Duke recognizes that the Goblin King is quietly arranging every detail needed for Nigel to succeed. The plan is simple but politically powerful. If Nigel's own household prepares and distributes the medicine, terrified citizens will associate their recovery with her leadership, allowing trust to grow before fear hardens into another rebellion. Nigel's advisors discuss the backlash she may face from officials loyal to the old regime. Rather than attempt a complicated financial scheme, they decide to send medicine directly to every village and let visible results speak for the new government. Akira concludes that the arrangement should keep the territory stable. Philip mentions Simon and other nobles who can manage the remaining negotiations, assuring Akira that he no longer has to carry every political burden alone. Later, a tense young noble abruptly enters the room and asks for water. His agitated behavior catches everyone's attention, and Philip demands to know what new problem has arrived before the treaty ink is even dry. The young man hands Akira a confidential report. It reveals that several newly appointed counts and influential scholars have gathered around a fresh anti-goblin movement, replacing defeated leaders without abandoning their hatred. Philip studies the intelligence and grimly notes how quickly their enemies have returned the favor. The alliance may be new, but the names behind it possess enough authority to disrupt the peace before it can take root. The warning is clear. Several new counts have inherited their predecessors' positions and formed an organized anti-goblin alliance. Akira realizes the treaty ended one war only to expose the next political threat. Philip warns that the other nobles will assume Nigel deliberately sheltered an armed goblin force for an invasion. The young lord realizes the anti-goblin faction may use that accusation to demand reparations and undermine the new count before she can stabilize her territory. The messenger wants to rush straight to Nigel with the news, but Philip tells him to slow down. If the counts have not yet reached a formal agreement, exposing their plan too early could give them time to reshape the accusation and escape responsibility. Philip praises the young man's sharp instincts, then asks whether he is worried about the next generation of nobles. Nigel's report suggests many heirs inherited both their father's titles and their resentment, making the emerging alliance far more organized than it first appeared. Rather than confront them immediately, Philip proposes forcing the hostile houses to pay reparations through existing law. The strategy surprises Akira, but the young noble agrees that financial pressure may break their cooperation without starting another war. Akira finally returns to Rakuten, where the city is once again overflowing with children and workers. Karen and the others welcome their king home, surrounding him before he can even recover from the negotiations. A celebration is already underway, and Karen entertains the crowd with stories from Akira's journey. Tenkai's awakening and the growing number of newborn goblins dominate the conversation, filling the settlement with hope for a longer future. Akira turns his attention back to the small dragon and asks how its abilities changed while he was gone. The creature demonstrates by moving in an unusual pattern, creating a visible effect around itself. A circular field spreads from the dragon and marks the limits of its influence. Akira compares the range with Tenkai's power, trying to understand whether the effect can move, expand, or connect to another goblin nearby. The answer appears when a second goblin enters the circle. A new field forms around that individual, extending the original range like one link in a chain and carrying the skill much farther than a single user could reach. More goblins join the network, and the circles continue spreading through the settlement. Akira realizes the combined range could eventually cover the entire city, allowing Tenkai's effect to reach residents who never stand near him directly. The goblins analyze the phenomenon and confirm that the chained fields preserve the skill's benefit. Tenkai's unique power can travel from one resident to another, explaining why the whole population gained additional lifespan after his awakening. In a crowded nursery, caretakers struggle to keep up with the newest children. One tiny goblin calls urgently for help, and Akira steps in as another unpredictable infant ability begins to emerge. A newborn goblin suddenly receives the robust skill, and Akira watches the power settle into the tiny body. The ability came through the expanding shared network, proving that Tenkai's field can distribute more than lifespan alone. The infant immediately flexes and chants the name of the skill, displaying surprising strength. Akira notes that rare abilities have not appeared this quickly in some time, while the others marvel at how much life the child already has ahead. At first, robust seems almost pointless for a species that once died within days, but Tenkai's longer lifespan changes everything. Genesis warns Akira to keep the discovery quiet until they understand it, especially from Karen, though he suspects secrecy will only create trouble. She turns the conversation toward human relationships, joking that eternal life and youthful bodies would attract plenty of women. Akira becomes increasingly uncomfortable when she connects the subject to Karen and the complicated expectations surrounding him. The joking stops when the newborn grants another power, unaging. Genesis stares in shock as the implications become clear. Goblins may now be developing the ability not only to live longer, but to resist aging itself. In Deneb City, within the former Gignus domain, the young noble serving Count Nigel returns to the estate. Another round of legal and political negotiations is already waiting for him. Nigel reviews the final treaty and confirms that most of the original terms were accepted. One unusual rule catches her attention, and she studies the document closely to understand why the other side allowed it through. Her advisor admits he has not yet signed the attached report. According to he, the wording was chosen to help Philip save face, but Nigel notices several specific clauses that could shift power far beyond the current dispute. Nigel reads the decisive provision aloud. Mutual agreement among Pisces, Rakuten, and Gignus can approve later applications under the law. What appears to be a minor administrative clause effectively gives the three territories a powerful shared mechanism. She translates the legal language into practical terms. If one side demands additional reparations or emergency action, the others can authorize it, allowing them to counter anti-goblin houses without reopening the entire treaty. The young noble reveals another advantage. He can remain near the hostile faction and quietly act as a spy. Nigel calls the arrangement clever, since aligning openly with Philip and Akira would make their enemies hide every useful plan. With the strategy settled, Nigel serves tea and freshly baked pastries. The young man is caught off guard by her warmth and competence, privately thinking how much simpler their partnership would feel if social expectations were different. Nigel insists that she only focused on the political problem because both of them had run out of options. She refuses his thanks, but the young noble asks what he can offer in return. Forcing her to consider him as more than a convenient informant, Nigel smiles and points out that he is once again at a loss. Rather than let him struggle alone, she proposes that they think through the next move together, even though he will soon have to leave her territory. At Philip's manor, the older duke laughs that his young relative is no match for a clever woman's heart. Akira listens in confusion while the noble treats the budding relationship as obvious entertainment. The conversation drifts toward Karen and the strange consequences of goblin longevity. Philip jokes that asking a woman in her prime to accept eternal youth would create complications, while Akira insists she claimed not to be bothered by such things. The mood turns serious as Philip reviews the hostile nobles. 4 young heirs have recently taken their father's titles, and all 4 now stand at the center of the anti-goblin alliance. Their records are impressive, but the timing is suspicious. The previous generation was pushed into early retirement, allowing 4 ambitious counts to unite against Rakuten almost simultaneously. Philip considers whether they should seize the initiative and strike first. Akira is startled by how quickly the old soldier returns to aggressive thinking, realizing that age has not softened his instinct for war. The nobles' alliance is not perfectly balanced. One house provides the strongest connections, and Philip assures Akira that he will fight on Rakuten's side if open conflict begins, though everyone knows his involvement would turn the dispute into a much larger crisis. Akira suggests a cleaner strategy: isolate the 4 counts and break their coalition one member at a time. He refuses to repeat the mistake of allowing several enemies to combine their resources before acting. The question becomes which count to approach first. After reviewing their relationships, Philip points to Count Andromeda as the only member who can be separated without immediately alerting the others, and Akira recognizes the opening. In Alpha Centauri City, a visitor crosses the polished halls of Count Andromeda's grand estate. At the end of that path waits the noble who may decide whether the anti-Goblin alliance survives. Inside the mansion, a casually dressed man greets the anxious young count with an easy hiya. The friendly entrance catches the noble off guard, signaling that the coming negotiation will not follow ordinary court etiquette. The visitor introduces himself to the young Count August and thanks him for agreeing to meet. August answers with casual confidence, but the exchange is interrupted when someone warns him to show proper respect inside the Andromeda estate. August's furious mother storms into the room and accuses him of bringing shame upon the family. He answers with open disrespect, calling her an old hag, and making it clear that the household's internal discipline has already collapsed. She orders her son to remember his place and demands to know whether the visitor witnessed the insult. August simply laughs, while the guest realizes the anti-Goblin alliance's key member is far less controlled than his public reputation suggests. He admits he cannot maintain the lavish lifestyle his mother expects because the county is short on money. He bluntly tells everyone to get used to stinginess, provoking outrage from relatives who still demand noble comforts. The young count receives advice to refill his coffers by exploiting the territory, but refuses to repeat the worst habits of previous rulers. His father watches from the side, uncertain whether August's restraint is wisdom or simple inexperience. Before leaving, the visitor tells August to come directly to him if anything goes wrong. Soon afterward, an envoy from Count Pisces is announced, and August quietly smiles as the competing political approaches begin converging on his estate. Away from the mansion, the envoy walks through a lively market and observes how trade has recovered. Merchants openly sell goods connected to Rakuten, and ordinary residents seem far more interested in useful products than noble hostility toward goblins. A vendor offers him an unusually large piece of fruit and boasts about the newest harvest. The traveler tastes it for himself, surprised by the quality of produce moving through a county supposedly preparing for confrontation. A small act of courtesy from an elderly seller reinforces the same impression. The market is peaceful, the harvest is strong, and the visitor decides to learn more by entering a nearby tavern. Inside, drinkers welcome him loudly and ask whether he has come from the old county. The tavern's customers care more about business and alcohol than court politics, giving the visitor an honest view of local sentiment. He notices a rare bottle of goblin-made liquor behind the bar and asks to try it. The bartender explains that supplies are limited and sales are restricted, making every serving valuable. The visitor takes one drink and declares that taste is all that matters. Impressed by the quality, he accepts another cup and realizes Rikuten's products may influence Count Andromeda more effectively than any threat or formal speech. At the tavern, the hooded traveler politely declines an invitation to drink and asks the stranger about local trade instead. The man admits he does business wherever profit appears, then begins describing the unusual goods now entering the county. The traveler presses him for a clearer answer, but the merchant insists everything depends on the situation. He advises a tactical approach to business rather than blind loyalty, while the crowded tavern provides plenty of opportunities to observe local attitudes. Outside, Count Andromeda moves easily among ordinary residents. He helps families, listens to complaints, and maintains a warm public image, showing why the people continue supporting him despite his role in the anti-Goblin alliance. The hooded observer studies the Count from a distance and recognizes that his kindness is partly performance. Even so, he can act decisively and has earned genuine affection from the town, making him far harder to isolate than a simple tyrant. Andromeda enters the tavern and treats everyone to food and drink. When goblin liquor appears, he eagerly asks for a taste, and the concealed visitor watches how naturally the Count embraces a product supposedly made by his enemies. The room erupts in cheers for Lord Clown as he buys another round. He notices the hooded guest lingering nearby and casually invites the stranger to join him, intrigued by the unusual clothes and guarded manner. Over drinks, Clown argues that people should help each other when times are rough. He then asks who the traveler truly is, refusing to believe the claim of being an ordinary merchant who merely wandered in from elsewhere. The visitor avoids answering and leaves the tavern, but Clown follows with sudden recognition. He calls after the mysterious figure, realizing the encounter was not a coincidence, and that someone connected to his own past has returned. According to Genesis, humans often judge everything according to convenience. She admits she was once human herself, but warns that changing generations of fear and prejudice in a short time is nearly impossible. Clown tells his companions he could not identify the hooded traveler, though the person's speech and bearing were far too refined for a common peddler. The strange hair, clothing, and confidence suggest a hidden connection to nobility. The visitor privately confirms that Count Andromeda is preparing for conflict with goblins, yet his county's merchants are already profiting from Rakuten goods. That contradiction may provide the exact weakness needed to fracture the anti-goblin coalition. The hooded man finally confronts Clown directly and reveals intimate knowledge of the Andromeda family. He asks why Clown, the first trueborn son, did not inherit the county, and Clown replies that his mother is long dead and he has no desire to reclaim the title. The hooded firstborn makes Clown a bold offer. If the county lacks a war chest, he can provide the money himself. He claims no immediate reward, asking only that Clown remember the favor when the struggle over goblins reaches its decisive stage. Clown follows him into a hidden storeroom and freezes. The chamber is packed wall to wall with sacks, crates, and enough wealth to finance an entire campaign, proving the estranged heir has spent years preparing for this moment. The firstborn calls the fortune a donation meant to help his family. Clown questions what he truly wants in return, but the older brother insists that preserving the county is already worth more than any title. He accepts the explanation cautiously and says he looks forward to seeing the results. The hooded man hides his satisfaction, knowing that trust and money have now tied Count Andromeda to his plan. In Algol City, a young official receives news of the development and slams the report down in fury. He curses the woman behind the maneuver, realizing someone has outflanked the anti-goblin faction without openly attacking it. The Alliance's leaders review the Andromeda household and its inheritance disputes. Intelligence suggests the Count's relatives are divided, and one strategist argues that manipulating those family wounds will be easier than confronting the county's forces directly. Members of House Andromeda gather for a tense family meeting. The elderly patriarch asks whether everyone is present and whether the timing favors them. While hints of a carefully orchestrated internal coup hang over the room, one noble erupts, declaring goblins nothing more than monsters. Others point out that Rakuten now possesses legal recognition and a functioning government, forcing the family to confront facts their hatred can no longer erase. The hostile faction insists its position will hold as long as 3 allied houses remain united. On the strategic map, however, Andromeda's support begins slipping away, and Akira asks which target they should isolate next. Akira returns to the forest to inspect another area when a woman calls out to him. She approaches cheerfully, clearly waiting for a chance to show him something she has prepared. She asks permission to cook a dish Masamune taught her. The woman explains that even humans entering the forest now carry preserved food for emergencies, inspiring her to adapt those ingredients into something suitable for goblin travelers. The aspiring cook becomes flustered when Akira watches too closely and tells him not to peek. She checks whether he has the needed ingredients, then smiles in relief when he confirms that the village can provide everything. The cook finally returns carrying a basket so enormous that it nearly hides her entire body. She sets it down with a proud smile and asks Akira whether the dish looks ready, eager to prove that Masamune's lessons were not wasted. Everyone gathers to taste the meal, and the first reactions are positive. The cook admits she is only beginning to understand the technique, but Akira encourages her, saying repeated practice is already turning uncertainty into real skill. The women tease Akira for being helpless around sincere affection. One warns him not to misunderstand the cook's excitement, while another jokes that Dyke has more than enough skills to overwhelm anyone who gives her the wrong idea. She's companion urges her to keep trying and promises to support her. Akira starts to interrupt, but the emotional encouragement between the women makes him hesitate and step back. Irene reveals that she witnessed Dyke's earliest attempts. The cooking was once barely edible, and Akira struggles to believe the successful dish before him came from the same person who caused so many disasters. A flashback shows Dyke serving one failed meal after another. Even people who cared about her could not hide their reactions. Yet she continued practicing through thousands of mistakes until the food finally became something worth sharing. The others praise her determination and say they have waited ages to taste the result. The sisters celebrate joining hands again, and Akira agrees that Dyke's hard-earned success deserves genuine respect. Irene makes the reason clear. Returning to the group proves each of them achieved what they originally sought. Their separation allowed them to grow independently, and now they can bring those new strengths back into the family. Akira asks why Irene did not simply use a skill to force a faster result. She replies that survival of the fittest shaped how the Archfiend's followers viewed effort, and some achievements lose meaning if power replaces the struggle entirely. Akira argues that using an ability to buy more time is not necessarily wrong. Longer lives let people practice, work, and create more, so directly guiding their growth may be kinder than leaving everything to chance. Irene admits she prefers direct action herself, even if others value a slower path. She looks toward the forest and storehouses, considering how Akira's philosophy could reshape the next generation. He arrives before a massive sealed structure and asks how much work remains. His companions report that everyone has already passed through and that the barrier should hold, giving them at least a little more time to prepare. Genesis is shocked that Akira is willing to spend so much of the kingdom's fortune at once. He lays out the situation plainly. War drains both winners and losers, and that weak neighbors left desperate after defeat will only become jealous, unstable enemies later. With the finances settled, Akira asks what comes next. The delegation chooses House Lynx as its next target because that territory lies farthest from Rikuden and is therefore the easiest ally for the anti-goblin faction to isolate. Akira and his scouts enter a dense forest near the suspected boundary. They compare landmarks and conclude that the outer limit of their current influence should be somewhere among the ancient trees. A map confirms that the city's eastern edge and a liquor storehouse sit near the farthest tip of the territory. Akira decides to make a quick inspection before changing any official border. Unispro Omnibus spreads across the map as a shared field linked to Tenkai. Akira traces its active boundary and measures how far the power can travel from one goblin to the next. Thousands of goblins appear as points across the region, but the shared life force network has gaps. Akira tests whether overlapping fields can bridge those empty spaces and carry Tenkai's effect beyond the city. Genesis notes that the possible range is far wider than expected. Reports of a large goblin tribe in a western village suggest any concentrated population could become another link in Unispro Omnibus. Akira confirms that Tenkai's field does not have one fixed radius. When connected goblins move or gather, the range shifts with them, creating a living network whose true boundaries are difficult to predict. That realization changes how the kingdom views Hanzo, Tenkai, and every specialized goblin. Their abilities are no longer isolated talents. Through survival of the fittest and shared fields, separate powers can combine into something protecting the entire species. Akira begins establishing a new border based on the outer reach of Unispro Omnibus. The skill's limit passes through the forest, conveniently leaving much of Rikuden's existing woodland inside the proposed territory. Genesis warns that claiming land must happen gradually and lawfully. Expanding too quickly could leave distant residents unsupported, so Akira needs roads, food, administration, and clear procedures before drawing a larger border. She reminds him that alliances cannot survive on goodwill alone. Karen may remain loyal even when her official position conflicts with Rikuden, but presuming endlessly upon an ally's kindness would be the highest form of dishonesty. Akira reviews how human territories maintain balance through overlapping authority, trade, and military influence. As a goblin ruler with little traditional political power, he must compensate by placing allies and resources exactly where they can protect Rikuden without appearing to seize control. The survey continues along the southwestern edge of the territory. Akira follows the natural curve of the land, comparing roads, homes, and neighboring settlements so the proposed boundary will not cut through communities without warning. The group reaches a cliff beside an old cotton field. The place holds special meaning because someone once saved Echigoya from falling there, and the memory is now preserved through a new outfit, and the stories passed among the goblins. Akira finds no immediate problem with the land itself, which has long supplied cotton to local workshops. Yet the site lies beyond the secure enclave, reminding everyone that important memories and resources still exist outside Rikuden's protected border. Karen's experience becomes the model for handling such places. She understands the difficulty of living inside an enclave, and was originally sent to Rikuden under Simon's orders, making her uniquely qualified to judge how humans might react to a shifting frontier. Genesis lays out the situation plainly. The border can expand naturally as villages join Rakuten and receive its protection. Akira surveys the valley in silence, realizing territorial growth should follow willing communities rather than simply swallowing empty land. The map reveals a larger problem. One foreign enclave lies completely surrounded by another territory. Akira identifies it as the primary concern, since any dispute there could trap residents between competing laws and armies. Inside a nearby building, Akira confirms that every preparation has been arranged in order. An elderly ally smiles and says he expected no less from his brother-in-arms, confident the plan can move forward without unnecessary chaos. The delegation finds an anxious family gathered around a child. Their tense expressions look out of place in the otherwise peaceful town, and the elder explains that he came specifically to speak with a local merchant about the growing border dispute. Several women admit they are frightened by rumors that another county has joined the anti-goblin movement. Akira reassures them that there is no reason to panic yet. Though their fear shows how quickly political news reaches ordinary households, the women cling to Akira and beg him not to do anything reckless. Overwhelmed by their concern, he asks for help calming the room while promising that Rikuden will not rush blindly into another war. An elder quietly warns Akira that Count Perseus has become blinded by rage and is more determined than ever to put the Goblin King in his place. Akira understands that avoiding confrontation may no longer be entirely his choice. Akira reveals that he sent Count Perseus a direct message, fully aware the enemy might spy on it. The elder praises the gamble, since forcing Perseus to react openly may reveal more than another round of secret investigation. Asked about the next move, Akira names Count Lynx. His strategy is to reduce the anti-goblin alliance one member at a time, preventing the remaining houses from supporting each other when pressure arrives. The map shows why Lynx is vulnerable. Its domain lies farthest from Rakuten, with Andromeda's territory between them, so any military campaign would depend on long and fragile supply routes through land, no longer reliably friendly. Akira calculates the logistics in practical terms. An army burns thousands of calories per soldier every day, and transporting food, equipment, and reinforcements becomes vastly harder as distance increases, even with ships and modern trade networks. With Andromeda wavering, Lynx may still be allowed to march through, but its supplies can be monitored and controlled. Akira plans to let the hostile army commit itself before cutting the support that keeps it moving. Reports show Andromeda is already stockpiling dried food purchased from Perseus. The supplies appear useful for a campaign, but poor storage and delays could make them rot, turning the Alliance's own preparations into a costly burden. Karen is impressed that a few words from Simon changed Akira's entire approach. Catching a mistake before committing to it is the mark of a capable ruler, and she admits their master keeps finding ways to save the kingdom without needless bloodshed. Akira makes the reason clear. If everything goes correctly, each hostile count can be pulled away without a major battle. The challenge is creating enough political space for frightened nobles to retreat without losing all honor. The elder advises Akira to meet Count Lynx face to face. Finding even one piece of common ground could create an opening, and a shared interest is often more persuasive than threats exchanged through messengers. To explain the Count's personality, the elder reveals that he once gambled with Lynx. Akira is startled, realizing the next negotiation may depend less on formal politics than on understanding how the man takes risks. The memory shifts to a private card game in an elegant room. A female dealer distributes the cards while nobles watch one another closely, turning every wager into a test of patience and deception. The elder studies his hand and declares it acceptable. With one circle and two crossed symbols visible, the players prepare to reveal their choices, and the lesson behind Lynx's gambling habits begins to emerge. The dealer places several cards face down and tells Akira to choose. After studying the layout, he points to the card on the right, committing himself to the same gamble Simon once played against Count Lynx. The card is revealed as an X. The dealer asks whether they should continue, and Simon raises the wager to 2, showing Akira how quickly a simple guessing game can become a contest of nerve. Akira chooses the left card next, but Simon raises the stakes again. The dealer has already shown 2 matching symbols in a row, making every new choice more tempting and more dangerous. The dealer finally reveals a circle, and declares Akira the dealer while Simon becomes the winning player. Rather than stop, they raise the stakes to 4, recreating the pressure that shaped the original negotiation with Lynx. Akira learns the complete rules. A set contains 1 circle and 2 X cards. The dealer arranges them and the player chooses. After each result, the players may continue, switch roles, or walk away with the current winnings. The dealer normally holds the advantage because the player has only a 1 in 3 chance of finding the circle. Yet larger wagers and changing roles turn probability into psychology, allowing each side to study the other's courage, greed, and restraint. Akira folds before the next draw, letting Simon collect 3 coins. The elder laughs at the timing and admits that Akira chose the same moment he would have, proving the lesson is beginning to work. Simon makes the reason clear. Wagers reveal more than cards. A cautious player protects profit, while an eager one exposes intentions by pushing too hard. During negotiations, the same pattern can draw out what an opponent truly wants. Count Lynx once folded the moment the dealer role changed, showing that he prefers controlled advantages and avoids uncertain retaliation. Simon says Lynx resembles Akira in that respect, though the game itself is deliberately cruel. The elder reveals that the match also measured how serious Simon was about the alliance. By using shared rules and carefully chosen bets, both men read one another without stating their full positions aloud. Akira arrives in Lynx's city with the gambling lesson in mind. He gathers information about the streets, residents, and local mood before entering formal talks, determined not to rely on court reports alone. The moment people recognize the Goblin King, the street erupts in cheers. Children demand autographs and adults crowd around him, while Akira learns that Count Lynx's citizens may be far friendlier toward goblins than their ruler's alliance suggests. After the welcoming crowd disperses, Akira notices someone following him through the narrow streets. He keeps walking without reacting, using shop windows and corners to confirm that the same man remains behind him. The tail briefly loses sight of Akira and hurries forward, only for the Goblin King to appear behind him. Akira restrains the startled man before he can escape, demonstrating how easily survival of the fittest and his accumulated skills overwhelm an ordinary spy. Akira demands the man's identity and reason for following him. The stranger introduces himself as Garl and admits he is investigating the Goblin King on Count Lynx's behalf, though he claims the Count may not have personally ordered every step. He makes the reason clear. Lynx expects to meet Akira eventually and wanted information first. Akira remains suspicious, so he releases a shadow clone and slips away through the darkness to test whether the spy is telling the truth. Using float, Akira rises silently above the streets. From the rooftops, he surveys the city and searches for hidden observers, determined to learn whether Garl is alone or merely one part of Verdzachelard's surveillance team. Akira activates High Parisian Sight and scans every alley below. The city looks surprisingly small from above, and only one suspicious figure remains visible, confirming that no obvious support squad is following the spy. Akira leaves his clone to continue walking and instructs the captive to follow along until further notice. Garl agrees, unaware that the real Goblin King is still observing from another position. When Garl reaches the next street, Akira drops behind him and orders him not to move. The spy freezes as Akira repeats the question, who sent him, and why was he truly following? Akira asks whether Garl serves Perseus or Lynx, and probes how much he knows about the Count. Even when the man refuses to answer, survival of the fittest reveals enough through his reactions for Akira to identify the connection. Garl finally admits Lynx is involved, but insists he trained himself never to reveal protected information. Akira notices that the spy carefully avoids direct lies, placing the truth between several possible answers. When Akira asks how he can be certain, Garl refuses to explain his methods and tells him to leave if the interrogation is over. His confidence suggests Count Lynx values disciplined information gathering more than reckless violence. Akira releases the man with a message. Tell Count Lynx that the Goblin King discovered and expelled his spy while using the minimum necessary force. Garl accepts the warning, understanding that his master has just been invited to negotiate. Akira lets Garl walk away and concludes that the plan should work. By forcing the spy to report the encounter in his own words, Count Lynx will receive an honest impression shaped by what Garl personally saw rather than a message dictated by the Goblin King. Akira reflects on the frightening depth of survival of the fittest. It can push targets into behavior unlike their normal selves, and its influence varies by person. Because Perseus may exploit that knowledge, Akira decides the skill's full power must remain secret. He considers erasing memories whenever the ability must be used on a human. After hearing Simon's gambling lesson, Akira is confident the encounter with Garl produced the intended result, so he prepares for a quick return to the city before the hostile alliance can react. He reaches Count Lynx's mansion and sits down with the ruler himself. When he asks whether anything unexpected happened, Lynx says there is one financial matter Akira must understand before they discuss politics. Lynx reveals that his house is still burdened by enormous reparations from the previous conflict. Akira immediately proposes a transaction involving the debt claim, offering the Count a lawful way to escape the pressure without openly surrendering to Rakuten. Akira presents the finished terms and asks how they look. Count Link studies the offer, then erupts in delighted laughter, praising his brother-in-arms for knowing exactly how to use money as one more enemy is drawn toward negotiation.